a day, while the top 1% would get nearly $300,000 a year. Does that sound like a fair or balanced approach to tax policy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Ms. Scanlon. You are correct that it really increases inequality. And if, for those of us who remember our history, when we went into the Great Depression, it was the biggest inequality we had experienced in American history. And this sort of resembles putting us in that direction. This bill is the top 1% get 20% of the benefit in 2027. The top 5% get 40% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit of this bill. Ms. Scanlon, if you'll just indulge me for a moment, I just want to talk a little bit about the quote-unquote small business benefit. I noticed that Ms. Fishbach referenced the numbers of small businesses in all of the Democrats' communities that would be affected. And so I just have a real question. Is or is it ain't a small business? I'm looking at one of the things I think is particularly egregious. One of the most expensive pieces of this big, beautiful bonanza for billionaires. That's the 199A deduction. They claim it's for small business, this pass-through. And, they wax on about, how important it is. In 2022, that was the year that we were able the JCT was able to find data. In 2022, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income, all of it qualified business income, in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year. That small business claimed about $6,500, $6,500 on average. Taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income in the neighborhood of $10 million. Still, this is a small business. They claimed about $520,000 of this deduction on average. In 2022, there were about 800 taxpayers. They're supposed to be, I know, Mr. Smith here is going to tell you that there are limits on how much you can earn in order to qualify for the 199A, but not so much in this bill, nor in 2022. There are about 800 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes exceeding $100 million that received the 199A deduction and claimed $11 million of the deduction on average. And I'm not going to be picking on Republicans here in their district. I'll just talk about people in my community in Wisconsin. Dick and Liz Eline in Wisconsin saved over $40 million in taxes in 2018 by claiming this 199A deduction, and they received $115 million. Now, the next question is, well, these are our job creators. And I know I'm being performative. But in 2022, of the 17 million people who claimed the 199A deduction, fact checks this. 84% of these businesses had zero employees, zero. And so thank you for asking me that question. And yeah, the benefit goes primarily to rich people. And like I said, just in the examples that you've given, the average taxpayer, not talking about business, but individual, is going to receive $265, at least until it expires in 2029.
I appreciate that, and I have a few more questions for you, but I wanted to yield to the chairwoman for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I think many people in here have just heard that our colleague Jerry Conway has just passed.
Oh, no.
So I want to ask us all to stop and say a prayer for his family. Please take some time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Everybody, Ms. Scanlon.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for doing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely the right thing to do. You're
Appreciate
recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
I appreciate that. Certainly a valued colleague, and this is quite a loss. Representative Moore, we had just talked about the fact that the top 1% or top 0.1% are going to get a $300,000 per year tax break, which
Yeah.
is almost 4 times the median household income in my district. So the fact that the very top would not only not pay their fair share, but this kind of break, what do those kind of trade-offs say about the values and priorities in this legislation?
You know, Ms. Scanlon, it exacerbates the income equality that we have. But more importantly than that, you know, it really demonstrates that our values as Americans have sort of gone askew. When you can provide 310 times the benefit for the top than you do for the bottom, you are depriving people of the opportunity to participate in our economy in a meaningful way. And the costs of that are tremendous, you know. And then when you pile on stuff that's not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction, like the cuts to SNAP, the cuts to Medicaid. You know, when you give somebody, you know, it's $265 tax return, how far is that gonna go with compensating for their loss of SNAP and Medicaid? There's not one page in here that gives them any child care assistance or anything else. And I just want to point out that, you know, we hear on and on and on, and I know Medicaid is not within our jurisdiction, but Medicare is, parts of Medicare are. And, you know, I'm so sorry, I'm just a little bit upset about Jerry, my friend. But what we're seeing is that as we dismantle healthcare and we dismantle SNAP, we're not just depriving the poorest of the poor. We are dismantling healthcare, period. I mean, rural hospitals are going to close. Urban hospitals are going to close down their maternity wards. Graduate students, I had docs come and say, graduate students, people who graduate from medical school aren't going to be able to have residencies because there didn't be no hospitals. And even if you have the best health insurance, the premier, you're rich, when you have your heart attack, you're not gonna make it when you gotta drive 35 miles to get to the ER. So when you think that it's just only them lazy boys in the basement that are gonna be hurt, you better think twice. Better think twice. When your provider leaves the area because there are too many Medicaid patients and go somewhere, you know, Scottsdale, Arizona or something, where there are rich people to practice so that they can, and you have no providers at all.
Well, I wanted to pursue that line with Mr. Pallone. In our community, we actually just lost the major healthcare system. It was bought out by a private equity entity and bankrupted. And we have been unable to find anyone to take it over because the Medicaid funding source is so unstable or not sustainable, or these cuts were threatened. So can you talk a little bit about what this is going to mean, these cuts to Medicaid for the entire community?
Well, as you point out, or already been stated, when hospitals and all healthcare institutions depend on some kind of reimbursement, either private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it is. And if your hospital or your nursing home or your community health center, whatever, is highly dependent on Medicaid, which many rural hospitals and institutions are, then they just don't get the reimbursement rate. And now these people are coming to the emergency room and they're going into the uncompensated care because they can't afford to pay the bill. And so what does the hospital do? Well, most states don't have the ability to make up for that. Some don't have much pay out much uncompensated care at all. And so they're, they either close because, now they can't make it, or they try to pass that on to private payers or other government, or other government payment programs. The other alternative is that the quality of care goes down. So in the case of a nursing home, rather than, if they don't close, then, and they get less money, then they just provide less services. One of the things that disturbed me the most in this bill, in the Energy and Commerce mark, was that they take away, the Republicans take away the nursing home staffing ratio, right? I think they saved $7 or $8 billion by doing that. But what happens then? There's no nurse there at night. There's no nurse. And people die because there's nobody to take care of them. The services go down. I remember years ago in my state, we had terrible nursing home situations, safety, health hazards, nursing homes burned down, people died in the fires in my hometown. I don't want to go back to that. We've made a lot of progress, and we certainly don't want to go back to that. But if I could just add, when the gentlewoman from Wisconsin said that, from the Energy and Commerce perspective, we're not involved with the taxes, and I do think that, lower income or even middle income people are going to pay more with this bill in taxes. But that we're concentrating on all these other affordability issues, right? In other words, we spent our time when we were in the majority trying to expand options so people could live and it was more affordable. So expanding Medicaid was an example of that, right? Making, expansion of SNAP, making, having affordable connectivity programs so people could afford, to pay for the internet. LIHEAP, right? All those things are on the chopping block now. Some of them are on the chopping block in this bill with the Medicaid cuts. But, the president is essentially eliminating LIHEAP. The Republicans refuse to renew affordable connectivity. In this bill, they have up to $35 copay that's mandated, so people have to pay more out of pocket. So what are we talking about here? Everything in this bill, and I don't even get into the tax issues now, everything in this bill that's within our committee makes things less affordable. Right? At a time when the president said, when I'm elected, prices are going to go down, everything's going to become more affordable. It's the opposite is happening. Groceries cost more, inflation's going up, everybody's, and this is just aggravating that situation completely. It is the reverse Robin Hood. That's exactly what it is. Take from the poor and give to the rich. Not just with the taxes, but also with everything else, because all these things are paying for tax breaks primarily for wealthy people and corporate interests.
Well, you've touched on so many issues that are of really paramount concern for my constituents. The LIHEAP cuts obviously are huge in our northeastern cities where we have cold winters and hot summers. The Medicaid copay, as I understand it, that was something that many of our Republican colleagues were unaware of, the fact that this bill would impose a Medicaid copay. the issues with respect to hospitals, we hear quite a bit about how these Medicaid cuts are going to hurt rural hospitals, but they obviously also hurt our frontline urban hospitals. And we just had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about how many of our urban hospitals we've lost because they were dependent on Medicaid. So that remains a huge issue. Could you comment at all? As I understand it, there's a provision in this bill that would impact the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers, which is something we've been trying to work on with the Black maternal health crisis in this country, and the fact that we have women dying at a rate in this country that is 3-4 times the rate of other developed nations. And one of the proven tactics for reducing maternal mortality is to make sure that women have health care coverage for the first year after birth.
I have to mention that Robin Kelly is in the room, who's a member of our committee, and she, with the CBC Brain Trust, worked very hard on a lot of these maternal mortality issues, because they even, in a disparate way, even affect Black women even more so, But yeah, I mean, that was another thing that we did as Democrats. We expanded to 1 year postpartum coverage, which is negatively impacted in this bill. And again, it's another example of how Democrats were trying to make things better and more affordable and keep people healthy, as opposed to Republican efforts, which will all go in the other direction.
Okay. Representative Scott, Pennsylvania has a disproportionately high level of folks who have student loans, and they have a greater dollar value on average than most states, and that may be in part because of problems with funding our state universities, but nevertheless, we have a lot of people who have a lot of student loans that they are struggling to pay at this point. Can you comment on what this bill would do with respect to student loans?
Well, there are a couple of things on student loans. One, it limits the amount of student loans you can take out, so a lot of students will have to choose between going to college or taking out private loans to make out the difference. But on the repayment is much more expensive. And so it's much of a problem they have now. It'll be even more. So they limit the amount of aid you can get, so a lot of students won't be able to go to school. Those that do will be paying more. And for longer.
And I mean, it's an issue that is really something that over our lifetimes has really just taken on a whole new structure. I mean, when I went to college, I could work as a lifeguard and get a little help from my family and take out a few loans and could manage to do that. But now you can't, without a college degree, you can't make enough money to even begin to start paying for college.
Well, a few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered the 80% of the cost of going to a state college, tuition, room, and board. Now it's about 30%.
Yeah.
And that's where the student loan crisis came in, because families don't have that kind of money.
Sure.
They have to, if they don't have a lot of money, they have to come up with, make it up with loans.
Yeah.
And by limiting the amount you can borrow, you may not be able to get enough to be able to go, so you don't go at all. Or you get into the private loan market and pay all kinds of extra fees. And then after you've gone, the repayment is more expensive.
Right.
So it's just a bad deal, particularly if you're going this far into debt. People ought not be worse off.
So we've got bad news on the food front, we've got bad news on the health front, we've got bad news on the education front, we've got bad news on the tax front for our working families. I think it's a bad bill, and we shouldn't move it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
You know, I've listened to this filibuster for a good while, all of us have. And, you know, when you keep hearing the four-letter word work being demonized, when you keep hearing the fact that you're because somebody has to go to work, your children are dying, mothers are starving. You know, it's really, that's really an insult to the working Americans, to that plumber who works 80 hours a week, to that electrician who works nonstop, to that waitress who is on her feet all day long. You know, and when you look at the work requirements, fact check, Ms. Moore, you know what it is? 20 hours a week. 20 hours, that, I think, if my math's right, that's 4 hours a day. It's
Mr.
an
Norman, would you yield just 1 second? It's 80 hours a month, which comes out to 18.4 hours per week. So,
Fact check.
Fact
18
check.
Okay, 18 hours a week. Okay, that is an insult to the, whoever's watching this, this hearing. That's an insult to the hardworking Americans that, regardless of what you do, work brings dignity. Work brings a cause, a sense of purpose. Work brings a reason to get up in the morning. Work brings, helps find, you find your God-given talent. And to say, work is going to kill children. Work is going to kill mothers, fathers. You're just wrong. You're not telling the truth. That's not right. America was built on work. And I can hear over and over and over again this
Gentleman, you?
rich, poor, billionaires. You know, the identity politics, thank God 77 million people said no to that. They're tired of it. And America is a great country because of work, and people are willing to do it. And it's really, you know, when you look at the fraud that's going on, and I think from what, if you check your facts.
Would the gentleman yield?
We've got, no. There's 13 billion, that's, if you check the facts, 13 billion of fraud, like in the SNAP cases, people getting money when they shouldn't have. 13 billion per year. That's 1.3 billion per month, if I check my facts right. You know, Americans have had enough of this. And I'm sorry, I know you learned it from the President Biden. Free education, free food for 15 million illegals that came into this country. You know, free housing. I'm sorry, that's not how this country was built. And you know, I admire all of you for the work that you do. Each one of you do work. And for those who keep identifying as, you know, demonizing work and demonizing those who have been successful, you never know the long hours that they put in, the long hours that they took to build a business, the long hours that they didn't get a paycheck. So you're hurting the very people who you could give hope to. And by demonizing this, Americans are just tired of it. You want to know somebody who's a definition of hard work? Right here. Came from nothing. Look at what she did. Many of you, and if you want to say rich, I think if you've got your health, you're pretty rich. If you've got your health. Jerry Conley would get it back. So I resent you saying that, and I really, it's a sad day that we've gotten to that point in this country when so many people are doing that. And
Are you asking me a question, sir?
no, ma'am.
Oh, I didn't think you would.
Filibustered long enough.
I think you would actually ask me a question about work.
I did not ask you a question. I'm not asking you a question. What I'm saying is, it's my time, Ms. Moore. I didn't interrupt you. You went on for, I counted, you went on for 20 minutes, which is fine. And you are entertaining, I'll give you that. But
I'm just really smart.
Ms. Moore, it's my time. All I'm saying is that the day of demonizing work, the day of demonizing America is over with. And Americans, people got it right. And we're going to continue to have a great country. This bill, this big, beautiful bill will help this country out. It's got some things we got to work out, but it'll help this country. And the other thing I will tell you is the taxes are the people's money. Government is y'all's God. The taxes are the people's money. And to give it back to them, like Chairman Smith and Chairman Thompson and Tim, that's the right thing to do. So we're going to right the wrong for the last 4 years that this country has been through a living hell with this past president. And thank God we got people who are willing to step up and go to work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. DeGoose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend from South Carolina talked a lot about work. Just for the record, we've been working for the last 8 hours here in the committee, and I could say the same for the chairwoman. I'm not so sure I could say the same about you. I think you snuck out for a little shut-eye for a few hours, so I'm not sure. There was a lot of talk about work, but I haven't seen you in a few hours, so welcome back. Anyway, I do want to take a minute in all seriousness, and I want to thank the chairwoman for taking a moment to center our conversation here, just to remember and honor our colleague, whom I know we all treasured, and he was a giant among giants in this institution. He was a ranking member of one of our committees. He was the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, appointed by Madam Speaker Emerita. He was one of the most prolific legislators in the House. I don't know that there's a single member of the House during his tenure in this body that had more laws signed, or excuse me, more pieces of legislation signed into law by presidents of both parties. And more than anything else, he was a fighter and a friend. And so I just know that we're going to miss him. And I think that it's a big loss for the people of Fairfax and for the folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia and for this institution. I want to ask some questions. Thank you to the panel. You all have been, I think it's the longest panel. As you know, we started at 1 a.m., so we've been here for about 8 hours. I'm told the sun has risen and that it's morning outside, but we haven't, been outside the room yet, so we'll just have to take your word for it. And as I said to the panel that preceded yours, I think maybe I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we have been on this collective journey to try to figure out why the Speaker and Republican leadership decided to do this midnight, middle of the night, dead of night hearing on your reconciliation bill. And of course, we believe it's because this bill is indefensible and the Republican leadership did not want this bill debated out in the open. And I've tried to get answers from a variety of my different colleagues. One of my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, offered an explanation more recently and essentially said, well, we did it in anticipation that there would be extensive debate by Democrats on this committee. Of course, there was only 4 of us on this committee. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, you haven't had a question in a while, so maybe I'll pose this to you. How long was your hearing in Energy and Commerce?
My hearing, first, my comments on Jerry. He was probably one of my dear friends here and was supposed to be honored this weekend in Dayton, Ohio with a NATO meeting. People don't really realize there's actually a NATO parliament, and some of us are designated, and he was the president or speaker of the NATO parliament. So not only is Jerry beloved by all of us, he's beloved around the world. All of our NATO allies, every time he showed up at a meeting, Jerry, there's Jerry, and they just, everybody adored him because he's just an adorable, wonderful person, and I'm going to miss him, and I'll be in Dayton this weekend, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to shed a lot of tears for him. So, saying that. So, the question, my hearing went for 26 and a half hours.
26 and a half hours. What time did you start it?
We started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you weren't worried about the anticipatory debate. You knew that Ranking Member Pallone was going to come armed with extensive arguments and motions and amendments, but you decided to hold the hearing during the day, nonetheless, right?
We started during the day.
Started during the day.
Started during the day.
Yeah. Well, I wish that the Speaker would have taken the same approach, but it's clear to me, and I think clear to the American public, that he did not want to have this debate happen during the day, and I could understand why, given what we've heard thus far. Chairman Smith, I want to talk to you a bit about tax on tips. I heard your opening statement, and I think in some of the colloquies as far, I think suffice to say that you're very passionate about the no tax on tips. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I'm passionate because of the 4 million tipped employees. Just yesterday in Washington, D.C., at the restaurant that I was at, my waiter asked me, are you going to be able to deliver this, Chairman? So this affects real Americans, so very much passionate about it.
Totally. Why haven't you passed a standalone bill to get this done if it's so important?
Because there's a 60-vote rule over in the Senate,
The Senate just passed their bill yesterday.
which is unconstitutional because all taxing
Of
has
course,
to originate from the
I'm well
House.
aware, but I think, I guess I heard your first explanation was, well, there's 60 vote Senate barrier, so of course we could never get it passed in the Senate. But then Ted Cruz and Jackie Rosen, my understanding is they passed the bill by unanimous consent. Of course, as you said, there's the constitutionality issue. So I just don't understand why the Ways and Means Committee doesn't just mark up a bill. Actually, I think the sponsor of the bill is sitting right behind you. He's been in this hearing since like 3 a.m., Mr. Horsford. He's got a great bill on this. I think we could get this on the bill tomorrow. I think there'd be bipartisan strong support. Clearly, there's unanimous support in the Senate. I mean, if you're so passionate about it, why don't we get it done?
Mr. Neguse, you know that I have tried to work on tax policy, bipartisan tax policy the last Congress, that we got 82% of the vote to move it forward. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. So sometimes bipartisan tax policy does not work. I believe the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the tax relief for seniors are so urgent that I would not allow a tax bill to move forward unless it includes that in the House of Representatives. That's why I'm delivering for working class Americans.
Yeah, no, well, anyway, I guess I don't want to belabor the point here. You keep referencing the Senate. Unless I'm missing something, I thought the United States Senate passed on unanimous consent without any objections Ted Cruz, Jackie Rosen, Democrat, Republican bill to not tax tips. And so I'm not really understanding the hurdle there. But anyway, you have a different worldview as to, I guess, the way to effectuate it. Can you give us a sense of where the state and local tax deduction piece is going to end? What are we going to be voting on later today?
What I'll say is that the $30,000 deduction that we passed out of the Ways and Means Committee, capping it at people who make less than $400,000, the Ways and Means Committee felt like that was a reasonable compromise that would help provide necessary tax relief. And that's what the language is right now.
Okay, but I mean, you're the chairman of the committee. We're supposed to be voting on this bill in a few hours, is what I understand. There's rumors of a manager's amendment or maybe a secondary manager's amendment, or they'll come up with some other way to describe a third manager's amendment. I'm not sure. There's a lot of reporting on it. Who would I go to talk to figure out what we're voting on later today as it relates to the state and local tax deduction?
I would say that's going to be the discussion of the Rules Committee when the manager's amendment is offered and debated. So you'll probably know before most members of Congress.
I hope so. We've been here for 8 hours, and we've yet to get any indication of that. And I'm not, I mean, this would apply to Chairman Guthrie as well. I mean, we've heard a lot about the IRA phase-outs. I don't know if you have anything to share with the group about where that stands?
That would be Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction, not Guthrie's. E&C doesn't have a lot of committee jurisdiction.
Oh, well, I'll let you two battle that out, but.
But from my understanding, the Ways and Means Committee, I have not seen any changes to the phase-outs or what we've had in regards to the IRA.
So what we have in the rules mark now, you believe, is what we'll be voting on this evening or whenever.
That's what I'm here testifying in regards to.
Okay, well, that's a different answer. But I can appreciate your position. I guess my point here, and I know I was hoping to ask Mr. Roy this question because I hadn't seen him the last 8 hours, but he appeared, well, yeah, apparently he's negotiating it. So maybe he can come in and he can give us some indication as to the answers on both of those fronts. Oh, I see. I guess Chip Roy's announced I'm a no, but I don't know that makes, anyway, we'll hear from him directly. Some questions for you, Chairman Thompson, with respect to the agriculture mark. Help me understand, and maybe Ranking Member Craig can help me understand this as well. You all have sunsetted the exemption for, well, no, sorry. You've included an exemption for veterans within what you've determined to be the able-bodied requirements. in SNAP?
Veterans, homeless, and young people that age out of foster care up to age 24.
So veterans, homeless, and then what was the third?
Foster youth.
Foster youth.
Yeah.
But you've sunset that exemption in 2030. That exemption only lasts through 2030, correct?
Oh, that's correct, because those were actually put in place of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's where those three
Sure.
provisions were added. And I actually believe that,
Here, let me ask you, I guess the question I'm asking is, why not eliminate that sunset? Why, if the,
well, my question back to you is, why would you not want those individuals to have access to greater opportunity, which only comes through being eligible under the SNAP title and the nutrition benefits, for the career and technical education, SNAP employment and career and technical education. We, of the Farm Bill.
Why are you exempting them
We put
if that's
about
the case?
$1.1 trillion is what we put into the nutrition title. And a big part of that
Sure.
is the investment in greater opportunity through those educational benefits.
okay, let me take a step back so I can just understand that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the rationale for the exemption. You've exempted veterans, homeless youth, foster youth from these requirements until 2030. So well, hold on, let me finish. You've clearly decided that it's important to proceed with those exemptions until 2030. Otherwise, you would have said, we're just going to end the exemption now. So you believe it's important to do for the next few years. Why have you decided not to extend it further? Why is 2030 the year that you've decided that veterans should no longer be
That's
able to
when-
be exempted from these
That was a
requirements?
part of what, well, quite frankly, my negotiations on that with the Fiscal Responsibility Act were with President Biden. And that was the.
Sure, but you're not locked into
and that
that
was the
now.
language
You
we
all
put
have
into it.
abandoned most of the Fiscal
Well,
Responsibility
even
Act agreements.
That was a great negotiations. We both sides got some good provisions. But at the same time, even back then, I felt that it really was disrespectful to veterans to, well, we'll just talk, you let off with veterans, to not have an opportunity to benefit from the investments that are there under this nutrition title for SNAP employment and career and technical education.
If you feel that way, why keep it? I don't understand. I guess you're saying we have this exemption, it's important for foster youth and for the homeless and for veterans, but also we believe that we shouldn't have this exemption, and so that's why we're comfortable with it ending in 2030.
Well, usually taking somebody off a cliff immediately is a really bad idea. We don't really do that with this bill. Even with the state share, we provide.
I agree with you
fiscal
about
year
describing it as a
2028
cliff
to
and
be
not an
able to get
opportunity.
that.
I mean, that's exactly what my sort of point is,
So
right?
we look closely at poverty cliffs and, and I think taking folks off of that, that 2030 expiration really will serve those the veterans population particularly. And I also think the youth coming off out of
Sure.
foster care.
How much money do you think it would cost, your team may have a better sense of this than I would, to extend that out to 2031 or to 2032? Do you all know what it costs per year for that exemption to have continued?
I'm not sure the CBO has provided for. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, are we talking tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, we'd have to look back, you all would have to look back at the Fiscal Responsibility Act to see what the score was on
Okay.
that.
Here's why I ask. To me, it seems like really what we're getting at, right, is a question of priorities, resources, and values. And it would not take, I don't believe, a lot of resources, a lot of investment to be able to avoid that cliff hitting these veterans and these foster youth in 2030. Right? And let me give you an example, right? There's a simple way. Are you familiar with the tax on silencers? You're familiar with that?
I am.
Provision of tax. And you're aware that this bill repeals that tax?
That's correct.
All right. And that tax, do you know how much that's going to generate in terms of revenue over 10 years?
I don't, wasn't in my
It's one-
jurisdiction, but
No, I understand. Let
what
me tell
I
you.
can tell you
It's
as a former
1.4.
healthcare
Let me finish.
professional,
You
these
said you don't know, so let me tell you.
These suppressors
I hear you.
are a healthcare measure. in terms
I
of
understand. I
hearing
hear you.
protection.
So let me just explain it to you. Over 10 years, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this particular repeal generate $1.4 billion. Think about that. Hold on. I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Chairman. 1.4.
Well, you did ask me a
I'm not
question
asking you a
originally
question
about
now. I'll give you an
veterans.
opportunity
And
in a moment to
question I
answer the
have for you,
question.
what do you have against
Mr.
veterans
Chairman,
being-
I will give you
having
an opportunity to
opportunity
finish.
to climb
I'm not
the-
asking you a
run a little
question.
higher in the ladder of
Mr. Chairman, I'm not
opportunity?
asking you a question. I'll
really good at
redirect it
that.
to the ranking member since I'm not asking you this
Right.
question.
Just
Ranking
remember,
member.
it is the member of the committee's time, and.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman.
We
So-
can't have the,
I will simply say this.
Back and forth.
And I'll address this towards the ranking member. $1.4 billion that will be generated by virtue of this repeal of the silencer tax. This is a tax that has been on the books since the mid-1930s, 100 years. That's during Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. I don't remember Republicans, or President Trump for that matter, trying to repeal this tax in 2017, when you all were pursuing this the first time around. And yet you've decided on this course to repeal this particular tax that would generate $1.4 billion in revenue. Just imagine, Ranking Member Craig, what you could do with that $1.4 billion to address the cliffs that the chairman of the Agriculture Committee had described with respect to veterans and foster youth. The poverty cliff, I think was the phrase that he used, that they will face under this bill in 4.5 years. Ranking Member, I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Well, we could spend, we wouldn't have to cut, I suppose, or Republicans wouldn't have to cut food out of the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and our nation's seniors. What's happening in this committee is egregious. You just think about the revenue savings that you're cutting from a title of the Farm Bill. And I know I keep saying that, but I know my Republican colleagues across the aisle know that the nutrition title is part of the Farm Bill. And they know that these cuts, $313 billion to a title of the Farm Bill outside of a 12-title, 5-year process, is putting a Farm Bill in jeopardy. And my colleagues are coming after food. We talk about work. I wish Mr. Norman was still here. Nobody here is arguing
He's
against
done working.
work.
He left.
He left again. He's done working, apparently. Mr. Norman said, what do you get? Are you kidding me? We already have work requirements in SNAP. What we're doing is we're adding work requirements to single parents of 7-year-olds. Who thinks that's a good idea? It's egregious. And you talk about child care costs in this country, it's egregious where we are. And, you know, Mr. Norman, and I could give you examples for every single one of your districts, but I'm going to use his just because I had it open here. We're talking about 11% of the state population in South Carolina that he's going to cut. We're talking about $321 million a year to the taxpayers of South Carolina in additional cost shifts. We're talking about $1 billion a year to the state of Pennsylvania. These are real dollars if we move forward with these. And so I have no idea why we think it's a good idea to repeal a tax on silencers when we are going to feed fewer children in our country as a result of this. It's a moral damn failure is what it is, Congressman.
I couldn't say it any better. Ranking Member Craig, I think you articulated it well. And I guess it is just full circle in some ways, given that this was the last panel that we're going to hear from. But it makes a lot more sense in retrospect now why Republicans decided to proceed with this particular hearing in the dead of night. Because I think when you begin to see the full picture, it's only when you have the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about the various priorities they are pursuing, repeals of taxes on silencers by way of example. and hear from the Agriculture Committee about the priorities they are pursuing, massive cuts to the social safety net, that you begin to understand the full picture holistically that is reflected in this bill. And I think that is ultimately what House Republicans did not want the American people to hear or to see. Regrettably for them, we're going to have an opportunity throughout the rest of today and when this bill invariably gets to the floor to continue exposing it to the American public. And I think the more the American public learn about this bill, the less they're going to like it. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for his time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot said about a lot of different numbers here. But I want to come to you, Mr. Smith. I mean, my understanding is that the current tax rate for 2025, the top rate is 37%, and that is going to apply to people that are making, they're filing jointly, married filing jointly, $731,200, somewhere right there, and that if this bill passes, that tax rate at 37% is still going to be 37% for 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all of this talk about tax cuts for billionaires, what the accurate statement would be is we are not allowing tax rates to go up.
We're keeping the same current tax policy with all the rates, because every individual rate, if Congress does not act by the end of this year, goes up, the lowest tax rate and the highest tax rate. And what this bill does, it just makes permanent current tax rates.
Okay. I'm going to come to you, Chairman Thompson, because I want to talk about SNAP and the work requirements and other things. And I want to say this. We met on 2 separate occasions, and there was an accusation made that you shut down debate. My recollection is that we met the first day, and then we came back and we met a second day, and we went from 10 to 10. And I read the various amendments that Democrats kept submitting, and it was basically the exact same amendment. Like they plagiarized each other with the amendments that they were submitting. And so finally, we went ahead and we had the votes on the amendments. And is that your recollection?
Well, that plus the fact that none of the amendments were submitted within the deadline. It's within the rules package that was unanimously adopted.
Absolutely.
And there was quite a bit of repetition, absolutely.
Okay. So what percentage of Farm Bill spending currently goes to SNAP benefits?
Approximately 82%.
82% of Farm Bill spending now goes to SNAP benefits.
That's correct.
And while the Democrats say they want to work in a bipartisan manner to pass a farm bill, their demand is that 82% of Farm Bill spending must go to SNAP benefits, which means that production agriculture is going to end up with less than 10%. Now, if you're not taking care of production agriculture, then you're not taking care of the food supply for anybody in this country, whether they're on SNAP or whether they are at the highest tax bracket in the country. Is that fair to say?
That is more than fair to say. If farmers fail, we have food insecurity. And no matter what the programs look like, what the rules are, what the regulations are, we have food insecurity, which quite frankly is national insecurity.
Right. So only 4 Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee voted for the Farm Bill in committee last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Craig, I don't think you were one of them, were you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I noticed
Okay,
Republicans
thank you.
didn't bring it to the floor because you didn't have the
Yeah.
votes.
Well, because of the demand that 80+% of it go to SNAP benefits.
45
was-
million Americans versus 1 million Americans. That's the split in the Farm Bill between those two programs.
Explain those numbers, please.
SNAP covers 45 million Americans. The farm program covers about 1 million Americans.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the
And those
split.
1 million Americans provide 100% of the food
And-
for the American citizens.
And your
This
cuts
is
to
my time,
SNAP.
and you can wait.
This
I'm going to
is the
come to you.
gentleman's time.
Okay,
Because I want to talk about some of the votes you've cast on the Inflation Reduction Act and the
Ready.
American Rescue Plan.
do
But
it.
without the 1 million farmers in this country, there's no food for the people who have SNAP benefits to buy. That's all there is to it. So, but I appreciate you coming clean on that.
I'm not coming clean, it's a fact.
Sure you are. Yeah, you're talking.
fact.
Yeah, you made it clear. You don't
That's
care
why
about
the
the 1 million.
coalition exists, because the nutrition and the farm programs
Is
exist
the
together.
gentleman's time. You asked the
You
question.
exposed yourself on not caring about the 1 million farmers, and that's fine.
Oh,
All right. GT. Federal law right now, today, and this is a Biden administration proposal I have. And I would remind everybody that's watching, when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, they passed both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So that they could have changed any of this they wanted to, and they chose not to.
That's correct.
Federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited, which is an able-bodied working-age adult without dependents, participant, commonly referred to as an able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period, unless a person meets the work requirements. That's the current law.
That's correct. And the work requirement, we've had work requirements since 1970s. Yeah.
thank you for coming clean on that.
That's right. And when Bill Clinton signed the welfare to work requirements, the poverty rates declined more than at any other point in the country. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you dispute that, Ms. Craig?
I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't think GT does either.
Oh, come on. Democrats have routinely taken credit for what Bill Clinton did in the welfare to work. Just factually speaking, it was a good piece of legislation. And people went back to work and poverty rates declined. All right. So what we have done in the bill is effectively take the 2 separate work exemptions. One is a general work requirement exemption, and we have made them match with the able-bodied working-age adult exemptions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Reducing the, hopefully going forward, then reducing the confusion and the complexity for the participants to be able to gain better access.
Gain better access to what?
The SNAP.
Look,
This is the gentleman's time.
work is good. Work is good.
Work is great.
You know, and without the 1 million American farmers, nobody in this country has food to eat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for her time of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I think it's really important that we do not mischaracterize what our witnesses have said. And there was a gross mischaracterization as to whether the ranking member supports our farmers. I know the ranking member supports our farmers because, indeed, if you just talk about SNAP, 1.5 times the benefit goes to the farmers. So when we're talking about protecting SNAP, we're also talking about protecting the farmer. Is that right, ranking member?
Well, if you cut SNAP by $300 billion, you're actually taking $30 billion right out of the farm income. And that is absolutely true, sir. And, you know, what's interesting
I'm sorry, I
is-
have not yielded time, Mr.
Oh,
Scott.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district, have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work, work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low-wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scotts across the room here, and it's just stunning to me.
Me too.
Mr. Chairman, since my name was
1 million.
called, I do expect a chance to respond to that.
Actually,
is that
the
the
proper,
rule?
the rule is that you can mention the gentleman from Georgia, but you're not to mention him by name in debate. And so if you would stick to just saying the gentleman or my colleague is fine, and if you would stick to that, but that, but that's the way we're supposed to operate.
Would you like to restate it to say the gentleman
Yes,
from?
the gentleman from Georgia has one of the highest rates of SNAP households in the country, and he is promoting decimating this program. And look, there's lots of things in here that should be in a farm bill, lots of elements. You cut the nutrition title, you plus up the farm programs in reconciliation in a partisan process. That's what's happening here. We should be sitting down and doing a farm bill. And honestly, I know my chairman sitting next to me does not want to cut SNAP by $300 billion, and many of the colleagues on our committee did not want to do it because they didn't show up for debate. They didn't want to be on the record talking about this because they know it's incredibly unpopular for the American people. We have traditionally been able to get a bipartisan farm bill from the Nutrition Coalition and the Farm Coalition. Of course, these coalitions are together, but we're destroying that here today, folks, and it has long-term consequences for us. I just hope you all know what you're doing on a partisan basis has long-term consequences.
Thank you, and I noticed that the education chair and ranking member, perked up, and they said, wait a minute, we're going to talk about education. We came here to talk about education, and we're actually cutting education by also hundreds and billions of dollars, so we're not going to get there. But I wanted to yield some time to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern, the gentleman from...
Yeah, you could, yeah. I won't be offended if you refer to me by my name, but you know what? Enough of this BS, because that's what it is. I mean, nobody here is saying that there isn't dignity in work. What we're saying is that life is complicated, and one glove doesn't always fit all. And what we're also saying, and because I believe this is true, that this is a backdoor attempt to force people off the benefit, so you can take that money and pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's what it's about. And I will also tell the gentleman that over the years, hunger has gotten worse in this country. The only time it didn't, believe it or not, was during the pandemic. And that is when we increased the SNAP benefit and when we increased other nutritional programs to help people get through that difficult time. We actually saw hunger go down, food insecurity go down. And then when some of those programs sunsetted, hunger started to rise up again. So hunger is a political condition, my friends. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we know what to do to end it. What we lack is the political will. And again, tax cuts for billionaires paid for by savings in SNAP is not going to end hunger and food insecurity in this country. And again, I mean, the idea that we can't come together and say that ending hunger and food insecurity is a priority, that somehow it's okay to demonize people who are struggling. I mean, I find that, appalling, quite frankly. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. You know what? Hunger is also a moral issue. It is a moral issue. And that's why 31 religious organizations have written to the chairs of all of the appropriate committees, asking them to not pass these cuts. And they point out that, so actually, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter sent to all the chairs of the committee from 31 religious organizations across the United States.
Without objection.
In the letter, this is why it's a moral issue. And they say it out loud. They say, they wrote it down, it is an abdication of the government's moral responsibility when the government seeks to reduce its investment in programs for the poor. Complacency can become greed and selfishness when the funds saved from the Medicaid and SNAP programs are used to ultimately widen the gap between rich and poor. budgets are moral documents that outline a nation's priority. And I was at some of the members on here because I know that they believe deeply in the moral obligations. They know the teachings that ask us to feed the hungry, to take care of the poor. That is the essence of Jesus' teaching about love. It is the essence of almost every religion. Actually, it's the essence of everyone I know. And I think that that is a key failing of what we are doing here. But I want to move on for a moment, because I know we've given a lot of attention to ag, and I might come back there. But, you know, Ranking Member Pallone, many of the children that we're talking about might be both receiving SNAP benefits and receiving Medicaid, right? And is that right? You know, many of the children, because this is, we're talking, and they are often working poor. Their families are working. We heard the Ranking Member Craig and so many stories. We have people, you know, congressmen and congresswomen here who've shared their stories about how their parents worked and received SNAP, and that's how they got ahead. But isn't that the case, that we have many children who rely on both SNAP and Medicaid?
It's absolutely the case, and I don't know how much you wanted me to expand on it, but, you know, I want to say really two things in response. First of all, you know, my colleagues and my chairman during the markup repeatedly said, and Mr. Norman said, you know, work, work, work. But the fact of the matter is that these people are working, right? The people that are getting SNAP, the people that are getting Medicaid, they're working, right? And it's the paperwork, it's the red tape that the Republicans are putting in place in this bill that is kicking people off. And I'm not suggesting that anybody's doing it intentionally, believe me, and I maybe shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna, you know, Mr. McGovern he mentioned Marie Antoinette, right? And I was, for some reason, I guess it had nothing to do with 11 o'clock at night, a couple of nights ago, there was a movie on about Marie Antoinette, right? And she said to her husband, the King Louis, she said, I don't know why everybody out there hates us so much. You know, I care about the poor. But the problem is that at the time, they were, you know, all the money was going to the nobility and nothing was going to the average person, right? And so then one of her advisors says, well, you know, Madam Queen, whatever, you realize that the people have no bread, right? And she says, well, let them eat cake, right? I mean, it's not that anybody here on the Republican side, you know, doesn't have moral values. They just don't understand. They just don't understand what's going on out there, right? And so they say, well, we're going to have work requirements. But then if you look at the states that had these work requirements, like Arkansas or Georgia, we find that almost everybody who was eligible for Medicaid, right, was working. And the problem was they didn't know that they had to fill out the papers. It was too onerous to fill out the paper. I just wanted to give you one story because I had it here. In Arkansas, which was one of the two states, but they only had it for a few months because they realized that it was kicking people off. And they said in the few months that the state had its work reporting requirements in effect, 18,000 people lost coverage. That's 1 in 4 people who were eligible for Medicaid. But research tells us that more than 95% of those people were meeting the requirements, but they were kicked off because they didn't even know that they had to meet the requirements. Even when they do, it's impossible to navigate. And they have one person here, Arkansas, attempting to document her work hours, shared that my mom said I need to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to, and she said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with the lady for like an hour, then she sent me to someone else, then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up trying to report my hours worked, and she lost her Medicaid. In Georgia, there were like 300,000 to 400,000 people that were eligible. The state admitted they were eligible, but only about 7,000 ended up with coverage. That's the one state that still has it. Not because they weren't eligible, but because they couldn't go through the red tape. And you know, I'm not suggesting that anybody on the Republican side is intentionally doing this, but this is the reality, and this is what the CBO says, is why all these people, millions of people under this bill are going to lose their Medicaid because of this red tape. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's going to vary, and I'm glad you mentioned the Arkansas example, because indeed, 18,000 people, right? In New Mexico, you have to fill out, this is what you fill out in New Mexico, right? It's not like people aren't working or that they aren't filling out a lot of paperwork. This is before this bill, and it asks all kinds of stuff. Your immigration status, what you're doing, where you're working. They are filling out too much paperwork as it is. And for a party that's always complaining about paperwork, they're going to just put more on there, because that's not the purpose. The purpose isn't to get people back to work. It's to kick people off of Medicaid. It's to not recognize the hard work of those that already are. Because as you put it, 92%? 92% of adults under 65 on Medicaid are already working or can't work because they're caregiving, illness, they're going to school. So don't tell us about work, because we come from families that work. We come from families that get our hands dirty. We know what it looks like and what it feels like. And these are the people that we are working to protect. And I am very concerned about what they're going to do to indeed the people. When I go to my rural areas, when I went, to the dairy farms and talked to the people in my rural areas, and they said, we are the people who get our hands dirty, because I represent a large rural district. They're going to get slammed, aren't they, Ranking Member Pallone? Because rural hospitals are going to go under. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record Medicaid cuts would threaten rural hospitals. And this is, Madam Chair? Yeah.
You finish the.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to go into it because I think it's really important that Americans who now have woken up and had their second cup of coffee, that they actually look at what's happening here, because it is really scary. In Pennsylvania, 12 rural hospitals, 24% are at immediate risk of closure from what you're doing here. In Michigan, 9 rural hospitals. Oklahoma, 24 rural hospitals. Several in my community as well. But if you are representing a rural area or a rural state, your rural hospitals are going to close. Because this is the thing. We're going to kick you off of Medicaid, and then we're not going to let you get onto the Affordable Care Act with the subsidies. Is that right? And so they're going to show up at the hospitals and not have any care, right?
Absolutely, and I want to explain why, because I'm not sure everyone knows that the CBO estimated that those 8.6 million under the bill that, or at least most of them, that would lose Medicaid because of the red tape, would immediately, or at least they would try to move over to the ACA and get a subsidized insurance policy under the ACA. But because of that, all of the savings that were going to be, go to the rich and the corporate interests under this bill would have been lost. Because if those people moved over to the ACA and got a subsidized insurance policy, the government would have to pay for their subsidy, and therefore there was no savings, or very, very little savings under the bill. And so then they put in the prohibition that if you were denied Medicaid, you could not go to the ACA and get a subsidy. You had to pay full freight, which of course none of them could afford to pay, right? So that is strictly to make sure that there's money saved to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporate interests. That's the only reason that's in there. Again, it's not because, I think the GOP hate the poor. It's because they have to come up with this money to pay for the tax cut for the rich and the corporate interests. That's the bottom line.
So I think it's also, once again, budgets reflect your values. Chairman Moore, I was wondering if you happen to have the bill, if you would mind reading the title of section 106 on page 901, line 20 in the Rules Committee print. Oh, sorry, Chairman Guthrie.
I was about to say, you had made me a chairman. I was just going to say, I
I didn't hear your
accept.
question then, I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I didn't know it was directed at me, I'm sorry. What, will you ask again?
Okay, if you'd go to page 901. Page 901, line 20 of the bill. Do you have the bill in
I
front of you?
don't have the bill in
Nice.
front of me, but
Here,
read the,
I'll pass this down to you.
okay.
Just read that one line. Line 20.
I don't think, that's not in my jurisdiction, I'm sorry, that's why I didn't know
Okay,
about it.
we can pass it. I think that was Ways and Means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Chairman Smith, sorry.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it.
I'll
read it.
I know the
Well, actually,
legislation, but I'm not
Ranking
gonna be
Member Moore.
part of your little
Ranking Member
show
Moore.
here, so you can read it.
It was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking
said
Member
no.
Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you.
I'll help you out.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
Okay, I am,
Miss-
this is amazing.
Miss
You
Lager
are
Fernandez,
on-
shall I pass this back or shall I
No,
read
no,
it for
why don't
you?
you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the
Line 20.
ranking vice chair of the committee. It says Section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. Right? And I don't know where this particular provision came from. We do know that there are certain elected officials who appear to have a certain orange hue about them, that maybe they want to make sure that tanning beds get a little bit of special credit. But really, we are prioritizing tanning beds over hospital beds in rural America. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the tax credit, the child tax credit. Because one of the things that is sad about the child tax credit, I agree that it should have gone on for longer. We fought, Rosa DeLauro has been fighting for that expanded child tax credit for almost her entire time here, and she is joined by so many of us on the Democratic caucus, I think all of us. Now, sadly, it didn't get extended, but it didn't get extended because we could not get the Republican votes to extend it in the way it was. And right now, what they have in this bill would actually deny the full value of the child tax credit to 17 million children because their families don't make enough money to qualify for it. Now, I don't know if the chair wants to answer any more questions, but maybe I'll just ask Ranking Member Moore, is that what's going to happen with the child tax credit? Is the families who need it the most won't get it? Well, does the child tax credit extend to all the families
So what
of
this
America?
legislation does, of the 17 million children that you're talking about, they're going to make sure that their refundability is $1,700. At the end of this year, it drops to $1,000. So we're making sure that they are staying whole of where they are currently. If this bill does not pass, those 17 million children will only have a $1,000 child tax credit instead of a $1,700.
But there is a discrepancy. Representative Moore.
Thank you so much. And you know, Chairman Smith knows that that this is very important to me. This is the reason that I came to Congress. And so while I appreciate the fact that this committee has finally recognized that as an OECD country, we need to provide some kind of child supplement to children. I mean, everybody else has figured that out before we did. And while people want to give women $5,000 to have babies, I just think it's a lot more practical to take care of the children that we already have. I guess the thing that and we're going to get to talking about work requirements again, but as people have pointed out, about 96, 97% of people who are under the age of 65 and that receive any of these benefits they work. And if they're not working, they've worked the year before, you know, they received any of these benefits. They worked a year after they've gotten it. And the 6 or 7% of people who don't work, as Mr. McDermott has pointed out, they have Mr. McGovern, have very complicated lives. They're taking care of elders, they're taking care of children. So if a woman finds herself in a situation, for example, where she, for whatever reason, cannot work, you know, there are 17 million children who will get zero. And these are the poorest kids that there are. And they need support. It's, you know, a child supplement is supposed to recognize that child rearing is expensive. You know, the kids don't earn money particularly, but they need their Cub Scout uniform. You know, they have sports equipment. They can't participate. I can remember growing up when I couldn't go on a field trip because I didn't have $5 for the bus fare. And we're going to leave them out. And, you know, because of this work requirement, the poorest children, 17 million of them, who have no control over whether or not employers will provide their parents with work, parents who perhaps don't have a high school diploma. You know, I know people who wouldn't hire people because all their teeth were rotten. And that wasn't a good look for working in the restaurant. And these are children, the most needy will not receive any money whatsoever. And you have to earn at least $2,500, is that right, Mr. Chairman, to get the lowest amount of the tax credit. So someone, you know, the mayor of Milwaukee, you know, he's got 3 beautiful children, he'll get the maximum tax credit, and the kids who live down the street will get nothing.
It's that disparity. You know, there are so many bad things in this bill that we really need another 3 or 4 days. The Inflation Reduction Act, what they are doing to clean energy, what they are doing in so many different areas, condemning the United States to be so far behind, condemning us to be, you know, second to China on renewable energy in so many different ways. But, you know, I think that we will just continue to talk about these other things because it's really important. But with that, I want to yield just a really quick few seconds to my colleague.
Yes, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent on an article. My colleague mentioned the issues with respect to rural hospitals, but there's a Philadelphia Inquirer article from May 19th entitled "Pennsylvania Hospitals Like Crozer-Chester with a lot of Medicaid patients keep closing. Budget cuts would speed up that trend." And it discusses how half of our adult hospitals in southeastern Pennsylvania have closed due to lack of adequate Medicaid funding.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Houchin, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the panel being here and for long hours and testifying. I do want to offer to my chairman of Energy and Commerce, Chairman Guthrie, to just touch on anything that you would like to cover out of the many accusations that have been leveled about the bill. But my one question to you, since high school diplomas were mentioned, if somebody doesn't have a high school diploma, then they might not be able to get a job per the work requirements that we have in the bill. Doesn't participating in some sort of education program count toward those requirements?
If you're working towards a GED program, that would count towards your work requirement.
So if you want to go through, I'll yield time to you to cover
thanks a
the
lot.
many accusations.
Thanks a lot, and I come from a product of hard work too. My whole life growing up, my childhood up through high school, my dad worked in a Ford foundry. That's pretty hard in Alabama, so that's pretty hard work when you're in the heat of the summer. So I come from that as well. And if you look at, they talked about the coverage loss. I always say, look at ineligible, illegal, and able. So if you look at the coverage loss that comes from the Medicaid requirement, it's people that aren't eligible to participate in the Medicaid program by the rules set up by people who voted for the Medicaid program. The other are the people that are not here in a legal presence. And the other is the able-bodied. And when we talk about able-bodied, well, one, I know that we talked about the maternal health program. That was actually bipartisan. I think Doc Burgess was really engaged in doing that. It was extended for a year. And that, if it's anywhere in the bill, I want somebody to point that out because it's not in the bill that's affected. But the work requirement does not apply to you if you're a pregnant woman, if you're under 19 or over the age of 64, if you're a tribe member, if you're a parent, guardian, caretaker, relative of a disabled individual, or have a dependent child. Veterans with a disability rated as total. Individuals who are medically frail, which includes but is not limited to people with the following conditions: blind, disabled, substance use disorder, disabling mental disorder, physical intellectual development disability, serious or complex medical condition, or other conditions identified by the state or approved by the secretary, or you're for compliance with TANF or SNAP, which SNAP's had them, we argue, since the 1970s, so we think we can do this. People have brought up Georgia and Arkansas. Those were problems. People were working and could not get Medicaid. And that is absolutely not what we want. That's why we took great pains to make sure we simplify the reporting requirements. People have due process rights. We want people to have Medicaid, but if they're not working or able to work, but we don't want to use the work requirement to deprive people of Medicaid. So we feel that is there. The other number, because they throw up 13 million, there's like over 5 million, but that comes from an expiring provision in the Inflation Reduction Act. And it was brought up by my friend from Wisconsin and others that, well, why don't we make all these other things permanent? That wasn't made permanent. It's expiring, and because it's expiring, that's where the 5 million comes from. So there were decisions that I don't know why y'all decided in the IRA to spend $32 billion or $27 billion on the Green Energy Fund when you could have made this last longer. And then my friend from Massachusetts talked about, well, this is for the well-connected. We had a hearing yesterday where there was a nonprofit that was started by a well-connected individual, had $100 in the checking account of the non-progressive forward, and got a $2 billion grant, which the CEO's salary of that is over $800,000. So she's getting paid 5 times a member of Congress to implement a grant appropriated by Congress. And if that's not well connected and right, and that's money that could have been spent for these. And with rural hospitals, I love to see when that article was written, because we really sat down, all of us, we got a lot of energy and commerce people here. I went to rural hospitals. It's urban hospitals. It's any hospital that has a high Medicaid population, which typically also has a high Medicare population. So the low reimbursement rates for those programs affect those hospitals. That's what we're talking about here. And if you look at an item came up that I didn't know as much about, state-directed payments. We sat down, and that's probably what they're writing about, because there were people saying that those should not stay where they are. And we sat down with hospitals, we all did, we looked, and we said, yeah, this really ups the reimbursement for hospitals that have high Medicaid so they can stay open. So we held harmless that provision. Now going forward, there's reform in it, but it held harmless. States said that they had difficult times with their budgets, and the provider taxes helped them get through. You know, President Biden called them a scam. President Obama wanted it to be 3.5. So a lot of people know this is sending money up to match federal money. But we said, okay, we realized it would be a big burden on states if we took a big approach to it. So we held harmless. We said, we're going to freeze where you are. You can increase, but we don't want rural hospitals on the edge closing because we took away state-directed payments, because we lowered the provider taxes for states. And so if anybody's closing tomorrow because of this bill, then it means they were already going to be closing anyway, because this bill doesn't affect that. And then there were people that are ineligible for Medicaid, so on the ACA. So that was another one. So they said if you're on Medicaid and you fall off Medicaid, you can't go to the ACA. The ACA sets up the provision that if you have other coverage, you can't go on if you have other coverage. So if somebody has Medicaid, this is what our argument wasn't save money, but if somebody has Medicaid and the only reason they become ineligible because they are able-bodied under all the exemptions that I read, but they're able-bodied and they fall off Medicaid just because they won't work, then they shouldn't have the opportunity to go get a subsidized plan in another form. And so that's what that provision was there for. So this whole committee, Energy and Commerce, we're all set. We spent a lot of time making sure that we reform a program that's grown twice the size of inflation. I mean, one state has spent $26 billion more on Medicaid in the last 3 years. We felt it was unsustainable. We walled off. There's two groups. There's the Affordable Care Act. So if I'm a healthy Kentuckian and I go to the hospital, the federal government pays 90%. If I'm a disabled child in Kentucky, go to the hospital, the federal government pays 72%. Talk about values. But we have left that alone in our bill because of the states have budgeted and put their hospitals around that. So unfortunately, that's what was put into law under the Affordable Care Act. And so we looked at all of that. How do we get a handle on the growth in Medicaid and make it sustainable and protect it for mothers and pregnant women, mothers, children, the disabled, what the program was originally intended for, because most of the great growth is in the expansion population. And it was, I think this proposal was well thought out. I received a letter from the Kentucky Hospital Association. I said saying that thank you for the path that you took, because this is something we can deal with. I sat with hospital executives when they listened to the rhetoric and they saw where I thought our plan was going, and I could say, look, this is where I think it's going. They'd all say, wow, we can all live with this. So we've given a product that saves the program. It puts it on a more sustainable path. You know, it's still a growing program. It's going to spend over 1.1. We're going to spend $700 billion this year, 1.1 trillion, 10 years from now after this bill's in full effect. So we're not cutting Medicaid. What we're trying to do is deploy the resources for the people that need it the most and reform the program and let states have to take more responsibility in the future, but hold them harmless today, so we don't have these hospitals on the edge, like my friend from Pennsylvania mentioned, on the edge, being affected by what we do here in the next few days.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. You did spend time with hospitals from my state, talking to them about what we were doing in this bill. I really appreciate the time that you took there with them and with many other members. Any member who had hospitals with questions, you took time to visit with, and we are grateful for that. I just want to make a few exclamation points on some of the things that you said. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending.
That's it's going up from $700 billion out of $1.1 trillion under this bill.
That is not sustainable. And Mr. Chairman, what happens to the Medicaid population when we can no longer afford that level of spending?
Well, it's the fear when the interest on the debt just gets so big, it overcomes it all. And so I said to hospitals, a lot of hospital CEOs that I've talked to, yours and others, and I said, look, this is a beginning to bend the cost curve. This will be a much different conversation when we get to the point that we can't borrow money anymore because our debt's too high. We need to have this conversation now because we can do things that's sustainable and can keep everybody operating. But we get to a point where we can't borrow anymore. It's a different conversation.
And we've been talking about safeguarding Medicaid for the people who need it most. Mm-hmm. You said it best. We are preventing the ineligible, the illegal, and the able from accessing benefits and taking dollars away from the very people who this program was designed to help. Pregnant women, children, the disabled, seniors. If we did nothing, would there be more or less money available to take care of the traditional population?
Well, if you think about it, if you're a state program and you get 90 cents, in my state, you get 72.90. So 90 cents for one patient and 72 cents for the other. The incentive is there. I don't think it was intentional. It was to get states to expand, but now the incentive is there to spend more, have more access and care for the higher reimbursement.
And finally, we are saving approximately $700 million in Medicaid over the 10-year window because of making sure people who are ineligible, illegal, and able are not accessing benefits designed for the people who
Well,
need
the
it
able
most.
access them if they work, but the
If they
able,
work,
yeah,
that's
if they
right.
work, yeah.
But we're saving money, but we're still increasing spending in Medicaid. So when Democrats say we're slashing Medicaid, we're still increasing our overall spend in Medicaid over the window.
From
Is
about
that correct?
$700 billion to $1.1 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A lot's been said here today. I would like to offer the opportunity for Chairman Thompson from my neighboring district to offer, in similar fashion, anything that he would like to rebut based on what's been said here today.
Oh, I thank my neighbor to the north for yielding some time. I just want to start out by saying, contrary to the disparaging remarks we've endured today, based on fear, not facts, the goal is not to hurt those struggling in poverty. The goal is to fulfill the purpose that is in law of the nutrition title. In the nutrition title, as of the FRA, by the way, any of those who voted for the FRA were the ones that approved those benefits that we talked about for the homeless, those aging out of foster care, and veterans. You that voted for that were the ones that voted to have those expire in 2030. There was a question during some of the questioning of where that came from. So, but within the FRA, we obviously food security has always been a part of the nutrition title. Really important. But it has a dual purpose. It is officially codified and in law, and that is workforce development. That became a part of that purpose. And I would say we also, not in law, but my own personal perspective is we need to achieve sustainability of this critical program, and not to have cuts. And I've said all along, we've had that discussion in committee, and I read too often about cuts that are happening, and there are no cuts. The House Committee on Agriculture is leading efforts to restore integrity to the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The committee's reforms ensure that SNAP works the way that Congress intended it to, going back to the 1970s. We're really proud of that program. It has been a program that has restored rungs in a ladder of opportunity for folks to be able to pull themselves out of poverty, while at the same time providing supplemental nutritional assistance. And the goal is, and we do that in terms of the program integrity in areas by reinforcing work. Those who can work should. And there certainly are plenty of waivers and provisions so that to address kids, the reason that it's always been 6 years and younger as a waiver under the general work requirements is because it was recognized that if you had a preschool child at home, that you would have to be able to care for them. It also applies if you have someone in your house that is disabled, including maybe a parent that you have to provide care for. Always those exemptions are there. But by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state abuse and overreach. Because when the executive branch and specifically the states do things the wrong way, it is the SNAP participants, those individuals, those families are the ones that are hurt most. So the the reason for this reform, it's intended to intent to supplement the food budget for low-income individuals. That's what SNAP is. The SNAP has ballooned in cost. Since 2019, SNAP rolls have increased by 17%, from 36 million in 2019 to 42 million. And a lot of that has occurred at the state level. And while the overall cost of the program has grown by 83%, ballooning from 60 billion to 110 billion annually, states do administer the program. They administer the program. There's a cost share for administration of the program, and the collectively, the states make $13 billion per year in erroneous payments, both overpayments and underpayments. And both of those hurt the beneficiaries, the people that we've been spending hours now talking about how do we help them. The national average error rate is 11.68%, and that has nearly doubled just since 2019. So what is the impact? Obviously, we all know what the impact is when it's an underpayment. That single-parent mom with 2 little babies the states are not providing sufficient assistance in putting money into their SNAP EBT card. And that's obvious how that hurts those families. But I will tell you that the overpayments, which there's more overpayments than underpayments based on the data, has even, I think, greater harm. If you're that single-parent mom with 2 little babies and the card gets charged, you're going to use whatever's on that card, and that's fine, because that's the benefits you were given, and when you go, and by the way, SNAP beneficiaries use an average of 2 to 3 forms of payment when they go. They're not using just SNAP. That's obviously supplemental to cash and to checks or debit cards. So how does the overpayment hurt them? Well, because the states will come back and claw that back. It may be 3, 4, 6 months later. Now, where is that single-parent mom with 2 little babies supposed to find that money at that point? That's where program integrity is so important. It protects, one of the things it does, it protects the beneficiary. It protects that single mom from that. And so the error rate by these states is completely unacceptable. And you know what? Why do they do it? Because there's no skin in the game. They don't have there's no accountability. They get the money, they execute the program, and if they don't do it right, which is with these error rates is a significant amount, I believe, Pennsylvania doesn't do it right. It's double digits. And there's a lot of Pennsylvanians that are hurt because of these error rates. And that's unacceptable. States have to do a better job. So what we provide is, we could have come in and just done a punishment, but we did a carrot and a stick. And we put it at just 5% cost share, but it's based on their error rates. And I happen to believe that looking over the past couple decades, every state can get their error rate down below to be at that 5% mark. Only 28% of able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP have earned income from work. That's largely because of not because of the law that and the regulations that Congress passes and the executive branch writes, it's because of how it's poorly administered by the states. The USDA and states have intentionally limited enforcement of the SNAP work requirement for adult without dependent children, able-bodied adults, through waivers, leaving 40% of these work-ready individuals today under a waiver of the ABOD work requirement, and remaining on the SNAP rolls long after the 3-month time limit for compliance with the work requirement. So because of the SNAP benefit, unlike other entitlement benefits, is 100% funded by the federal government, there is minimal, I would say no incentive for states to control costs, to enhance efficiency, and improve outcomes for recipients. The gentlelady showed the Medicaid paperwork. That is not paperwork that comes, I don't believe, comes from the federal government, because I know in the SNAP program, you know, it is the states determine that bureaucracy. And there are problems with states that will take months in order to process those applications under the nutrition title. That's unacceptable, and that's why we need to hold states accountable. And I don't believe that no state out there is going to cut SNAP benefits. You heard about the passion for that assistance on both sides of the aisle and here. And so I think you're being pretty much unrealistic and disrespectful to our colleagues that work in state capitals to think that this program would be any less important to them. And we're talking 5%, that I believe that they can all get there. So with that, I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Langworthy, would you yield a moment? I think, Mr. Thompson, you brought up a very significant word in your comments, and that's integrity. And what we keep hearing on our side is we want integrity in these programs to save them. But integrity, and we're hearing that these are moral programs. Well, integrity is moral too. And we want integrity in the programs so that we can save them. And I think you've just outlined that extremely well. And it's a word we have not heard enough of in this debate here, and I think probably in the committees, because we keep hearing about cuts when we're talking about having integrity in the programs. So thank you, Mr.
If the gentleman from New York will yield just a few minutes.
Certainly.
You know, we did not roll back the daily amounts that these recipients receive. There was an increase when the market basket analysis was done at the direction of the 2018 Farm Bill. And again, I agree, it's only like $6 a day, something like that. That amount was not rolled back within this, nor are we preventing going forward adjustments based on inflation, because that is the current law. And so I think those corrections are really important to make, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding.
And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, fake news, misinformation, it has long existed in human societies. And today we heard several folks reference Marie Antoinette and let them eat cake. She never uttered those words. As historians will tell you, there's no evidence that she ever said it. I understand the intent in which it was used, but she never said those words. In fact, the rumor, let me finish.
I just say you guys
the
make
rumor,
Marie Antoinette look like she's down to earth.
No, not going there. But the rumor that she said those words started circulating in the streets of Paris a couple of weeks after her head had been severed by the guillotine. And as everybody knows, the brain only functions for 2 seconds. Scientific data done at the guillotine by a French scientist showed the brain only functions for 2 seconds, 2 blinks of the eye subsequent to the head being severed. Misinformation is still out there, and sometimes it's both sides of the aisle that just, we start these stories or these rumors in the minds of people. And one of those that all of us have been guilty of is talking about work requirements related to this bill, because it's actually community engagement. So if you're going to school, as we've heard some testimony today, if you're engaged in your community in any way, going to school, getting a drug treatment program, it counts. Volunteering in your community for that 18.47 hours a week counts, or 80 hours. It doesn't have to all be done in a week. 80 hours over the course of the 4.33 weeks in a month counts. And so I heard, because we fall into that trap, I heard that, you know, well, how can you work when you need daycare? Well, you could be volunteering with the local daycare and count as community engagement. So we need to try to get the facts straight in this point in history, or else 200 years from now, they're going to be talking about work requirements when in fact it's community engagement. Just as we have heard today that Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake, which she never did. Now, we have also heard other disparagements today which are not accurate. The gentleman from Missouri threw shade on the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier by saying that it didn't have great jurisdiction. Now, having heard some of this, I'm sure his opinion has changed. And knowing that in order for him to make final comments, he will need to be recognized by a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I'm sure his opinion has changed in the last few hours as we've been debating this. And I would now ask the gentleman from Missouri if he would like to correct any things that are misunderstood that have been said today or that somehow otherwise need correction, so the historical record will be complete.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, asking that question, and also for serving on a fairly decent committee. I appreciate the work that you all have been doing. You know, this bill is a bill for working Americans. I'm a product of the working class. Like I said earlier, I grew up most of my life in a single wide trailer, and then we upgraded to a double wide. My dad was one of those 199A employees that would benefit in this bill. He was the employee of one. He had a 2-car garage. He was the best transmission overhaul mechanic that you could find. And I was the first in my family to ever graduate college. They were the first in their family to ever graduate from high school. And so the community that I represent, my hometown where I live today, is less than 5,000 people. The per capita income is just at $24,000. $24,000 a year. My grandparents never had running water on the farm that I live on. I was the first one to drill a well so we didn't have to use an outhouse. I understand the struggles of working Americans, and that's why for over the last year, Chair Fox, we have traveled throughout this country. We've had 15 different field hearings from a homeless shelter in Chicago to an Indian reservation in Arizona to the second largest port in Staten Island. We went all over this country to hear from real small business owners, real working moms, real farmers of the issues that they're facing in today's economy. And that's what this bill delivers on. This bill makes permanent what is expiring at the end of this year. Every individual tax rate will be made permanent. The 10% tax rate will be made permanent. Every single one. The child tax credit, which affects 40 million Americans, 40 million children. If Congress does not act by passing this legislation, you will see the child tax credit go from $2,000 to $1,000. To $1,000. That affects working families. The guaranteed deduction, which 91% of Americans use when they file their taxes, that gets slashed in half if we don't pass this bill. But guess what? This bill also increases that guaranteed deduction, $1,000 per individual. That's real tax relief for the 91% of Americans that use it to file their taxes. We also enhanced the child tax credit, $500, to make the child tax credit $2,500. Inflation's gone up a lot since 2017, and we're indexing it for inflation. We're also delivering on the promise that we made to the voters of no taxation on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors, also allowing you to be able to deduct your interest from autos made in the United States. I'll tell you, the senior citizen who's an Uber driver is going to benefit the most from this tax package, because no tax on tips, senior tax relief, and also they can deduct their interest if that car is made in the United States. These are real impacts for real Americans. In fact, an average family of 4 under this tax bill will see their tax cuts of $1,300. $1,300. Where I come from, $1,300 is a lot of money in the paychecks of working families who are struggling just to get by. In this tax bill, what it does for small businesses, there's 26 million small businesses right now that are wondering, is their tax rate going to be 43.4% next year or 23 to 28%? And these are those mom and pops on Main Street that are just surviving. That's my parents' auto repair shop in Southeast Missouri. They're deciding of how to invest, how to grow right now with the uncertainty, and this bill will provide that certainty. In fact, we also enhance the small business deduction to 23%, allowing them to have more parity with the big corporations, with having a lower tax rate as a small business owner. We also go after special interest tax provisions that were passed in the IRA. We eliminate more than $500 billion of bad green scam policies. And those policies will be redirected for the working class Americans, those tipped employees, those linemen working overtime, those seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck. That's what we're going to do with those green credits. We're also going to hold elite universities accountable. We're going to make sure that they pay their share of revenues coming from endowments. Corporate tax rate's 21%. The top tax rate will be 21%. If an endowment can have $55 billion, more than most countries, I think that they're not really paying their fair share. We're always talking about paying their fair share, but we're going to make sure those elite universities pay their fair share. It's the same way with woke non-for-profits. We're holding them accountable. We're also saving $140 billion in the tax code to make sure illegals aren't benefiting from the tax code. And this is all to deliver real relief for the average, everyday American who sent us to Washington for this mandate. I appreciate you for allowing us to be here today.
Madam Chair, I
Still
yield
your
back.
time.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will engage Mr. Wahlberg. I appreciate your patience throughout this hearing. I can relate that it's a little lonely when you sit at the edge of the table, but would welcome any closing thoughts and comments from you and the incredible work that your committee members produced at the Education and Workforce Committee.
Well, Mr. Jack, I appreciate that. Bobby and I are feeling like Rodney Dangerfield down here at the end of, you know, I served on the Ag Committee, my first term in office. Great committee. Got a great Ag district that I represent. I served on Energy and Commerce up until I took the chairmanship of this fabulous committee. And I never wanted to serve on Ways and Means. It's not up to my standards yet. No, I love you, Jason. I love you. I just had to get that in. But I do appreciate that. You know, education workforce, and I don't want to belabor this, but we did some amazing work, I believe. $350 billion of savings that will, I think, foster better opportunity for students in higher education at lower costs. In the Northwest Ordinance, that's probably included in some of your state's constitutions, it says religion, morality, knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. I don't think we've been encouraging education as we ought to, and for that reason, my ranking member, Scott, and I, and Representative Neguse, I'll respond to your question, which was a legitimate question. We started at 10:15 in the morning on our markup. 5.5 hours later, after 33 or 34 amendments that we debated together, we completed it. And I turned to Bobby and I said, Bobby, what happened? He said, what do you mean? I said, it's still light out. I think that shows how a committee can work together to get things done, whether we agree or not on everything, and we didn't. But I think the passion is there for education. So what we did in this bill, seeing that right now, 40% of master's degree programs and a quarter of bachelor's degree programs leave students worse off than if they'd never started in higher education because of the costs and the debt that they have. Within the next 10 years, if we don't do something, we have $300 billion of debt to the students that they're going to lose over the next 10 years. Taxpayers lose 20 cents on every dollar that they lend to post-secondary education right now. That's not a winning formula. So in our legislation, Mr. Jack, we attempted to reduce from 5 disparate loan programs, some without, well, most without any limit on them, down to 2. And we put reasonable caps in for undergrad, for grad, and for professional grad students. Why did we do that? To give incentive to colleges, universities, trade schools, community colleges, to live within their means, and ultimately we gave them something they've asked for many years, and now they have the opportunity to counsel their students on the basis of what their program will afford to them once they graduate, what they should take as a loan and no more. For that reason, we have a chance to give them skin in the game, that if students come out at the end of the pipeline and they are paying off their student loan, keeping on track to do that, and they have advanced in their ability to earn, we give them a special carrot called a promise grant. If they don't, and the students are defaulting and not achieving what they ought to achieve, then we give them a portion of risk sharing to contribute, that carrot and stick approach. Bobby and I agreed on a very significant portion of the bill, and that's workforce Pell, short-term Pell. We know our manufacturing entities, our trades, need people in the jobs these days. And why not give them certification programs, apprenticeship programs, short-term degrees that we can use workforce Pell for, to bring them out of that pipeline with a skill, with a job, and without huge student loan debt. And Bobby and I are going to continue to work on other workforce programs to ramp up that deal, but we did get that into this bill as well. So I won't belabor the point, but that $350 billion of savings is all being put in to make it more accessible for students to come out of the end of the pipeline. We don't agree on all of that. I get that. But that's the approach, and I think in the end, we're going to see a better higher education system.
I wonder if the gentleman might give the ranking member a chance to.
Well, he already had a chance to address one of your concerns, but
a lot
yeah.
for him. I just heard a lot of references to Bobby.
Respectfully,
Mr.
Mr. Neguse, I reclaim my time, and I appreciate your comments, Chairman Wahlberg, and obviously appreciated your testimony throughout this hearing, Mr. Scott. And with that, I yield back to our chairwoman, Ms. Fox.
Madam Chair, can I publicly thank Rules Republicans for all those profound last questions?
You just did.
Just did.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair?
Excuse me,
I'd
Mr.
like
Scott.
like to thank you and the gentleman from Colorado for your kind words about Jerry Conley as the Dean of the Virginia delegation. Several people said very nice things, and I'd like to thank you for those.
I want to say, I think it's important we always acknowledge each other because we all work hard. And it's important that we do that, no matter the party. The next panel, thank you. I have an important announcement to make. To the members in the room who've been waiting patiently to deliver amendment testimony, I have a brief announcement about how we're going to proceed. Those of you who've been excused can go. We're going to begin with the leadership panel, but it will still be an amendment panel. Democrat leadership has asked to testify as a panel of 3 to begin with. But it's our understanding they will abide by the procedures of an amendment panel, meaning 5 minutes of testimony each. We will then move to calling up members to testify on amendments, 8 members at a time. We've been doing our best to monitor when members have arrived and are arriving. We're also doing our best to cross-reference our notes on this with the staff of our Democrat counterparts so we get it as right as possible. I'll be calling up the members 8 at a time. I've been patient this entire meeting, and I ask for reciprocal patience here. If you just walked in, you may need to wait for a third panel. And for those listening who aren't here, you may need to wait for a fourth panel, and so on. Again, I'm asking everyone to be patient. We'll be identifying the members for each panel verbally. I believe if you are on the Democrat side, and I think everyone who wants to offer an amendment is on the Democrat side, you may talk to the Democrat staff outside about where you might be in the queue. Mr. Jeffries, I understand you want to address the group in terms of the loss of Mr. Connolly first, and then I'll identify you for your testimony.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the moment of silence and the kind words of remembrance on behalf of our dear colleague, Jerry Conley, who really was a member's member, someone who conducted himself with the highest degree of intellect, brilliance, resilience, integrity, humor, and wit. It's a great loss for his family, great loss for his district, great loss for the Commonwealth of Virginia, great loss for us as House Democrats, but certainly a great loss for the Congress and for the country, given just the depth of his representation, the relationships that he had on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, and the fierce representation that he provided to the people that he's been privileged to represent for decades. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some brief words of reflection on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus.
Well, I'm reminded of an old, old poem, "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Now, I'd like to recognize that we have Minority Leader Jeffries, Leader Clark, and part of the leadership, Mr. Aguilar, at the witness table for our first panel. So I now will recognize each of you. Will you be going first, Mr. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to testify at this incredibly important Rules Committee meeting. I also thank my colleagues, Whip Catherine Clark and Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, for partnering with me on this amendment. Come before you today with an amendment to strike the unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American cuts to the health care and food assistance of the American people. America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are better than this. The great American middle-class dream is that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should have the ability to provide a comfortable life for yourself and for your family, a good-paying job, educate your children, purchase a home, and have access to high-quality and affordable health care, as well as be able to put food on your kitchen or dining room table. Unfortunately, we are here today discussing a bill that would make that American dream harder to reach for millions by increasing costs for families, hardworking American families, and gutting the things that they need to survive and thrive. This reckless budget would take health care and food assistance away from millions of people in order to provide tax cuts to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It would hurt children, hurt seniors, hurt families, hurt women, hurt people with disabilities, and hurt our nation's veterans. If enacted, the GOP tax scam would represent the largest cut to health care in American history and the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history in order to provide the largest tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk in American history. So let's begin with the health care component of this amendment. Everyone should have access to high quality and affordable health care in the United States of America. In 1965, Congress created both Medicare and Medicaid. In the intervening decades, Congress passed legislation to expand and strengthen these important programs. In 2010, this Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, passed the historic Affordable Care Act, which created new protections for people with pre-existing conditions and expanded health care for tens of millions of people who couldn't otherwise afford it. Since then, we have managed to achieve the lowest uninsured rate in history. Why would we go backward? Which is what the GOP tax scam would do. We know, however, that our healthcare system is not perfect. Too many Americans continue to be unable to pay their medical bills and struggle to get access to the care that they need. As Democrats, we are ready to work in a bipartisan manner to address these challenges, but we will never support any Republican effort to rip away health care from the American people. This GOP tax scam will force nearly 14 million people to lose their health coverage and cause millions more to pay higher copays, premiums, and deductibles. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die in all of your districts. Now, prior to the modern SNAP program being created in 1964, there was vast hunger and food insecurity across this country, including in low-income communities, rural areas, and communities of color. Thanks to public investigations, community-based organizations, and some good journalism, these challenges were spotlighted, and the need for an expansion of federal food assistance was highlighted. The American people were moved by images of children with distended bellies rummaging around in garbage and families going hungry. Finally compelled Congress to act. And over the last 60 years, we as a country have made significant progress to reduce hunger and help people afford nutritional food. Unfortunately, the policies in this GOP tax scam threaten to undo this progress and return us to an age where far too many children or veterans or seniors are struggling to eat and get access to the nutrition that they need. It's also important to recognize that SNAP is a vital part of providing opportunity for our farmers, who we stand with, food makers, small businesses, truckers, independent grocers, and the entire supply chain. So for the Republicans who have promised to love and cherish Medicaid, I ask you to support this amendment. For the Republicans who believe we should not rip food away from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, we ask you to support this amendment. And for the Republicans who believe that the gospel in Matthew 25 and 35 teaches us to stand up for the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, we ask you to support this amendment and strike these harmful cuts to health care and nutritional assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Ranking Member McGovern, the members of this committee. I am a proud co-sponsor of Leader Jeffrey's amendment, Protecting Medicaid and SNAP. And my Democratic colleagues have done an excellent job laying out how taking Medicaid and food from kids and seniors and veterans and moms to give tax cuts to billionaires while increasing our deficit is a triple threat to the American people. But unfortunately, it doesn't end there. I'm offering an additional amendment that strikes a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Speaker Johnson recently said about this provision, it is about going after, quote, big abortion. But he knows better than that. We all know the federal government doesn't pay for abortion care. We all know Republicans have already decimated access to safe abortions in this country. So what does this provision actually do? It further defunds women's health care. It defunds cancer screenings, prenatal care, postpartum services, fertility treatments, preventative care. 96% of Planned Parenthood's clinical work has nothing to do with abortion, but everything to do with serving millions of women, most of them overwhelmingly in rural and underserved areas, who are having a hard time finding reproductive care or any health care, especially in states with abortion bans. Faced with the choice of either breaking the law or breaking their oath to put patients first, OBGYNs are packing up and leaving. As a result, 35% of counties in America don't have a single obstetrician. In Georgia, it's 42%. In Texas, it's 50%. Clinics are shutting down while maternal mortality is on the rise. Infant mortality is up for the first time in decades. How does this bill respond to this Republican-manufactured crisis? It piles on. It makes it even harder for women to find health care. Without this amendment, it would shut down nearly 600 health centers run by Planned Parenthood, 64% of which serve women living in medical deserts. These are communities that don't have enough healthcare providers as it is. These are women who overwhelmingly live in rural areas. These are women that you represent. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, 7,500 South Carolinians will lose their doctor. All of them, 100%, live in a medical desert. 9,200 Georgians are on the edge of that same cliff, 75% in medical deserts. 22,000 Hoosiers, 82% medical deserts. 24,000 Virginians, 50%. 37,000 North Carolinians, 67%. 51,000 Minnesotans, 69%. And 118,000 Texans. Count on Planned Parenthood in a state where babies and pregnant women are dying at a historic rate. 2/3 of Texans live in medical deserts, and 141,000 New Yorkers are about to see 47 clinics boarded up, 61% of them in the neediest areas in New York State. Millions of women are counting on their representatives to make the right decision. Women like Cheryl from North Carolina, who years ago was overdue for a pap smear, but she didn't have insurance and she kept putting it off. A friend mentioned Planned Parenthood would provide this free of charge. She booked an appointment, got checked, and it came back abnormal. They caught it early, and the cancer was removed. Cheryl credits Planned Parenthood with saving her life. A lot of stories begin like Cheryl's. They should all end in the same way, with health care that saves lives. I hope this amendment gives you all pause. When the women in this country deserve health care, and I hope you will think about the moms struggling to get by and stay healthy for the sake of their children and their families. It is not too late. Do right by them. Make this amendment in order for floor consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, distinguished colleagues on the committee. I appreciate your kind words about our colleague, Mr. Connolly, as well, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce amendments that would strengthen SNAP, a program that helps families across the country meet their basic needs. I'm also proud to co-sponsor Leader Jeffries' amendment. State governments can't afford to take on the extra costs that this legislation would impose on them. It would force leaders in red states and blue states to either raise taxes or remove people from SNAP, leaving even more Americans hungrier and poorer. I wish more Americans had the opportunity to hear from our prior panel's testimony during the workday, but this committee made the choice to hide from the public and keep hidden what's actually in this bill. In fact, we're still told that managers' amendments are still being negotiated and are incomplete. It is outrageous that this committee is debating these policies under the cover of darkness, but it shouldn't be surprising. Legislation you intend to pass, started at some ungodly hour, kicks millions of Americans off their health insurance and takes away food assistance for families who need it most. As grocery prices rise, I cannot understand why my Republican colleagues want to take food out of the mouths of mothers, children, and veterans while making health care even more expensive. House Democrats are eager to take on waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the federal government, but we cannot find a willing partner on the other side of the aisle because of our colleagues' single-minded focus on cutting health care for people who need it most. This legislation doesn't make Medicaid or SNAP more efficient or more fair, Madam Chair. All this bill does is ensure that billionaires who have never had to worry about a hospital bill or putting food on the table can continue to pay less in taxes than a teacher, a firefighter, or a nurse. Madam Chair, it is a fact that only House Democrats want to make health care more accessible and more affordable for everyone. We will continue to fight back against this effort to drive up costs of health insurance and end basic needs programs just to make a group of campaign donors happy. The contrast is clear. House Republicans are making health care more expensive and less accessible. House Democrats want to ensure that every American can earn the peace of mind of a good-paying job with great benefits. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, would you mind leaving your testimony with me? Because I don't believe I heard a couple of things that you said, and I just want to look at it before I make any comments.
Of course.
Okay, I want to double check that I heard some things that I think you said.
Okay.
Before I make any comments.
Of course.
I'm going to recognize, before I speak, I'm going to recognize any of my colleagues. Ms. Houchin, Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I would just like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article entitled Rich State Poor People. And if I might.
Without objection.
If I might just read from it, the oil and gas boom has helped New Mexico has become the nation's second biggest oil producing state. Taxes paid on the state's oil production will generate, and in quotations, more money than we know what to do with, according to Democrat State Senator and Legislative Finance Committee Chair George Munoz. States are flush with cash that are well run. Thank you.
Without objection. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah. First of all, let me just address something that Chairman Smith said. He went through all the things in the tax section of the reconciliation bill that, quite frankly, most of us support. I mean, the child tax credit, the no tax on tips, the middle-class tax cuts. But what he omitted, with the tax cuts for billionaires, what he omitted were the cuts to Medicaid that will throw people off of health care, or the cuts to SNAP. Leader Jeffries, I mean, we're reasonable. We're happy to work with them. But there's no way in hell we're going to support a bill that's going to throw 14 million people off of health care, or throw millions of people off of SNAP. Maybe you can maybe comment on how would children, how would seniors be impacted by the legislation that is before us?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. This legislation would rip health care away from approximately 14 million Americans, including millions of children who will be adversely impacted by the fact that Medicaid is being cut in the greatest numbers in American history, children who would otherwise be able to see a doctor when they're sick but might not be able to as a result of Medicaid being ripped away. Children who will no longer have the ability to receive preventative care that could catch things early enough to avoid serious illness or death. They're impacted by the GOP tax scam. Seniors, of course, who will have their Medicaid ripped away from them will also be adversely impacted because the majority of seniors who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, these aren't statistics, it's our parents, our grandmother, our grandfather, our great-grandmother and grandfather. The majority of people who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, which allows people to maintain dignity and respect in their amazing golden years, they rely on Medicaid to receive that assistance. And that, of course, is at risk of being ripped away from them. And Mr. McGovern, it's all being done in service of enacting the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. Billionaires like Elon Musk, who's the last person in this country who deserves a tax break.
And Mr. Aguilar, I support your amendment. You know, interesting enough, the House Agriculture Committee never did a hearing on the cost sharing issue with states. And there's a reason why governors all over the country are panicking that they may be hit with a bill of hundreds of millions of dollars or even $1 billion in the case of Pennsylvania, which they're not going to be able to meet, and therefore it will result in them costing, it will end up cutting the benefit to people. And so I support it totally. And Leader Clark, let me ask you, is it possible at all for other providers like community health centers to absorb the patients that Planned Parenthood health centers see annually? And what services for women would be at risk?
Thank you so much for the question, and let's bust this myth once and for all, because we have two things going on here. We have the nearly 14 million Americans, including many women, seniors, moms, pregnant moms, who are going to be have their health care taken away from them totally, and that impacts healthcare centers, FQHCs. They receive, Medicaid is the single largest source of payments, reimbursements for our FQHCs. And this is what's always pointed to by the right, as they will just pick up these services for women out of this defunded clinics for Planned Parenthood. It is impossible. At the same time that you are cutting Medicaid to these clinics, in Massachusetts alone, that'll be a almost $1.2 billion cut to these health centers, and saying if you're going to pick up what Planned Parenthood provides, you would have to increase the capacity of our FQHCs by 56%. So we're going to take away Medicaid over here, and then we're going to say magically increase capacity by 56% to serve the women who will no longer have a place to get the cancer screenings, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments, contraception, reproductive health care that they need, and that is increasingly difficult to find.
I regret that so much of what is done in this Congress and in this current administration around health care is so politically charged.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the SNAP issue, people are going to see their benefits cut. Again, on average of $2 a person, per meal. That's it. And if states can't meet their cost share, they have no choice but to cut the benefit. And no hearings on this, not one single hearing. And this is a major change, and not even the courtesy of a hearing. We weren't able to bring in governors or anybody from any states to be able to comment on what the impact of this would be, or whether even all the states could meet, their financial obligation. And I mean, that it's part of a reconciliation bill, and that nobody even cares enough to do a hearing on it. Is that the way you legislate around here? I don't know if you want to add anything before I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I think that's incredibly important, and I just share that the cost-shared discussion really breaks a promise of 50 years of a relationship between the federal government and the states. This is shifting more resources so they can be the bad guys, and so they can reduce benefits, kick people off of eligibility. It's just an existential threat and would result in significant reductions in benefits to the people who need it most.
And I'll just say finally, all this does is it gives my Republican friends some cover to be able to dodge responsibility, and when benefits get cut, say, hey, it's not me, it's the states. And again, that to me is very cynical. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach. Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think we just heard a little bit about myth busting, so Leader Jeffries, I was wondering if you could address the myth which we have had thrown at us repeatedly throughout all the committee hearings on this bill, that somehow these proposals are going to be paid for by kicking undocumented immigrants off federally subsidized food and health care. Is that true? Are undocumented immigrants getting federal health care and federal food benefits?
Yeah, it's a great question. Under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one. And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children. We're talking about everyday Americans. We're talking about Americans with disabilities. And when it comes to nutritional assistance, we're talking about veterans who have served this country, sacrificed, risked it all, and they're going to lose access to the food assistance they need to live a life of dignity and respect. Those are the facts. That's why we're fighting hard to stop this GOP tax scam that will hurt everyday Americans dead in its tracks.
I appreciate that because we've heard this gaslighting, for weeks now, and we knew it wasn't true, but I appreciate your clarifying that as well. And of course, to the extent that anyone was trying to game the system and get benefits to which they were not entitled, we have inspectors general who were tasked with rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, but unfortunately have been fired by this administration. So, don't preach about wanting to ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse when you're pulling the watchdogs whose job it was. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I already came to you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chairman Aguilar for your leadership and for the amendments that you submitted before the committee today. As you all know, we started at 1 a.m., so this hearing's been going now for about 10 hours. We've heard from many Republican chairmen. We have, of course, many members of our caucus who are here that we'll hear from. The only person, and of course we have all the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus, and we're so grateful that each of you came forward to testify in this fashion. The one person we haven't heard from is the Speaker, who came here briefly earlier but was not willing, I guess, to testify in the way that you all have. Mr. Leader, I know you offered to debate the Speaker on the floor. I believe sent a letter to him about a month and a half ago on this particular reconciliation bill, and I wonder if you might expound a bit on why you think that is important for the American people to be able to hear that debate and that dialogue.
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Colorado. And first of all, let me thank all of the members of the Rules Committee, certainly my colleagues on the Democratic side who have done a tremendous job on behalf of the American people, Jim McGovern, Mary Gay Scanlon, you, Joe Neguse, and of course, Teresa Ledger-Fernandez. Let me also thank the chair, Chairwoman Fox, from the great state of North Carolina by way of New York City. She may have left the Bronx, but the boogie down Bronx has never left her. So thank you for providing this opportunity for us to have this discussion. But one person is missing, Speaker Mike Johnson. Over a month ago, I asked our distinguished colleague from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, to debate any of us, but certainly myself, on the House floor about this very bill. He believes it's one big, beautiful bill. We believe it's one big, ugly bill that's going to hurt the American people, hurt children, hurt families, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, cut health care, cut nutritional assistance, explode the debt by a minimum of $3.8 trillion. This is being done by people who claim to be the stewards of fiscal responsibility. $3.8 trillion, if not more. And so the offer still stands. I'd love to have the opportunity to debate Speaker Johnson anytime, any place, right here at the Rules Committee, or certainly on the floor of the House of Representatives. Not a duel, a debate of ideas.
I couldn't agree more, and I thank the leader, the whip, the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for coming and testifying. Rep. Clark, as you described the impact that the abortion bans have had on states across this country, the lack of reproductive health care in states around this country, and then that this bill would then add to that difficulty. I am reminded, and I've been sharing lately, a story that I didn't used to talk about because it was so hard, about how when I was pregnant, I almost bled to death. And I remember lying on that hospital surgery piece of metal. And they didn't put me to sleep because we were trying to save the baby. And they were screaming, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her. Those doctors could concentrate on saving my life. They did not have to worry about whether they were going to be criminally charged or whether they were going to have to shut down their practice because they were working on a complicated pregnancy. And now we know across the country, in rural areas especially, we are losing our OBGYN care. So I want you to talk a little bit more about what happens in those rural areas, what happens in those areas where doctors are fleeing, and how what they're doing in this bill by going after Planned Parenthood, does that make it worse?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. And it is the story of women across this country. Pregnancy is often complicated and it needs interventions. And we want safe outcomes. The way we get that is good prenatal care and being able to find that within a 50-mile drive from your home. And with the abortion bans, that is becoming out of reach for so many people. And it compounds the cruelty in this bill that is already there in all that they are taking away from women and children and families, from their health care, from food programs, public schools, the list goes on, for this cynical exercise of giving tax cuts to people who are too wealthy to need them or maybe even notice them. So we have to keep our eye focused on what is happening. And with this amendment, it may seem like a sort of insignificant or a very detailed part of this overall package, but the themes are the same. And at the end of the day, it is denial of health care for women in this country. And at the same time, we have a White House lamenting, why aren't women having children? Maybe we'll give them $5,000. If you don't have a safe place to have a child, if you cannot guarantee that you will survive, have the medical attention that you will need, and if you're able to have that child, that child will be able to access health care, that you'll be able to find affordable quality child care near where you go to work, that you will be able to have the fundamentals of a housing to be able to put a life together A recent study showed the majority of families in this country, 60% of families, cannot afford the basics. And what they're saying in this, and what makes it so pernicious, is this has no place in a reconciliation bill. This is ideology, and this is policy. And this is saying, we don't like abortion providers, and it's not enough to outlaw them in our own states, to deny that care in those states. If there is an affiliate or a subsidiary in any state, then we will shut down the clinic that is not providing abortion care, but is providing this critical primary care for women. That doesn't belong in this bill either, and it is part of the pattern and the theme of this bill, that the American family is put last, and we are making the winner's circle so very small, and it doesn't include women in this country, it doesn't include working families, it doesn't include seniors and veterans, and the 99.9% of people who get up and work hard every single day and want to have a future for their children, a place in this economy, want their small business to survive this tariff regime, want to be able to put a life together that has hope. And instead, we're offering them ideology wrapped up as health care. It is a cruelty and it is a shame. And that is why we have seen the Democratic caucus and the American people united against this bill.
Thank you, Rip Clark. Chairman Aguilar, your amendment, I think, touches on a very important fact, and that is that people are working. They're working really hard, and they're often not getting paid enough. And when Democrats were in charge, we increased jobs. But right now, there is a recession looming. And what they're going to do is kick people out of Medicaid, and they're not going to be able to get nutrition programs. And they're saying it's because people are lazy. Is that right, Chairman Aguilar? I mean, what is really happening with regards to American families who are working hard and just maybe not making enough money to afford health care?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for sharing your story, first of all, and for the question. My amendment prevents what I hope is something we can all agree on. No child in our country should go hungry. Yet under this bill, nearly 645,000 people, including children ages 7 to 18, will lose some or all of their SNAP benefit just in my state of California. Whether you're a child in New Mexico or Maine or California, that isn't right. As cruel and failed as that 3-month time limit is, it has never been applied to parents and grandparents with dependent children. It's right in the name, able-bodied adults without dependents. So what is supposed to happen, the child turns 7 and now doesn't need to go to school by themselves, it's just playing wrong, and it puts kids at risk. No one is staying home for SNAP benefits that are $6 per person per day. If my colleagues were serious, we wouldn't be providing child care and transportation and fair wages to help families make ends meet rather than cutting these important benefits.
Thank you, Chair Aguilar. And Leader Jeffries, thank you for painting the picture of what hunger looked like in America and what poverty looked like in America when we decided that that was not an acceptable picture for us. And I think it's a policy choice, but I think you also touched on a sense that it's also a moral choice. And I entered into the record earlier today a letter from 31 faith organizations who were opposing these kinds of cuts because they noted that it was against a principle, a moral principle, that government should provide for those who are in need. And I just wanted to give you the last word. I'm the last Democrat who gets to ask a question on these issues of how you see the values and the choices that are being made in this bill.
Well, thank you again for sharing your powerful story in such a compelling way, and it really does illustrate the challenges that we confront here. When we make policy decisions, we are impacting the American people in ways that, in certain cases, could be questions of life and death. It's often been said, Dr. King made this observation, that budgets are moral documents. And I don't question anyone's faith in this room. There are people of faith on both sides of the aisle. But we do have to ask the question, can't simply be enough to go to synagogue or go to the mosque or go to church and pray on Sunday and then come to Washington, D.C. and pray on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on working families, pray on everyday Americans, pray on our children, pray on our veterans, pray on older Americans. It can't be sufficient to go to church and pray on Sunday, but then come to Washington, D.C., advance a bill like the GOP tax scam, and pray on the American people for the rest of the week. Democrats will never stand for it, and we're going to fight hard to make sure that we do everything we can to uplift the American people, to protect their health care, protect nutritional assistance, protect our veterans, protect our children, protect our women, our families, older Americans, and to protect the American way of life. I yield back.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Whip Clark. Thank you, Chair Aguilar. I will say that, you know, as we did the procession on Palm Sunday, our Archbishop said exactly that he wanted to pray for all of us, that we would remember the poor and the needy, and that we would have the grace in our hearts to do what's right. Tribal leaders came and met with me yesterday and said that they had done the blessings in the morning so that they could bring them to Washington, D.C., because the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to tribal sovereignty, the cuts was something their people could not survive. And so I think those prayers and those blessings are important so that when we come to Washington, we act from our hearts and that we let that lead our decisions. Thank you very much for all three of you for this incredible amendments, this incredible testimony. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yeah,
I'm
well,
going to announce the names.
yeah, but before you do, can I make one statement? Please. I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here for an incredibly long time. Some of them have been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. And I feel very proud to be part of this caucus, and I feel very proud of all the members who are here who want to make their voices and their views heard. And I especially want to also thank Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi for being here for hours as well. And I want to thank our leadership team. But it means a lot to me personally, and I think to everybody on this committee, that we have so many colleagues that feel so strongly that they have waited for hours and hours and hours to be able to present their amendments. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me say that.
Okay, the next panel will be Tim Kennedy, Norma Torres, Al Green, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Beatty, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Gomez, and Ms. Robin Kelly.
Oh, yeah, the leader.
If you all would quickly get to the tables, please. We can fit in one more. One more. We can do one more. 2, 4. We got 7. Oh, yeah. May I suggest, if you're here for the next panel, start down here and move up here. It makes it a lot easier to get people seated. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here today to offer 2 critical amendments. First, to strike Section 44111 and preserve the current 10% state cost share for Medicaid expansion, preventing the financial burden that will otherwise fall on states and safety net hospitals. Second, to strike Section 44126, which targets and defunds community health centers that provide family planning services. Taken together, these provisions in the underlying bill, in addition to the massive cuts to Medicaid that this bill ensures, would decimate access to care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women, children, and seniors. As members of the majority attempt to shove this bill down the throats of the American people, and frankly, some members of their own party, in a process that started in the middle of the night while America slept, my Democratic colleagues and I are here to stand up and shed light on what you're hoping to hide from the American people. As an occupational therapist myself, the husband of a physical therapist, the son of a nurse, and the representative of a community with 285,000 people who depend on these services, including 110,000 children, let me focus on what's at stake with the Medicaid provisions outlined in this bill. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, nearly 25 million Americans nationwide have gained access to care through the Medicaid expansion. That means moms have access to prenatal and postnatal care. Children can get regular checkups. And people struggling to put food on the table can still see a doctor before minor issues become emergencies. It means those in rural areas, often far from major hospitals, can visit clinics, access telehealth services, or get prescriptions filled without having to travel hours for basic preventative care. States that expanded Medicaid saw the uninsured rate among low-income adults decrease by more than half. It is so popular that even in states where the legislature and governor opposed it, like Oklahoma, when put to the voters, it was approved. In New York, the state I represent, expanding Medicaid has given over 1 million people access to care. With this bill, New York will face nearly $1 billion in new costs, while other states could see their expansions repealed entirely. As I've been here since the wee hours of the morning, participating in a broken process that started at 1 a.m., I cannot fathom why members of this majority would choose to rip life-saving care away from your own constituents in the name of tax breaks for billionaires, aside from the fact that the president told you to do so. As an occupational therapist, again, I've worked with patients, young and old, people who rely on Medicaid for necessary care. I've seen what happens when patients delay care because they cannot afford it. Minor conditions become chronic, emergency room wait times lengthen, and hospitals cannot absorb the cost. As a result, our healthcare system becomes destabilized. In cutting Medicaid, we don't eliminate the need for care, we just eliminate access to care. And for those who aren't on Medicaid, we only make care more expensive and harder to get. We force families to choose between medicine and groceries. We push more patients into overcrowded ERs, and we risk lives. This Republican bill does not save money, and it sure doesn't help the people who sent us here to represent them. It shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and to the people who can least afford it. Simply put, it's cruelty. My amendments protect Medicaid expansion programs and ensure that millions of Americans don't lose the care that they need, and that our public hospitals and safety net systems can continue to function. Without our Democratic amendments, this bill will make all Americans less safe and healthcare less accessible, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments. Healthcare, we know, is not a luxury reserved for the few, and it shouldn't be. It is a right, and it is our responsibility to protect it. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, you're recognized. You're a former member of the committee. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, Ranking Member McGovern. It's great to be back with all of you here, although under difficult circumstances. I know how difficult it is to have to work through the night, but the work that we're doing here today is really important. It's important for members to be able to share how this bill will impact our constituents. The bill before the committee, it is truly a disaster for the American people. It would throw almost 14 million people off Medicaid. It would cause our hospitals to close in areas that need them the most. It would cut food assistance for more than 3 million Americans, and all to help the multi-billionaires that pay much less in taxes. I fully support many of the amendments proposed by Democrats to fix these cruel actions, and I hope that they'll be made in order. I have 3 amendments that would address problems in the bill and in the current policies of the Trump administration. First, I have submitted an amendment number 507, which would protect the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the hundreds of billions of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. It's the common sense at this time when families are struggling with higher prices of food and good due to the self-inflicted wound of tariffs caused by our president. Second, I have an amendment to prevent the $300 billion in cuts to food assistance, programs like SNAP. The Republican reconciliation bill would kick more than 3 million people off of food stamp assistance, again, while we are getting imported eggs from Turkey and other countries that are willing to help us in a time of need when our food prices are so high. Third, I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes to Californians when California already contributes much more than many of your states. For example, California is a donor state. We send $692 billion to the federal government, and we receive back 609. That means we send $83 billion to many of your states to help fund the quality of life that all of you enjoy. Representative Griffin, Virginia they pay $107 billion. They receive more than in federal government that they give. Chip Roy of Texas gets back $71 billion more. Chairwoman Fox, North Carolina, gets $53 billion more. Representative Norman of South Carolina, you receive $35 billion more. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia and Brian Jack of Georgia receives $35 billion more. And Representative Hutching of Indiana receives $30 billion more. So if we want to talk about welfare and welfare to the very poor, let's start with your states. Maybe your states should pay their fair share. Lastly, I have an amendment that would help stop the unlawful and dangerous firings of Federal Aviation Administration workers who maintain our air traffic control systems. They are the backbone of the air traffic control system. They are the unseen workers that help keep planes in the air and provide safe landings when we land. They support our air traffic controllers that ensure a safe flying public. While the administration is trying to recruit more air traffic controllers, they continue to fire probationary employees and reduce staffing for the people who maintain these systems. This is something that is critical that we need to address. Next and lastly, I have an amendment that would strike the 5% federal tax on remittance transfers in this bill. The tax proposal in this bill would disproportionately impact immigrant workers who already pay into a system that they cannot reclaim any of the Social Security or taxes, state, local taxes that they pay into. Lastly, I have an amendment that would disapprove of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers work plan for fiscal year 2025. This plan isn't just flawed, it blatantly politicizes the project selection process in attempts to leave, once again, California, the state that all of you depend for welfare for your constituents, to have zero projects allocated by them. I think the American people should know what is in this bill. It's a tax giveaway to the filthy rich. Thank you, Chairwoman, for your patience, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Mr. Green, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ranking Member, members all, I am here today because of SNAP and a concern. But first, I'd like to thank Ms. Mang, Grace Mang, for introducing the Fairness for Victims of SNAP Skimming Act. It has been reduced to Amendment number 30. I had a similar piece of legislation, and this whole issue was called to my attention by a news reporter from Channel 2 KPRC in Houston, Texas. And as a result of his engagement, we produced a piece of legislation. I do not want to see block grants to Texas for health care. Madam Chair, Texas refused $100 billion to expand Medicaid. This is one of the reasons why Texas has the highest percentage of uninsured persons and the highest number of uninsured persons in the United States of America. I don't know that Texas is going to be responsible enough to accept the grants. What will you do and what will we do when Texas does what it does quite regularly, and that is decline federal dollars? So I'm here today to talk about a program that has benefited not only Texans, but persons across the length and breadth of the country. And this has been a bipartisan effort in the past. It was in existence until December of last year, right around Christmas. And it has to do with reimbursing persons who have their SNAP monies skimmed away with electronic devices such that they have to sometimes go without food. They are victims. We should not allow the
Al,
criminals.
would you suspend for just a minute? There's a knocking noise going on somewhere. Do you all hear that? And it's bothering everybody out there because I can see it on your faces. I don't know where it's coming from. It stopped. All right. Okay. It stopped, so I don't know what's causing it, but it was hard, making it hard to hear you and understand you. So I want to make sure we can hear you, and it's also distracting. So we'll start again. You didn't lose any time.
Thank you. I will elevate the level of my voice.
Okay, if you would speak up a little bit.
Thank you, I shall.
Thank you.
As I was indicating, this has been bipartisan. It has prevented criminals from causing persons to lose food. And I think that it should be bipartisan now in terms of reinstating this program such that people who need food and cannot afford the necessity of life will be able to acquire the food that they merit. I would also add this, that this program is one that has been sponsored by Republicans. So Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree to prevent criminals from taking food. Finally, this. There's been talk about work and how work is good, and I agree, work brings dignity. But the thing, Madam Chair, that hit a nerve with me was when our dear brother, whose name I cannot call because it's not appropriate to do so, but if I could call Mr. Norman's name, I would. This dear brother said that work built America, and he's right. It did. Over 10 million people working for more than 240 years without a paycheck. America is a great country, and it's great, Madam Chair, because of the economic foundational mothers and fathers whose lives were sacrificed. If you're in this country, you're standing on the backs of those persons who were enslaved. And you're right, work ought to be recognized. In this country, in our capital, in Emancipation Hall, the recognition for 240 years of enslavement is a plaque not much larger than that picture on the wall. That's an emancipation. It would seem to me that if we truly appreciate the dignity in work, then we would express that dignity for the people who had a hand in building the White House, a hand in building the Capitol, built the roads, the bridges, planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation. Why don't we recognize them to the same extent that we recognize people who are victims of the Holocaust? It just seems to me that if we're going to talk about work, let's talk about the people who built the country. And finally, I want to thank you for the time, and I'd like to thank the ranking member as well, and would hope that we can save this SNAP program. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the ranking member, to the Assistant Democratic Leader, to the members of the committee. I've been with you since 3 o'clock this morning. I want to thank you for your time, but I'm here to bring the voices of 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that's to make sure their perspective is heard by this Congress and this committee. I know we've heard a lot, but I want to touch on what this bad-built bill for billionaires doesn't do, because it barely touches housing, a crisis that is affecting more than just the people in my district. My disappointment is with what is not in here. So once again, like I did in the Ways and Means Committee, I am here to let you and the American people know that there's nothing to address the fact that rent increases are outpacing people's income, that there's nothing in this bill that builds out housing for the middle class, that there's nothing in this bill that touches Trump's blanket tariffs, which are taxes that Americans pay, not some foreign governments, that will raise the cost of housing. In fact, in 2018, the CBO projected that the initial Trump tax cuts would reduce residential investment since their provisions are not favorable towards housing. That report proved true, as inflation-adjusted residential investment today is nowhere close to its pre-2018 trend. I'll also tell you what this bill does have. It has an annual tax cut for billionaires, over $255,000 a year, while the average benefit for working people earning less than $50,000 annually is a meager $265. The cutting of health care for 14 million Americans, and the selling of Nevada public lands without a single dollar going to the state for which those lands are intended. So let's recap. Trump is making borrowing more expensive. He's raising the cost of housing materials due to tariffs, and extending the GOP tax scam means continued reductions in residential investment and making Nevadans pay for it with our land. Please make it make sense. That's why I am offering a package of amendments to help our veterans, to address tipped workers, small businesses, and the hospitality sector, which has been hit hard by President Trump's tariffs. However, for the purposes of this hearing, I will focus my remarks around helping our veterans. My amendment seeks to address the housing crisis that my colleagues seem to be ignoring. This amendment would create a Veterans Housing Fund through a 1% surtax on excessive corporate stock buybacks, limited to firms with over $10 billion in assets. We are asking that the largest companies, who recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks, pay 1%. Over 30,000 veterans are experiencing homelessness. If my colleagues are committed to helping veterans, then you can support this amendment to help balance that equation. This is not a blue city amendment. According to HUD's 2024 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report, nearly half of veterans experiencing homelessness are in suburban or rural communities. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this committee represent 8 states that total around 6,000 veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Georgia, nearly 650. Virginia, around 400. New York, almost 1,200. Indiana, over 400. Texas, nearly 1,850. South Carolina, almost 400. Minnesota, 300. And North Carolina, nearly 700 veterans experiencing homelessness. There is nothing in this bill that addresses shelter, mental health, substance abuse, job training, and other assistance specifically for our veterans. So I'm urging my Republican colleagues to work with us now to fix this bill before it goes to the floor. We want to work with you to address the problems facing our constituents. Earlier this month, I introduced 3 bills that can help address the housing crisis. We need legislation that addresses the corporate takeover of single-family homes, like my Home Act. Not one Republican joined when I brought that bill forward. I introduced my Unlock Housing Act to address affordable housing by allowing the Bureau of Land Management to be able to lease the land to local governments and tribes specifically for affordable housing. This is a smart method to use the laws that already exist to build out more housing. Why? Because as Nevadans know, the land that we sell has not helped create the housing that we need. But we are seeing the same story over and over, that this bill does not have working people in mind. Instead, we have people like Representative Mark Amodei pushing to sell off more than 500,000 acres of land in Nevada under the guise of creating more affordable housing. He didn't even give a second thought to selling out our community. And for what? To use Nevada as a cash grab for the nation's debt? Don't believe me? Look at Section 8315 of the bill. If my colleagues are truly serious about addressing the struggles of the middle class and specifically housing affordability, then please support my amendments. I'm also putting on the record that I've sent a letter to Chairman Smith and to Speaker Johnson to bring up my TIPS Act to ensure that tip workers receive the benefits that they are entitled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I urge you to make in order my amendment, amendment number 280. This amendment is simple. It would stop the implementation of the Reconciliations Bill's massive cuts for the wealthy if the bill's other provisions result in reduction in funding of Medicaid, Social Security, or SNAP. Let me just put it in simple terms. It says no tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans if you cut the programs that everyday Americans, families, seniors, and others rely on. If you believe that is true, then you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid or food assistance. We are here to serve our constituents, and I know I'm not the only one here who has received thousands of letters and calls demanding that Congress protect health care, food assistance, and other critical programs. Constituents are saying, what are we doing? Well, I'm telling you, this panel shows you what Democrats are doing. We are fighting. And despite what the title of the Republican Budget Reconciliation Bill would have you believe, it is not one big, beautiful bill. It's a big billionaire's bankroll bill. And it is one of the biggest and most reckless and heartless attack on American families. It would rip away health care from almost 14 million Americans and 11 million children with food assistance. And the worst part of it is none of this is necessary. It is only being done to bankroll a billionaire's tax cut. That is why I am offering this amendment. I am offering this amendment for the 2.4 million Ohioans who rely on Medicaid to access critical health care services like blood pressure, diabetes screenings, mammograms, mental health services, and other life care situations. I am offering this amendment for the millions of women across the country who rely on Medicaid to cover birth of their child and to keep them and their babies healthy before and after birth. I am offering this amendment for the more than 42 Americans without federal food assistance that they might not eat tomorrow. I am offering this amendment for Anisha, an Ohioan, a constituent mother of two, and a recent cancer survivor who relies on Medicaid. She's scheduled for surgery that Medicaid makes affordable. Her family also depends on SNAP to put healthy food on the table. Losing these benefits would be devastating. In short, I'm offering this amendment for Americans who are struggling to get by, who are counting on us, Democrats and Republicans, to lower their costs and to improve their lives, not enrich billionaires. Unfortunately, families I'm fighting for will not benefit from the tax cuts in this package. The top 0.1% of earners, billionaires, will see a tax break of some $278,000 per year. And that is a tax break of $762 per day, almost twice the weekly salary of someone making minimum wage in Ohio. It is clear that this bill is an attempt to sell out hardworking American families who are just trying to make ends meet to benefit the few. This bill would harm our constituents, Democrats' constituents, Republicans' constituents. Republicans have claimed that this bill does not cut benefits. And if you believe that is true, you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid and food assistance. So I would urge you to make this in order. And Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the records the GOP's budget plan, this article, the GOP's budget plan that makes it hard to conceal its lies about Medicaid and SNAP.
Without objection.
Thank you. Lastly, let me just say to the American people, we have been here all night, and we're here because of you. They planned this hearing at 1 a.m. in the morning to 5, and here we are now in the first panel at 11:45. Is this the way our country should run? Is this what you expect from our leaders? Let me answer it for you. The answer is no, and that's why we are here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, for letting us testify today about issues that matter to all of us and to the American people. Over the past several weeks, I've been very concerned about what this Republican reconciliation bill will do. Not only does this bill, the bill, if it's enacted, the House bill, would be the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history that will strip health care from almost 14 million Americans. But as my colleague just said, how many of the pieces of this legislation have been considered in the dark of night when the American people are not able to watch what is happening? It's been too many pieces of this legislation. I have offered several amendments. Medicaid is the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this reconciliation bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their homes, in the communities that they've known, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and aged with dignity. And in fact, it is less expensive than in nursing homes, which is where most long-term care in America is paid for by Medicaid. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care, and this bill will exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and caregivers shouldn't live in poverty to do this critical work. Let's be honest. The long-term care health system in this country is broken. And until someone you've loved or you yourself are in it, you don't know how bad it is. And this system, this bill is going to break the system even more. I pray, I'm asking that my Republican colleagues change course on this misguided bill that would harm seniors and individuals living with disabilities. I'm also strongly supportive, and I'm a co-sponsor of Representative Riley's amendment regarding President Trump's Most Favored Nation executive order that was issued May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last week. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing pharmaceutical manufacturers from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations, when we, in fact, pay 2, 3, 4, 10 times as much as other countries do and spend more on the research for these drugs than any other country in the world. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other countries, which I have to admit to you was shocked that every single Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against this amendment that supports their own president's prescription drug pricing plan. And I have to say I was very surprised after being up for all night when I watched President Trump Wednesday night say this provision was going to be in this bill. So I think there's some communication issues too. Simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and, quite frankly, absurd. And on top of this, we had a bipartisan deal that opened the door for a solution to lower drug costs for Americans last Congress. But thanks to Elon Musk, Republicans tanked that agreement and are now trying to pass a bill with no meaningful change that would not only fail to lower drug costs, but would also rip coverage away from 14 million Americans. I'm going to end by expressing my concerns with this legislation's impact on our environment and natural resources, which is why I filed 3 amendments that I offered during the natural resources markup 2 weeks ago. Taken together, these amendments would preserve judicial review. I think too many people forget we are a system of checks and balances in this democracy. Protect compliance with the Endangered Species Act, which has literally saved thousands of species, and prevent the Inflation Reduction Act decisions from NOAA from applying to fisheries, climate resilience, and harmful algae bloom forecasted in the Great Lakes. I'm getting that look, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back, and I recognize Mr. Gomez of California for 5 minutes.
Republicans are playing Russian roulette with the American people. That's right, I said it, Russian roulette. And that's because either you're going to lose your health care, that could probably save your life, or not. You can get a tax increase or not. This is serious business. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper says families making $30,000 or less will pay an average of $200 billion more in taxes because of this bill. Families making $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance of seeing a real change in your taxes. But you'll have to wait till April to see how lucky you were. Now the billionaire establishment has nothing to worry about. They'll get a tax cut of $270,000 a year. Right here in this committee, the American people are witnessing one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history. But Republicans are advancing legislation that will slash billions of dollars from Medicaid, health care for the working class, so that they can give trillions in tax breaks to the billionaires, ultra-wealthy, and the largest corporations in this country. Republicans are literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich, all while adding trillions in deficit spending and to the debt. They should be ashamed about this legislation. Because look at not what's happening in my district, look at what's happening in their districts. In North Carolina, 400,000 people will lose Medicaid coverage. In Minnesota, 250,000 will lose the health care. Texas, 380,000. Virginia, 390,000. New York, 1.2 million. These aren't numbers, these are real people who will lose health care coverage. And if they don't have coverage, they might not have insulin, they might not have preventative care, they might have to go into the hospital to see an emergency doctor later, which can cost them their lives. We also know that 51% of new moms and their babies who are covered by Medicaid will lose. The seniors that don't get enough coverage through Medicare will lose. The sons or daughters that don't earn enough to cover their parents' assisted living facility will lose. People that live in rural communities that are mostly represented by Republicans will lose. Republicans are making it harder for working people to get by, harder for families to welcome a new child, get postpartum care, or cover basic medical needs during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. Families are barely staying afloat. Many who are working 2 or more jobs just to get by, and they're already stretched thin by the cost of food, housing, and childcare. Now that Trump's tariffs are hitting them with an extra $4,900 a year. And Republicans always say that they're the pro-family party, but they never do actually anything that actually values the American family. And Republicans say they're the balanced budget party, but this bill balloons the deficit and saddles future generations with more debt that they have to pay off. Voters sent us here to lower costs and create real opportunities, and that's what we should be delivering on. We should make the child tax credit fully refundable and advanceable, and make it bigger and pay it monthly. We should build millions of starter homes for new families and help them buy their first home so that they can build wealth. We should make child care affordable and guaranteed paid family leave. But this bill does none of that. That's because Republicans choose the billionaire establishment that has taken root in D.C. over their own constituents. Now I ask the same question to my Republican colleagues as I asked in the Ways and Means. I want to ask you here, and they answered wrong. So I'm asking you guys, are you for the working man or woman who is struggling to get by, or the billionaires? Are you for the babies or the billionaires? Are you for the seniors or the billionaires? Are you for the American family or the billionaires? I have introduced 14 amendments making sure that billionaires pay their fair share to housing, to health care, and one of those bills is sponsored by Speaker Emerita, that is extend the ACA premium tax credit to help pregnant women and children. That's one of the things that we know, that in some of the states that are going to have the biggest cuts to Medicaid also are some of these southern states that have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. You know, California has its problems, but we actually have one of the lowest maternal mortality rates in this country, the lowest. So here's the thing. Once again, are you for pregnant women or the billionaires? Are you for babies or billionaires? Because that's what this all comes down to. And I will ask that if you vote on just one amendment, maybe you can restore a little faith in this kid from California. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Kelly of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. I have an amendment at the desk titled Amendment Number 371. My amendment is simple and requires 12 months of continuous Medicaid and CHIP coverage of full benefits for pregnant and postpartum women. We've heard a lot about that. I've dedicated 10 years to this topic. This amendment will codify what we already know is essential, that 1 year of postpartum care is not just medically necessary, it is a matter of life and death. Let's remember that the United States maternal death rate remains far higher than other high-income countries, and nearly 2 out of 3 maternal deaths occur during the postpartum period. Our nation is facing a maternal health crisis, and it has been for years. It's shameful, and it has worsened. The maternal mortality and morbidity epidemic is particularly dangerous for people with disabilities who face a maternal death rate that is 11 times higher than the rate for non-disabled people. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And American Indian and Alaska Native women are twice as likely to die of complications. Medicaid improves maternal health outcomes and ensures access to vital pregnancy services. Medicaid covers almost half of all births in this country, and in many states it's more than that. And it covers more than half of all births in rural communities. Consider a new mom from Arkansas who was finally approved for Medicaid in her 3rd trimester following a delay in her eligibility determination. Her Medicaid coverage was invaluable during complicated labor and delivery. Her baby was not receiving enough oxygen, and she ultimately needed an unplanned cesarean section. Without Medicaid, that procedure would have resulted in profound medical debt, giving the cost of a C-section in Arkansas is estimated to be close to $10,000 without insurance. Ensuring 12 months coverage can give women the peace of mind that they have stable coverage and access. Cutting funding means cutting care for moms and babies during their most vulnerable time. That means fewer prenatal checkups, more life-saving deliveries, and forcing states to choose between vital programs. Waivers aren't enough, especially during major budget cuts like those in this bill. In Michigan, 12-month postpartum Medicaid coverage reached nearly 45,000 moms, reducing maternal deaths from 36 to 22 per 100,000 births in a year. Most maternal deaths occur after childbirth. 1 in 3 happens 1 week and 1 year postpartum, between 1 week and 1 year postpartum. In Colorado, 89% of maternal deaths were preventable. Continuous guaranteed year-long coverage saved lives. Overall, over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. This amendment codifies 12 months of full Medicaid and CHIP benefits to postpartum individuals, no more state-by-state patchwork, no more expiration dates on care, no more new mothers being dropped from coverage just 60 days after giving birth, right when they're still at high risk for complications like infection, postpartum depression, and more. Postpartum coverage for 12 months should be mandatory and permanent and immune from shifting state politics and budget pressures. We cannot expect someone to recover from childbirth, return to work, care for a newborn while also scrambling to reapply for coverage. That's not health care. It's chaos and disproportionately harms low-income families, rural communities, and communities of color. We've already seen the impact of this policy. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, Democrats enabled states to extend postpartum coverage to 12 months, and 49 states have done so. In just 4 years, red and blue states alike chose to prioritize maternal and child health. But making it optional isn't enough. With the deep cuts proposed in this bill, states will soon face painful budget choices that could jeopardize this progress. To protect moms and babies everywhere, we must make this coverage permanent, mandatory, and nationwide. This is about saving lives, supporting families, and finally treating maternal health as a national priority it should be. I have deep concerns states will roll back care for pregnant and postpartum women. My amendment ensures that all women in the United States, regardless of where they live, can access comprehensive health care for a full year following the birth of a child to survive and thrive. I've spoken to doctors, nurses, midwives, doulas, and this is what all of them recommend. If Republicans claim, quote unquote, they want to strengthen Medicaid for mothers, as they asserted in their press releases, then this should be a no-brainer and something that we all can support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help us build a stronger, safer future for all moms and families so that people are not being shut out from coverage because we have made it too complicated for them. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do I have anyone on the Republican side that wishes to ask questions? Seeing none, recognize the gentleman, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. Just a couple of observations. First of all, I want to again thank you all for your commitment and your stamina and for being here. Again, I appreciate the fact that many of you waited many, many hours to be able to testify, but I think that's a reflection of how strongly you feel about the issues that you brought before this committee. And I think I speak for all the Democrats here. We all support your amendments, and we'll do our best to try to see what we can do to make them in order. But I also, when I was listening to everybody here, I couldn't help but think about what could have been. You know, again, as I said before, I mean, there are things in the tax bill that I think we all could agree on. You know, the middle-class tax cuts, the no tax on tips, and child tax credit, all that stuff. We could have come together and agreed on that. And I think that, you know, we would have, you know, if Republicans wanted our vote, we could have negotiated a better deal on the SNAP benefits, which, you know, right now is unacceptable, and certainly insisted that people don't get thrown off health care. But I think you could have gotten a bipartisan bill. Maybe not every Democrat and not every Republican, but you could have gotten a bipartisan bill that might have been able to make its way to the president's desk that reflected our values, that also reflected some of the Republican values, but didn't go after the most vulnerable people in this country. But I think what's happened here in this House right now is that the way the current leadership thinks of legislating is that whatever the most extreme element of their conference wants, that's the direction. And so there's no desire, there's no attempt to try to bring Democrats into the process. I'm reading, you know, breaking news. Speaker Johnson and House Freedom Caucus will go to White House today to meet with President Trump. Trump is expected to tell the House Freedom Caucus that the bill needs to pass today. I don't even know, you know, he was up here yesterday morning. I don't know, you know, maybe this will make a difference. But it doesn't sound like, if that's the strategy, that this bill is going to moderate. And I think that's bad for the country. This is a big deal. The implications of this Reconciliation Act on every aspect that was raised by all of you today is significant. It is going to adversely impact, it is going to hurt our constituents, as well as the constituents of our Republican colleagues. There is no doubt about that. And so again, I want to again thank you for being here, and again, I support all your amendments, and for what it's worth, and I think I speak for all of us up here, it's kind of inspiring for us to see you just kind of wait it out, because you know what the stakes are. And I think people who are tuning in also appreciate your being here today. So I thank you, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Ms. Scanlon for.
Thank you. I want to echo the ranking member's remarks. I think the outpouring of members here is inspirational and is a measure of just how significant and impactful this bill is going to be in a negative way. And you've all raised important policy issues that deserve full legislative consideration. And also, the American people deserve to know where their representatives stand on these issues. So I would support a full vote on them. I did with respect to Representative Kelly's bill. This has been a major issue in my district, and I just wanted, in support of that bill, to seek unanimous consent to enter a Philadelphia Inquirer article from September 21st, 2022, entitled 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, CDC says, highlighting a problem in Philadelphia.
Without
Yield
objection,
Thank
so
you.
ordered.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Neguse for his 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Well, first, let me just say thank you to my colleagues and echo the sentiments from our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, our deep appreciation. And it's not lost on us that there are several of our colleagues here, Mr. Chairman, who testified just a few short minutes ago, who've spent more time in this hearing than Republican colleagues of ours on this committee. There are several members. No, I'm not referencing the chairman, but others of your colleagues. Mr. Horsford has been here literally since we arrived and convened, and we have members who, as has Mr. Kennedy, I'll go down the whole list, but every member here has been here for literally going on 7, 8, 9, 10 hours for 5 minutes, to be able to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of the people that they represent. And I think that's a testament to their convictions and their passions for their constituencies. I want to ask just a few questions of Mr. Horsford and Mr. Gomez as the two members who serve on Ways and Means. Mr. Horsford, you heard me earlier, if you might, maybe at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning, I don't remember exactly when, in my exchange with the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee regarding the tax on tips. And I'm still trying to understand why the Republicans on the committee don't just put your bill on the floor, given that there's bipartisan support for it, given that this seems to be an issue that they're passionate about. I struggle to understand why that's not the case. And I know you have fought vigorously on behalf of the people that you represent in Nevada for that particular policy, but I want to give you an opportunity to expound upon it if you're interested.
Thank you to the Assistant Democratic Leader. Look, to be clear, I've been working with a coalition of workers, the culinary workers, Unite Here, One Fair Wage, and others to bring legislation to provide relief to tip workers. 6 million tip workers in America today make as little as $2.13 an hour. $2.13. 70% of those workers are women, and women of color in particular. So on top of giving relief and allowing more tip workers to keep their hard-earned money by eliminating the tax on tips, we also need to give workers a raise. And that is what my bill does. No other bill does that. My bill also has important safeguards so that people continue to pay into Social Security, so that hedge funds are not able to grift off of the policy, so that we define what a tip worker is, so that it's not abused under our tax law. And so for Chairman Smith to sit here today and say, you know, he couldn't bring a bill to the committee is just wrong, because I'm ready. I've been ready, and my bill has been ready since the beginning of this Congress. And it comes from the actual tip workers who are affected by the policy. I am a co-sponsor of the bill that was unanimously passed by the Senate, the same version. And I see no reason why the House cannot bring up a standalone bill to make sure that we are advocating for the needs of tip workers and all workers. You're going to have all these compounding effects of cutting health care, of cutting nutrition programs, of making it harder for working families to get by. Then let's give workers a raise. Let's give them a raise that's livable enough to actually pay the rent on and to afford to buy a home. That is what Democrats stand for. That's what we're fighting for, is to give everyone an opportunity to not just survive, but to actually thrive in America. So thank you to the Assistant Leader for the opportunity to talk about that legislation. And Chairman Smith, wherever you are, my letter to you asking for a standalone vote on my legislation is at your office.
Well said. Well said. Mr. Gomez, there was a robust discussion earlier about the tax brackets.
Yeah.
And I think the chairman was not as candid as I would have hoped with respect to his description of the various tax brackets in the reconciliation bill. I wonder if you might talk about the billionaire tax bracket and the amendment that you proposed.
Yeah, first, I have an amendment that would increase taxes on billionaires, basically preventing them from getting any kind of tax break in this bill and actually require them to pay their fair share, increasing the tax bracket from 36% to 39%, roughly. So in this room, by show of hands, who believes a billionaire shouldn't get a tax break and actually should pay their fair share of taxes? Like, all right, how about on the Republicans? You guys can help me restore my faith. Because here's the thing.
There aren't many Republicans here on the committee,
but
unfortunately.
here's the thing.
They've all left. But
And the reason why is that if you increase the taxes on the billionaires, you can actually give the people who are getting screwed at the bottom rungs of the economic ladder a tax break. So for the record, I want to enter into the record the distribution chart, distribution of the estimated revenue effects of the tax provisions of the chairman's markup, basically what's going to happen, into the record. This is by the Joint Committee on Taxation. It's an official record.
What's it on?
It basically shows how much, who's paying what in taxes under this bill by the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And here's the thing, the reason why, let's go over years. Calendar year 2027, if you're people that make less than $15,000 a year will pay an additional $1 billion in taxes. $1 billion. And here's the thing, in the year 2029, people that are making less than 15 million are going to pay 15,000 will pay another $2.6 billion in taxes that year. People that are making 15 to 30,000, 2.5 billion in additional taxes that year. And we go on to year 2031. They're actually less than 15,000. They're going to pay another $3.6 billion that tax year. 3.6 billion. And if you're making 15 to 30,000, you're going to be, all those people will be ponying up another $4.5 billion. $4.5 billion. And by the year 2033, let people that are in that tax bracket of less than 15,000, $3.7 billion just that year. And then the people making 15 to 30,000, $3.8 billion. So anybody that says that the people at those low rungs of the economic ladder are not getting screwed or are not going to be paying more in taxes are just absolutely wrong. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Neguse.
thank you, Mr. Gomez. I yield back.
I did.
Chairman yields back. Seeing anyone else seeing no one else wishing to ask questions, I thank this group for presenting your amendments. Thank you for being with us, and we will move on to the next group, and I'll need the names. All right, as they're leaving, our next panel will be Ms. Dexter, Mr. Carter, Ms. Takuda, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Tonko, Ms. Goodlander, and Ms. Stansberry. All right, if Ms. McLean Delaney could join as well. And now recognize Ms. Dexter of Oregon for her 5 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our ranking member. Today I'm offering 3 amendments rooted in a basic principle. Government should work for the people, not silence them, not shield corruption, and certainly not rip away healthcare. Let's start with what this GOP tax scam tries to take from the public, their voice. Under current law, communities can protest oil and gas leasing decisions that threaten their land, water, or climate. This bill would impose a $150 fee, plus more for extra pages or lease parcels, just to be heard. And let's be honest about what that is. A tax on public participation, a toll on free speech. And it won't deter billion-dollar oil companies. It will deter working people, people who love outdoor places. At the same time, Republicans are slashing royalty payments and handing billions in giveaway to the fossil fuel industry. That tells you everything you need to know about where their priorities lie. My amendment would strike this unjust protest fee from the bill and protect the public's right to be heard. Second, we must ensure accountability. I'm offering an amendment to allocate a modest 0.5% of new funds to the Department of Interior's Office of the Inspector General, a nonpartisan watchdog that saves taxpayers money by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. This should be easy for Republicans to support. It's the same bipartisan provision they themselves championed by our current House Natural Resources Chair in 2021. It's simple. Let's ensure transparency and pass this amendment. And now I want to speak to what I believe is the most urgent and dangerous part of this legislation, its impact on healthcare. Before I came to Congress, I spent nearly 20 years caring for some of the sickest patients in our community. I've worked in emergency rooms. I know what happens when a system doesn't have the resources that it needs to serve its patients. That's why I'm offering an amendment to require states to report on how coverage losses under this bill would impact uncompensated care and emergency department wait times in safety net hospitals. If this bill were really only about ridding out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, we should welcome this kind of data. But we know the truth. This bill isn't about waste. It's about ripping healthcare away from nearly 14 million Americans and destabilizing the healthcare system for everyone else in the process. And for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. Medicaid isn't just a lifeline for patients, it's a fundamental part of our healthcare infrastructure. Providers depend on it to stay open, to serve not only Medicaid patients, but you, me, everyone in our communities. Cutting Medicaid will mean clinics and hospitals in rural towns will shut down. Hospitals in cities will be over capacity. Seniors will be forced out of nursing facilities due to closures. And emergency rooms will go on divert, turning away people in crisis because there simply isn't enough space for people to be seen. We're talking about longer wait times for pediatric care, delays for life-saving cancer treatment, people suffering and dying, not because we don't have the tools to help them, but because we've made a political choice to take those tools away. These cuts will be devastating, and the consequences won't be statistics on a spreadsheet. They will be lives lost, futures cut short, and suffering that could have been prevented. And again, for what? Tax breaks for billionaires. I urge my Republican colleagues, show courage in this moment. Stand with the constituents who cannot afford to lose their voice and their health care. Support these amendments and defeat this outrageous and dangerous bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana for 5 minutes, Mr. Carter.
Okay.
Let's start again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. My first amendment, number 299, preserves environmental justice block grants that improve public health. The EPA has provided grants for more than 50 years that protect our constituents' public health and enhance their environment. This is especially true for the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grant Program, which provides valuable funding that serves community centers, environmental rehabilitation projects, and public health revitalization initiatives that would otherwise not be possible. These projects are providing environmental and public health benefits in Democratic and Republican districts alike. However, this bipartisan bill ruthlessly claws back these funds and eliminates this vital program. Not only is this bill stealing people's health care, it's also making them sicker. My amendment will ensure that environmental and climate justice block grant projects that improve the health outcomes in low-income communities do not lose critical funding. If Republicans truly prioritize their constituents, they should easily agree with me that this funding is valuable and must be protected. My second amendment is amendment number 358, which would add to the text the bipartisan Next Generation 911 Act to the Republican budget reconciliation legislation before us today, and fully fund programs using the proceeds from future spectrum auctions. Because of technology advances the telecommunications from the past 50 years, Americans can communicate today in ways weren't even contemplated when 911 system was first created. Yet, our 911 systems are stuck in the past. Our first responders are unable to utilize these tools we take for granted in this digital age. We are far behind. Police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians who serve communities we represent deserve better. I cannot think of a better use of dollars raised from auctioning off public airwaves than to upgrade old, outdated public safety communication systems. I hope my colleagues will vote yes on this amendment to modernize our 911 systems for the 21st century. Congress should give FCC the authority to begin spectrum auctions now. Those proceeds need to help our constituents and first responders not pay for tax cuts for the ultra-rich. My third amendment is Amendment 373, which states no funds can be used to effectuate the detention or removal of citizens of the United States or any non-citizen whose legal status was determined or visa revoked due to exercising simply their right to speech, free speech, not breaking any laws, simply their right to free speech. Last month, I led a delegation of House and Senate members to 2 ICE processing centers in Louisiana to meet with individuals who had their legal status revoked and remain in immigration detention simply because they exercised their right to free speech. If these individuals can be jailed for exercising their First Amendment rights, any person in this country is under the same threat. Now, let me be clear. I do not support any hate speech of any kind. Speech that supports anti-Semitism or calls for violence, I am totally opposed to. The individuals we met with were very clear. They don't support these matters either. My fourth amendment and last amendment is number 357, which states that 100% of Medicaid cuts resulting from waste, fraud, and abuse will go directly back into programs to strengthen Medicaid for generations to come. My Republican friends say that they want to help the people that Medicaid was, quote unquote, intended for, the most vulnerable. And to that I say, put your money where your mouth is. But we all know they won't. It's always been about enriching billionaires while ripping health care away from seniors, children, mothers, and those with disabilities. Republicans now say that Medicaid shameful. We will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why we keep spinning false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse. But don't take my word for it. Take it from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, and I quote, "Will Republicans be the majority of the people or a permanent minority speaking only for C-suite?" So, if the goal is to protect Medicaid and root out waste, fraud, and abuse, we should have no opposition to support my amendment to reinvesting these funds into Medicaid. I have one final quote, ma'am, and I know I'm shortly over, but I want to remind people. I'm told yesterday that our president, Donald Trump, said, and I quote, please forgive my language, "Don't fuck with Medicaid." I hope he was serious, and I hope this committee takes it serious too. I yield.
Carter, Mr. Kuda, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, I submit one amendment today, 159, protecting rural Americans from SNAP cuts. Every day, millions of Americans go to bed hungry. For 14 straight years, the United States has led the developed world in food insecurity. In 2023, over 1 in 4 Americans reported struggling to afford food. Think about that. In the richest nation on earth, 85 million people are missing meals. And where is this pain felt most deeply? Rural America, small towns, farming communities, places like Hawaii's 2nd District, where food is grown, but life is hard. 87% of the counties with the highest food insecurity are rural. Families face fewer job opportunities, fewer doctors, fewer grocery stores, and now even fewer lifelines. And Republicans want to make it worse. This isn't just a bad bill. It's a big bad bill. It's a big ugly bill, a brutal assault on rural families, working parents, seniors, kids. The GOP plan is to slash $313 billion from SNAP, gut Medicaid, rip lifelines out of the hands of people just trying to survive, and hand billions in tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy. All this as part of the GOP tax scam 2.0. A reckless giveaway to billionaires that will add $5 trillion to our national debt. $5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich, paid for by taking food off tables and putting health care out of reach for working Americans. This isn't fiscal policy. It's moral failure. It's the wealthiest 10% cashing in at the expense of the poorest, most vulnerable, hardworking people who labor every day to hold on to life in communities too often forgotten. Let me tell you about Anna, a constituent of mine from the rural west side of Oahu. She and her husband run a small family business. Last year, just $200 more in monthly sales pushed them over the limit for SNAP. $200. That tiny increase cost their children meals. Anna told me she had to measure every scoop of rice at dinner. She couldn't say yes when her youngest child asked for a second helping of food. She sent her kids to school hungry. Months later, after their sales dropped again, Anna reapplied. They were approved, and she cried. But now Anna and her husband wonder every day, should we sell our home? Should we leave our community? That's the America we're creating, where a family's survival depends on a spreadsheet and, sadly, declining sales. Anna isn't a cheat. She isn't lazy. She's not gaming the system. She is the system, the engine and the heart of rural America, working, sacrificing, raising kids, building a future, and yet this bill punishes her. SNAP works. It feeds families and fuels local economies. Every SNAP dollar we know generates over $1.50 in economic activity. It supports farmers, grocers, small-town businesses. It breaks cycles of poverty, and Medicaid keeps rural hospitals open, keeps parents and kids healthy. It keeps people alive. Cutting these programs isn't just cruel, it's anti-American. But here's the truth. The cruelty is the point, because this bill is about priorities. The GOP's priorities is clear. Cater to the billionaires, crush the working families, and let's call it policy. They're ready to hand out massive tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans while robbing the rest of the country of food and care. That's not a budget. That's a betrayal. So yes, this bill will devastate rural America. It will mean more hunger, more closed clinics, more families like Anna's forced to consider giving up their homes, their communities, their dignity, so that billionaires can buy a third yacht and pay even less in taxes. But we have a choice. We can do the right thing. We can stand with the families who work hard and ask only for a fair shot. We can vote for policies that invest in people, not punish them. We can reject the GOP tax scam. We can protect SNAP. We can defend Medicaid. And we can refuse to balance budgets on the backs of people who can least afford it. This amendment is our choice. If you are confident rural America will not see SNAP cuts or decreased benefits, as the chair of the Agriculture Committee has claimed, then this amendment will do no harm. Vote yes. But if you have a concern, and quite frankly, a conscience, vote yes. Reject this big bad bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment, which is number 24, is pro-family, pro-children, and pro-mom. It guarantees that this bill will not take away nutrition benefits for moms and hungry kids in the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, or WIC. Federal nutrition programs like WIC and SNAP and school meals are investments in the health, learning, and development of children and young adults in communities across the country and are some of the most successful tools we have for reducing child hunger. These nutrition programs have been associated with improved educational outcomes and reduced food insecurity, which is especially important for children from low-income and food-insecure families. And it's widely known that WIC contributes to healthier births, nutritious diets, and improved infant feeding practices, better health care for children, and higher academic achievement. The benefits are indisputable. So WIC has served as a lifeline for many mothers and their young children, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I would now like to make a few comments on amendments that I am either co-sponsoring or supporting. There is one by Ranking Member Bobby Scott to protect American children from going hungry with regard to the proposed cuts to SNAP. Yesterday, the Urban Institute released a new report highlighting that as many as 18.3 million children could lose access to free school meals as a result of the harmful provisions in this bill. And we know that every congressional district has children who are hungry. Families are working hard, but the income isn't keeping up with the cost. So I hope we can adopt Mr. Scott's amendment number 184. I also want to speak in support of a amendment that is going to be introduced or has been introduced by Representative Sykes to strike the language in the bill that cuts Medicaid. In Oregon, 1 in 3 people are covered by Medicaid, including 57% of Oregon children, and make no mistake, if you rip away health care from millions of Americans, people will die. Rural hospitals will close, cancer patients will go without treatment, and I will support this amendment, and proud to support this amendment. I also want to raise an issue in the amendment that is introduced by Representative Rivas, number 215. This is an amendment that will fix a catastrophic policy that's tucked quietly into this bill that would let the world's most powerful technology go unchecked for the next decade. This is a blank check for big tech. It would, and the bill, as written, will block state and local governments from regulating artificial intelligence for 10 years. That is a long time. That is a decade of risk. Let's be clear, we do not have federal policies or governance laws on data privacy, security, and bias. And I served on the bipartisan House AI task force, and we spent a long time studying these issues. And our report that was signed by both Republicans and Democrats explicitly warns against blanket and impulsive federal preemption of state AI policy. And I quote, "Without comprehensive federal AI or data privacy laws, states are well positioned to address gaps, tailor protections, and respond to emerging harms." But this bill ignores that bipartisan advice. Yesterday, 40 state attorneys general, including Oregon's Dan Rayfield, sent a bipartisan letter opposing this provision because of the unchecked harm it will cause. And let's talk about what that could look like. An algorithm that denies a disabled person access to housing and no state agency could intervene. A company that designs generative AI to imitate voices or faces without consent. States couldn't stop it. A hiring platform that discriminates by race or gender. Under this bill, if a company deliberately designs an algorithm that causes foreseeable harm, they'd be legally unaccountable, and it would leave policymakers and the public flying blind as a handful of corporations consolidate power over rapidly advancing technology. And I'm not talking about machines. I'm talking about civil rights, consumer safety, child protection, elections, employment, and more. The House AI Task Force made it clear we should empower good AI policy at the state level, not block it. This amendment strikes the provision and gets government out of the way so states can protect their people. Let's test whether Congress stands with the public or with the powerful. I also have a few bills I want to mention that, or excuse me, a few amendments that I'm co-sponsoring. One by Mr. Byer to keep energy costs low by taking two of the most successful energy policies in history, the production tax credit and the investment tax credit, protecting those. Also, Mr. Byer's amendment protecting bipartisan clean energy tax credits. I also want to support, be on record as supporting Ranking Member Bobby Scott's amendment number 261 that makes it harder for students, strikes the language that makes it harder for students to access high-quality education. And one more, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I want to support the amendment by my Oregon colleague, Representative Bynum, that ensures the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau retains current funding for protecting student borrowers. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. The order now is Goodlander, Stansberry, Delaney, and Tlaib. Okay, Goodlander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to be here today on behalf of the people of New Hampshire's 2nd District to offer a common sense, one-sentence amendment to this truly big and catastrophically bad bill. We know the bill is big. I brought a copy with me. It doesn't fit on this very big table in front of me. This bill is catastrophically bad because of what it does and what it fails to do, and that's where my amendment comes in. This bill is catastrophically bad because we know what it's going to do to 14 million Americans who will lose health coverage. The biggest cuts to health care in American history. It's going to hurt our kids, people with disabilities, pregnant women, seniors. It's going to jack up healthcare costs for everyone. Rural hospitals in my state are going to close and people are going to die. We know this bill is catastrophically bad because of what it's going to do to the more than 10 million Americans who are at risk of losing access to food because of the biggest cuts to SNAP in American history. We're talking about kids, about veterans, about hardworking people all across our country and in the most rural parts of my district, in Berlin, in Stewartstown, in Winchester. People are going to lose access to food. And for what? To give another big tax giveaway to big corporations and to billionaires. This bill also is going to bring about the biggest deficit increase in American history, $3.8 trillion, and that's trillion with a T, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, and it's going to add trillions of dollars to the national debt. So this bill is bad for all the things it will do, but one of the things this bill will not do, and another reason why it's catastrophically bad, is what it fails to do to really make government work better for hardworking people and to actually cut down on waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's where my straightforward, common sense, one-sentence amendment comes in. Title II of this big bill provides nearly $150 billion to the Department of Defense, and does this, mind you, at a moment when that department is in a state of pure and utter chaos under the leadership of a person who has no business serving as the Secretary of Defense. That's a lot of money, $150 billion. It's 10 times the state of New Hampshire's biennial budget. It's also, I should note, $50 billion above what the House Armed Services Committee was instructed to spend in this bill. And I read every bill I vote on, and it's $50 billion above. So I'm offering a straightforward amendment. It's one sentence that would simply require the Department of Defense, before it is able to spend the additional $50 billion, to do what it is already required to do by law and what it has failed to do under law for decades now, and that is to pass an independent audit. This is about basic government oversight, but the Department of Defense has failed 7 audits. It is the only federal department that has failed an audit, and it also accounts for more than half of our discretionary spending. We're talking about $1 trillion. This is not right. If you really want to talk about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, I'd ask the question, isn't ensuring a clean audit of the Pentagon a top priority? If you want to know whether we're actually wasting money, an audit is going to help us do exactly that. So look, at the end of the day, this is about It's about military readiness, and that's something that our national security depends upon. It's something our economic security depends upon. It's also about the public's trust. Small businesses across this country, people across America, have got to pass an audit to keep doing what they do. The Pentagon should be held to the same standard. And it's the public's trust that our democracy depends on. And so with that, I would say this big, truly big and catastrophically bad bill cannot be cured with one amendment, but this is a step towards progress on what I think we all share, a goal we all share, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. That is not what this bill does. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee. Before I get started, I just want to observe that we've been here for almost 12 hours, and I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff who've been holding it down for the last 12 hours in this room. And I want to also observe that I count exactly 2 Republicans in this room, while literally dozens of Democrats have sat here all night and all day to have 5 minutes in front of this committee to speak our piece on behalf of the American people. So I have a lot of ground to cover. If it's not obvious already, not only am I a no on this bill, I am a hell no. Let me tell you why. This bill puts a massive permanent tax break in place for the ultra wealthy and corporations on the backs of working Americans. It will literally make the poor people of this country poor while the rich get richer. It will give billions of dollars in kickbacks to defense contractors, private prisons, and big tech. It gives cuts to life-saving programs, Medicaid and healthcare, which all of you said you wouldn't cut for months, and here we are. Food assistance, school lunches, Pell Grants. It will decimate protections for the environment, NEPA, public lands, judicial review, climate and clean energy. It decimates protections for our federal workers. It makes them at will, and it threatens their retirement. It threatens our consumers. It eviscerates the federal budget. And, Madam Chair, despite what I have heard here for many hours of lying, it will put into place the largest increase in deficit spending this country has ever seen, ever. That is what this bill does, and that is why I oppose it. I'm here to present 6 amendments, one of which was voted down by the Republicans in oversight that would actually protect Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits, and food assistance. I'm also here to fight for a bill, an amendment to this bill that would make it impossible for people like Elon Musk and special government employees to self-deal and exploit the government for their own personal gain. I'm also here to present an amendment that would restore the protections for our tribal nations, because notwithstanding what I heard the chairman say in the dark of night in this room, this bill takes away the judicial rights of our tribal nations to defend their sacred lands and their tribal trust and treaty responsibilities, and it is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. I am also here to offer an amendment to restore climate funding that was cut out of our national budget, and I am here to present an amendment which the Republicans have already voted on in a number of different places and spaces that would make it impossible for our foreign adversaries to mine here in the United States and take advantage of our system. These are but a small offering to a 1,000-page bill that will literally kill Americans. This is but a small offering in the 500 amendments that my colleagues and I have waited all night and all day to present in this committee. So let me be perfectly clear. This bill will hurt the American people. It will raise the debt. It will give permanent tax breaks to the ultra wealthy. It will put billions of dollars into the pockets of Donald Trump's friends. It will cut life-saving programs. It will decimate protections for our communities. And it is happening on your watch, and we are here to fight it every step of the way in this committee, on the floor, in our communities, and we will not stop fighting. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. And thanks to all the staff, I agree as well, who've been here. I got here around 3 in the morning, and I echo what many of my Democratic colleagues have said. But I just have to say, as a preamble, you know, many of the things I've said won't be repeating others, but my heart is heavy. As a freshman member from Maryland, but grew up in this great state of Idaho, and have lived here for 30 years. I've never seen anything like this in Washington. And I must say, I ran on common sense, common ground in my campaign, and there's none of that right here on Washington, on Capitol Hill. But that takes common ground, takes shared truths, and starting at least the same platform and the same set of facts, and shared value outputs. And I would think that we should come back together to really look at those things. The way in which we have not been able to really have hearings and an ability to really think and probe into all these issues is so important going forward. So my amendment, H313, is really about ensuring that children and families will continue to receive the food they need despite the proposals put forward in the package. In this country, I do think that we all agree, and many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the Ag Committee believe that no child in this country should go hungry. My Republican colleagues repeatedly said that this package would not result in the kids going hungry and that benefits would remain whole for them. My amendment takes them at their word, and it seeks to ensure that no cuts to SNAP can be made unless the USDA and states confirm that these cuts will not lead to a reduction in benefits for households with kids. Taking Republicans at their word to prevent benefits that I would suspect they would want. In some nationally, 42 million currently depend on food assistance programs. And in my district, 1 in 9 households depends on SNAP. Half of them are children. This isn't just about ending hunger. It's about dignity, it's about opportunity, and it's about being able to concentrate in school and being able to thrive. And if you want to talk about economics, as we said before, SNAP pays for itself in economic benefits and health benefits. For every dollar in my district, but across the country, spent on SNAP, $1.50 comes back into our economies. And that means many of my farmers in District 6 sell into the food markets. It goes back to 2,700 national retailers and back to our truckers. Cutting SNAP hurts, not helps our national economy. And these cuts will even be more apparent in rural communities. And by the way, in rural communities, there is going to be a tsunami of issues that is going to impact them, not just with SNAP, but with Medicaid and all of these core funding cuts, and it's going to hit our states as well. So let me just put another thing in it, and maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I dispute the GOP constant messaging that this is about financial discipline and tackling the deficit. None of these cuts to SNAP or to Medicaid or social net programs result in this objective. The numbers do not add up, because we all know that it is widely acknowledged that this current proposal is projected to increase the budget by nearly $3 trillion through 2034 by locking in tax cuts and spending increases that outweigh reductions in Medicaid and SNAP funding. So let me put a finer point on this. It will strip $18 billion in benefits from households with children. It will harm 1 in 5 kids who rely on SNAP, and it lowers the age by which a child is considered dependent from 18 to 7. No one I know would argue that an 8 or a 10 or a 12-year-old is not dependent on their parents for food, housing, or care. And the authors of this bill have exempted families within this new definition of dependent only if they are married or living in the same household. But what about single or unmarried parents who are doing their best? This bill leaves them behind. Last, the bill prevents future increases to the Thrifty Food Plan. $37 billion will be cut from food assistance for the next decade, and that includes slashing $1 billion from summer EBT, which is a lifeline for millions of kids as they head into summer. I repeat, children will be hungrier over the summer. So it's about feeding our kids and about their future and our country's future. If you'll also allow me, Chairwoman Fox, I do not serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee, but I spent the bulk of my life as a child advocate at Common Sense Media. Common Sense is a nonprofit dedicated to looking at how media impacts the health and well-being of our nation's children vis-a-vis media. And the reports that came today about Sykes' bill, H215, is really important because we have to stand ahead of making sure that AI and the most recent proposals that it would block states from regulating it is really, really important not to. 140 organizations have already stood up against it. And I would also say for our nation's kids, we need to look at that. In closing, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I echo so much of what my colleagues have said, but I want to bring my district into this room. They're never going to be able to sit here in this audience and express to just, anger that they feel that yet again we're turning our backs to them and not putting them before polluters, before billionaires, and so much more. The reality is, and Madam Chair, and this is to everyone here, it is not just us saying it. It's nonpartisan organization looking at the numbers, looking at this budget. And it is our residents of all different likes, because to me, Medicaid is nonpartisan. I have met people of all different likes and backgrounds that are dependent on Medicaid. I have met so many people that are on SNAP, Madam Chair, and for all of my colleagues to understand, you all know many of our residents survivor mode. I'm not going to here to do shaming and blaming. The reality is we have broken systems in place, and we wonder why people look at Congress and shake their heads and the approval ratings are so low. It's because we don't put them first. And so I offered 6 amendments, Madam Chair, and I hope you all seriously take them into consideration. I have no health care cuts for moms and babies. This is important. As a founder of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, when I look at over 40% of births in our country are covered by Medicaid, but that's also prenatal care, postpartum. I mean, all the different things that you see. And I say this because, again, I'm bringing my district here. We have one of the worst infant mortality crises, and I mean, look at the crisis that we have in our country, but even in my backyard. And it's because we don't have the kind of care that we have. And Medicaid is a Band-Aid, y'all. It really is. Because we do have an inhumane, cruel healthcare system that's driven by profit and greed and not about healthcare. That's why a lot of my residents don't even call it a healthcare anymore. They call it sick care, Madam Chair. And so now we're about to rip the Band-Aid off. So my amendment says, do not cut prenatal and postnatal care. Again, tackling infant mortality is nonpartisan. Every community is, again, seeing that our children are not reaching the age of 1, and there's a reason to that. And again, it's because we're not doing our job here in Congress. The other amendment, and it's super important, is no money for polluters. I want to reiterate to all of you, again, my community, the majority of them are frontline communities. We have one of the worst air qualities in the state of Michigan, in Wayne County, that I represent. And we're making people sicker, and then now we're saying, we're not going to cover the fact that, again, we've allowed corporate polluters to be unchecked. You should see the lack of enforcement, because the bills are written in a way they slap their hands, they pay a fine, it's part of doing business. But when you go to read to a third grade class in my district, and I always tell them, they ask me what my job is, and I tell them I'm trying to make sure we have clean air and how many of you have asthma. A third of the class will raise their hand, Madam Chair. A third of them. And you look at the attendance rates and so forth. The other is really important. I really believe that we need no more aid to billionaires. I'm calling it that because I think that's how you all see it. They don't need it. The corporations don't need it. Some of them have not paid federal income tax for years. They don't need it. They're going to be okay, I promise. But I still remember the first Black woman ever elected in Congress, Shirley Chisholm, say that children can't learn if they're hungry. And I'm telling you, that is very real, but also children can't learn if they're being poisoned because they don't have clean water or clean air. And so I think it's incredibly important. My other amendment expand but don't restrict Medicaid. It is important to understand the importance of what Medicaid does right now. Again, the Band-Aid that I talked about, and we try to keep it tight. I know all of us that are fighting for Medicaid and making sure that we're expanding it and making it, again, closer to something a lot more humane. But I think it's incredibly important to understand this is life-saving. I've never had this many people in my community call me, parents with special needs children, petrified. They're so scared that we're going to put Amazon and FedEx and all these other corporations before them. That's what they're afraid of. And we wonder why they're so angry.
My other amendment, again, is around no money for Pentagon, because I want to talk to you all about this. In my community, I told them, don't worry, guess what? Guess what? There is one budget that got an increase. Which budget is that? The Pentagon budget. Can't pass audits, Madam Chair. 7 audits in a row. The last audit, the last failed audit, showed that over half of the assets of the Pentagon are unaccounted for. Unaccounted for. So we have money for bombs and wars. And shame on any of my colleagues that own stocks in war manufacturing. You shouldn't even be voting on this bill. That's a conflict of interest. But Madam Chair, it's important to understand, we can't prioritize to build ships that can't float, planes that can't even fly in the rain. Trillions of dollars are going to that. And we're going to go ahead and fund it $150 billion more dollars into talk about waste and inefficiency. It is cool for us to put more money in a budget that can't pass an audit, but we're going to go ahead and throw people off of Medicaid and SNAP. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Let me see if there are questions. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, Madam Chair, first I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from Jacek Furman, an economist and the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and the deputy director of the National Economic Council. In his letter, Mr. Furman shares an outlook of what this horrible bill will mean for our economy, and he writes, and I quote, "The legislation would drive up mortgage interest rates and inflation, lower economic growth, and ultimately require Congress to pass additional tax increases or benefit reductions. All of this would further hurt the working and middle class." So, Madam Chair, more expensive mortgages, higher inflation, basic needs like food and health care ripped away from people in need, all to give us more tax breaks for billionaires. I think it's shameful, and I think this bill will actually will hurt real everyday people. I ask unanimous
Without
consent.
objection.
And then the other thing I'm going to say is, I mean, let's remind ourselves why we're here, right? We're dealing with a bill that does a million different things. It's so wide in its scope. But, I mean, I think what has kind of brought us all together is our deep concern over people losing their health care, people losing their food assistance, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And that's just unacceptable. And, I mean, we wouldn't be who we are as Democrats if we didn't fight this with every ounce of energy we have. There are other things in this bill. Ms. Bonamici, I'm glad you brought up the AI aspect of this. I am scared out of my mind that there will be a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to be able to kind of regulate AI in their within their boundaries. Congress should do it, but we can't get our act together here. So the idea that we just we'll let it go wild, I mean, there's some real dangers to our kids, to our communities, and so I thank you for raising that. But again, you know, I mean, I'm grateful to all of you for sticking this out. You know, we have been talking amongst ourselves about how incredible it is to see all of you just stay here and remain here in solidarity and to, you know, be able to present your amendments. I think the American people appreciate it, and so I support all your amendments. Again, I thank you for being here. I yield back my time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to echo the ranking member's remarks. There are dozens of members still waiting. We really, really appreciate your passion, your amendments, which are so well taken, everybody bringing their expertise that would have been probably better served if we'd been able to use regular order, use committee structure to try to work on consensus bills. But it is so important that your constituents hear what you would do if our colleagues across the aisle were willing to work in a bipartisan manner, and just how much we could accomplish if that were an option around here. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just would, again, share the sentiments expressed by our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, and our deep appreciation to our members of the House Democratic Caucus for hanging in and staying as long as you have. Again, we started this hearing at 1 a.m. It's now 1 p.m., so 12 hours later, and there are a number of you who have been here the entire time, all so that you could, as Representative Stansberry so eloquently put it, speak for 5 minutes on behalf of the communities that you serve and to present very thoughtful, exceptional amendments that are developed by virtue of your expertise in your particular areas of expertise. And so I would just say thank you, and I hope that our colleagues on the other side might perhaps reconsider the closed nature of the rule. I suspect they won't, but hope springs eternal. So I thank my colleagues for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse, and thanks to all of you. I also thank you for coming and staying for this period of time, and you're now excused. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Fields, Ms. Dean, Ms. Schulten, Mr. Mervan, Mr. Tonko, Mr. Mannion, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. If you could come into the seats these people are vacating, please.
Talking numbers, according to the USDA, in 2023, nearly 5 million adults over the age of 50 lived in food insecure households, people that are hungry. And of those, roughly 1.1 million were between the ages of 55 and 64. This very group, this amendment aims to protect. These are not idle people. Nearly 1 in 3 SNAP recipients over the age of 50 are either working or actively seeking work, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Madam Chairwoman, a 60-year-old who loses their job is less than half as likely to find new full-time employment compared to a 30-year-old. I understand the president has asked for one big, beautiful bill, but let me tell you, this bill is brutal. It is not beautiful. This is a monument not to unity, but to disparity. A structural built not on the foundations of justice, but on the shifting sands of privilege. Its architecture is not that of Lincoln's better angels, but of Midas. It's greedy, it's glittering, and it is grotesque. I have read this bill, as of all the thinking citizens must, and I find therein not the balm of Gilead, but the cunning draft of a plutocracy and those that try to enshrine those of greater wealth. There are tax benefits for those that are already bloated, regulatory rollbacks for the unshackled corporations, while tightening the manacles on labor requirements, subsidies for oil and wealth, but scarcity for schoolhouses and clinics. Wherein this bill is the struggling mother in Detroit or in Chicago or in Pittsburgh who labors night and day, not for gain, but for survival. Where's the black farmer in Mississippi, still bowed under the yoke of a system that praises liberty, yet denies land and capital? Where is the sick child whose insurance evaporates beneath the ruthless sun of corporate greed? This bill is brutal. This bill is a contradiction or a mockery of our professed ideals. You say it helps families, yet it steals food from their tables. You said it grows the economy, but it shrinks the dignity of work. You say it strengthens America, but it forgets that a nation is only as strong as its poorest citizens is safe, its most vulnerable secure. I ask you to reject this bill, not because it's Trump's bill, but because it is wrong. Replace it with legislation that is rooted in equity and mercy, in the simple, but it might have to be recognized for all men and their women and their wealth and their dignity of work. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that history is watching us. And history, though patient, is unforgiving. This bill may pass today, and the markets may cheer, but the people will not forget. The people shall remember. They will remember not only what you did, but they will also remember what we failed to do when given the chance to lift rather than to loot. And I say unto you, let it not be written that this house chose beauty over justice, comfort over courage, gilded lies over the golden truth. Madam Chairwoman, I thank you for your time, and I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Fields, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member. I, too, have been here since 1 a.m. in the morning. My office has been flooded with calls, letters, emails from Louisianians worried about losing their Medicaid benefits. These voices come from every corner of the state, proof that the issue hits home for families, seniors, and working people alike. Propose those like monthly work requirement mandates and repeated eligibility requirements is just a bureaucracy trap, not solution. These policies create red tape that disproportionately affect vulnerable citizens, not fraudsters. That is why I'm offering Amendment 205 that modifies Section 44141 of the Budget Reconciliation Bill, specifically targeting language related to Medicare eligibility requirements under the Social Security Act. The key substantive change in adding protection for individuals who are... I'm sorry. Is that better? That is why I'm offering Amendment 205 that modifies Section 44141 of the Budget Reconciliation Bill, specifically targeting language related to Medicaid eligibility requirements under the Social Security Act. The key substantive change is adding protection for individuals who involuntarily lose their job, who have work hours, had their work hours reduced during the preceding 12-month period, and if longer, if states require it. This amendment would create a common sense exemption for Medicaid workers, reporting requirements for those who have experienced involuntarily job loss or reduction in work hours that are outside of their control. Most Medicaid recipients do work, but they still can't afford basic care. That's why Medicaid offers a path, health, and stability, not a free ride. My state specifically stands to lose more than health care. We risk losing the cornerstone of our state economy and stability. Medicaid brings about $15 billion in federal funding to Louisiana. That's over 35% of the entire state budget. Over 1.6 million Louisianians depend on Medicaid, including half of which are children, two-thirds of mothers with newborns, and 3/4 of nursing home residents. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the current proposal would leave at least 8.6 million more people uninsured over the next decade. I support cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, but I will not support it gutting the lifeline of many people. America needs smart, compassionate, physically responsible health care policies, but not blunt force cut. This is a catastrophic and unacceptable outcome for Louisiana and for the American people. I thank the chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fields. Ms. Dean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, and my Democratic colleagues for your endurance and for being here, standing watch over this proposed budget, this proposed reconciliation, and the disgraces that are within it that we've really yet to uncover. You know, Madam Chair, I had a very wise and funny godmother. Her name was Joan Casson, and she used to say to me, "Mad, remember, nothing good happens after midnight." So I came here in the middle of the night to see if Joan Casson was correct. And I sat here for hours and hours in the dark of night as members struggled to even stay awake because you noticed this hearing in rules of one of the most important, big pieces of legislation, I won't call it beautiful, that we will vote on this year. One of the most important. And I am baffled that you called this important hearing on this important legislation that you all seem to, well, some of you seem to prize, for 1 o'clock in the morning. Joan Casson was right. Nothing good, nothing that you're proud of happens after midnight when you call such a hearing. A couple of things that I wanted to talk about, they are by way of amendment, but really they're just by way of my heart. There is an amendment that our colleague, Mr. Thompson, is offering, which will strike, this is, bear with me, this is a double negative, I hate double negatives. It strikes the removal of the $200 tax on silencers. Right now, and this is since 1934, there has been a $200 tax on silencers, never adjusted for inflation. It's been solid since 1934, but I believe it's Mr. Clyde who wants to die on this hill. Well, others might die on this hill. He wants to remove the tax altogether. Baffling to me. And you know what the dollars are? It's $1.4 billion over 10 years. I did the math. That means something like 700,000 silencers are sold in this country a year. That baffles me. I don't know if that's accurate, but by the numbers and by the math, that's what we're talking about. In 1934, you know what $200 looked like, adjusted for inflation? It's at least $4,600, $4,700, $4,800 would be the tax if we did that today. Why do you think they put such a steep tax on that silencer in 1934? Take a look at the history. The history is the tax was used to try to discourage the purchasing of silencers. Well, this is a committee, this is an amendment, this is an initiative that Mr. Thompson will correct in his amendment, which I'm sure you're all going to go for, that would reduce the revenue, take us down $1.4 billion over 10 years, don't know why, and probably encourage the sale of more. Sounds to me like it is just to appease the NRA and to encourage the industry, all at the cost of our revenues. If we doubled it, if we just went to $400, you could sell only half as many and not lose a penny in revenue. If we tripled it, you might actually discourage some sales of silencers. Wouldn't that be a good thing for us to be doing in this committee? The other thing I want to talk about is substance abuse treatment and substance abuse dollars in Medicaid. In Pennsylvania, in my state, 100,000 Pennsylvanians have access to health care, recovery, treatment, 100,000 in Pennsylvania alone, thanks to Medicaid. What this budget proposes to do, slash that. Let those people go out in the cold. Let them try to find recovery on their own. Let them try to get a life worthy of what they want to become so that they can continue to work, provide for their families. 100,000 people are at risk. So I support an amendment that I know Mr. Tonko is going to be supporting also. He and I are co-chairs on really important committees, caucuses around addiction and mental health and fentanyl poisoning and all the rest. I come at it because I have a son in recovery. I want other families to have children in recovery, not dead. And so this proposed deep cuts to Medicaid make no sense whatsoever, especially at a time, Madam Chair, that I know you care about, at a time when we have reduced the number of overdose deaths in this country last year by 27%. That's something like 30,000 fewer people dead as a result. I implore this committee, make sure you pass this amendment, make sure you pass the Tonko amendment. Let's save lives from these scourges of gun violence and overdose death. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Ms. Schulten, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to this committee for your tireless efforts here, and to the incredible staff for supporting you through the night. As my colleagues have said here, I am just baffled at the reason this committee would start a hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning to hear amendments and testimony on a bill that has such significant impact on the American people. We are responsible to the American people, and transparency is at the heart of what we do. Republicans are doing this because they know that this is bad. It's the same reason why when the president pulled Republicans to the White House when there were holdouts on the budget proposal, that he told them just to close their eyes and vote for it. Just close your eyes and get there. The same reason the Budget Committee called people back at 10 o'clock at night to do this work in the middle of the night. Well, I'm not closing my eyes. I'm paying attention to every single thing that is in here that is going to hurt hardworking Americans like those back home in West Michigan who I represent. I am paying attention. And I'm offering amendments that will help take us down a different path. I've offered several amendments here today that protect working families, our Great Lakes that I proudly represent, the largest freshwater resources in our entire country. But we only have time to focus on one. So I'm talking today about my amendment number 66 that makes the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies permanent. These subsidies are one of the most effective tools we have to make health insurance affordable for hardworking families, middle-class Americans, and those who fall into the coverage gap just above traditional Medicaid eligibility. This amendment eliminates the previous income cap that cut off subsidy eligibility at 400% of the federal poverty line so that no family is forced to pay unaffordable premiums just because they make slightly too much. It also maintains a sliding scale cap on how much of a family's income they're expected to contribute to their premiums, ensuring no one pays more than 8.5% of their income for coverage, and in many cases, significantly less. What does that mean? That means that a family of 4 making $125,000 a year can still afford quality insurance without facing crushing monthly premiums. It means a self-employed contractor with variable income isn't penalized for working hard. And it means that millions of Americans who don't qualify for Medicaid but can't afford private insurance have access to care. Without this amendment, those enhanced subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year. If you're at home listening to this and you thought this was all about Medicaid, think again. Your premiums could go up significantly. When these premiums expire, over 4.2 million Americans are projected to lose their health care coverage. That's according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Millions more will see their premiums double or even triple. We are staring down a cliff, and my amendment pulls us back from the edge. In my home state of Michigan, these subsidies have helped hundreds of thousands of people afford health coverage. That includes families with children, small business owners, those who are self-employed and part-time workers. If we let these subsidies lapse, people in every single one of our districts, red and blue, are going to feel the impact. We better be paying attention. At the same time, this budget plan slashes nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid. As we know, those proposals that threaten coverage for nearly 14 million Americans, including children, seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income families. While one side of the aisle is proposing taking health care away, I am working to keep it. This amendment offers a responsible, proven way to keep people covered. Let's not forget, these subsidies work. We've shown that they work. They've reduced the uninsured rate to a historic low. They have brought down premium costs. They've given people peace of mind in moments of crisis, whether facing a chronic illness, job loss, or pregnancy. Making these subsidies permanent is not only the responsible thing to do, it's the moral thing to do. It's pro-family, pro-worker, pro-stability, and it is a fraction of the economic cost and the human toll that we will pay if millions of people lose their coverage. We need to be asking ourselves, why? Why are we doing this? We have the resources to cover the healthcare coverage that we need if we will just tell the billionaires that they need to pay their fair share. This tax plan will allow the top 1% to get an additional $700 a day.
Thank you, Ms. Schulten. Thank you. Mr. Mervan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Chairwoman Fox and also Ranking Member McGovern for allowing us to be here. I offer up an amendment that would require the Medicaid and CHIP Payment and Access Commission to produce a study on the effect of the Medicaid title on out-of-pocket costs for services to prevent and screen for and treat cancer. The amendment would require the study to focus on individuals eligible for Medicaid or CHIP under the eligibility rules in effect on April 1st, 2025, and the health outcomes for such individuals. As a local elected official for 15 years, I was elected to take care of the most vulnerable populations. Those that couldn't afford or have access to health care during that 15 years would come to my office. We had 142 caseworkers that would work with individuals that were the most vulnerable populations. That being said, this is in my wheelhouse, and it's worth being here through the middle of the night marathon to make sure we're fighting for access for health care for all individuals. I specifically choose this amendment for cancer because each year I meet with NIC, which is Northern Indiana Cancer Children, and what their 300 families that they have provided for are worried about is losing access to health care for their children, losing access, obviously, for individuals with cancer as we reduce the numbers of people who are on Medicaid. I also, as a local elected official, have a very unique position where part of the process was work requirements. Well, what happens when a family member has an illness that is going to cause death? People stop working to take care of that family member. And if you have to provide proof each 6 months while you are facing a crisis in your family, that is going to be the last thing you do, which puts your health care at risk. And so ultimately, why I'm here offering up this amendment is because what my colleagues have talked about, the features and benefits of your bill are ultimately the most wealthy and corporations are going to get tax cuts, where the most vulnerable are going to be punished. And ultimately, I leave with this message. The American Cancer Society, if we can agree upon one aspect of life, Chairwoman, the American Cancer Society has an ad on social media saying just to be specific, 1 in 3 children will have cancer, 1 in 10 adults with a history of cancer have Medicaid for their care. they're advocating against this bill because they know the impact of it. So ultimately, today, what I'm asking for is support of this amendment to make sure that the most vulnerable of populations have access to health care. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mervan. Mr. Tonko, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on 2 of my proposed amendments. It is said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I just don't see what Republicans find beautiful about this ugly bill. Is it the 13.7 million Americans that will lose their health care, the children that will go hungrier, the energy bills that will go higher thanks to repealing critical tax credits? Clearly, Republicans can't be too proud of it. Otherwise, we would not have started this whole process at 1 a.m. in hopes of suppressing debate on its many, many flaws. Given the many problems with this legislation and the fact that it is being changed in the dead of night, I urge you to have an open rule so that all submitted amendments can be properly debated on the House floor. But short of that, I would ask you to make my 2 amendments, numbers 89 and 270, in order. 193,000 people in my district rely on Medicaid. That's 25% of all residents, including 57,000 children and nearly 20,000 seniors. Every single one of them will be impacted by this heinous package. These are not just numbers on a page. They are deliberate choices with real-world consequences, including real people's lives. And for what? Why are Republicans so hell-bent on cutting Medicaid and forcing people off of their health insurance? So rich people like Elon Musk can get a massive tax handout that they don't need? Amendment 89 supports continued access to behavioral health care through Medicaid. This amendment requires states to stop implementation of the red tape requirements included in the bill if access to substance use disorder treatment services amongst low-income adults decreases. You heard my colleague, Representative Dean, next to me here, speaking in favor of this amendment, and rightfully so. She knows the benefit that this could bring. This would be determined by the number of available SUD providers in the state that participate in Medicaid, the geographical distance for beneficiaries to access a SUD provider that participates in Medicaid, and the rates of SUD treatment amongst low-income residents of the state. Republicans want us to believe that these new paperwork and red tape requirements won't impact treatment for addiction and behavioral health. But Medicaid is the single largest payer for behavioral health services. These red tape requirements will rip coverage away from millions of individuals struggling with addiction and behavioral health needs. If these Medicaid cuts are put in place, states will be forced to take on more financial burden and may shift resources away from critical, life-saving services, including prevention, treatment, and recovery. Additionally, most Medicaid enrollees struggle with substance use disorder and find their way to treatment after getting on Medicaid, not before. If a diagnosis is required before providing someone with access to Medicaid, then how do the undiagnosed ever get care? Under the Republican plan, they won't get access to substance use disorder treatment. Care will be delayed or never happen, and lives will be lost. This is a common-sense amendment to ensure that Medicaid cuts won't prevent our loved ones living with substance use disorder from accessing the treatment they need. My second amendment, Amendment 270, would only allow the repeal of EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and rescission of its unobligated funds to take effect after GAO certifies that it will not increase costs on consumers. This program was designed to help Americans who are struggling with their energy bills by leveraging billions of private sector dollars to support projects that will lower costs and create good-paying jobs. To do this, EPA tapped into nonprofit coalitions of experienced community-based lenders. The potential benefits are massive. Recent analysis from the University of New Hampshire estimated that these investments will result in $52 billion worth of energy cost savings for consumers over the next 20 years. Despite these major benefits to everyday Americans, this bill would continue Republicans' ideological crusade against the program to help offset the cost of tax cuts for billionaires. Let's be clear, there has been absolutely no evidence of fraud or criminality by grant recipients. In court this week, attorneys for the administration admitted that we're not accusing anybody of fraud and there aren't any particular instance of waste and abuse. This bill doubles down on the Republicans' longstanding policy objective of undermining the program having sought its repeal on numerous occasions. At the moment, only $19 million of the original $27 billion remains unobligated, which is intended to be used to administer and conduct oversight of the grants. If Republicans were genuinely concerned about the program's risks for fraud, waste, and abuse, they would not be rescinding these oversight dollars. Americans are struggling with the cost of living. Energy bills, despite President Trump's promises, are going up. It's outrageous that Republicans would target funding and reduce energy bills at this time. So let's make certain we go forward, support these amendments in order, and defeat this ugly bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Mr. Mannion, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you to the ranking member and members of the full committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and offer Amendment 156 for your consideration. This amendment is simple. It says none of the changes in the health title should go into effect unless the Congressional Budget Office can confirm they won't raise out-of-pocket health care costs for working families. That's it. That's the whole thing. And to me, it's just basic accountability. I represent New York's 22nd Congressional District, a true 50-50 district, Republicans and Democrats living side by side, and right now I'm hearing the same thing from all of them. Fear. Fear that changes in this bill could jeopardize their ability to pay for their care. Fear that their kids or aging parents will lose the services they depend on. Let me tell you about Betsy, a mom who has a child on the autism spectrum and has Tourette's syndrome. He has significant needs. And through Medicaid, he's been able to access therapists, medical providers, and a communication device that gives him a voice. And that's not an exaggeration. His device is literally how he speaks to the world, and through these services, her son has built independence. He's learning to thrive, and as Betsy put it, this is how he lets the world know that he's a fighter and he deserves to live a full, meaningful, and enriched life. But if we cut Medicaid services, what happens to families like Betsy's? What happens to a child who literally loses their voice? Because we can't take the time to understand the impact of this legislation. So this is a common sense amendment that ensures that we're not balancing the budgets on the backs of the families who can least afford it. In Central New York and the Mohawk Valley, we are common sense people. It's common sense to support this amendment. It's common sense to reject a $400 million gift from a state that sponsors organizations that carry out terrorism, potentially against our allies. It is common sense to investigate the creation of meme coins and stable coins to enrich those in positions of power and their families. I urge the committee to adopt this important amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, my classmate. It's good to see you, and thank you for the opportunity to present amendments to this bill. For months, Republicans promised repeatedly that their budget would not affect Medicaid, would not make any cuts to Medicaid, and that no one would lose their Medicaid. It's the same promise Donald Trump made on the campaign trail among his countless other lies. Well, here we are about to bring one big, ugly bill to the floor, with this committee hiding behind closed doors in the dead of night when presenting the details of this harmful legislation. Republicans are trying to ram through a slew of dreadful policies that will weaken our country, economy, communities, and families everywhere. This bill is pure cruelty. Republicans and President Trump lied to people all over America, and millions will lose their Medicaid coverage. The CBO confirmed this. It is a fact. Therefore, my First Amendment strikes the provision limiting state-directed payments, which I know worries many of my Democratic and Republican colleagues alike. State-directed payments are a lifeline for hospitals, nursing homes, and other providers in our safety net that treat a high volume of Medicaid beneficiaries. Medicaid often reimburses providers at rates below the actual cost of care. In Florida, Medicaid repays providers at about 48 cents for every dollar spent to provide care. This is why states like Florida have these agreements in place to address the shortfalls for hospitals that operate on razor-thin margins and need help bridging that gap. The Republican bill before us today would hamstring states, ironically, most of them red, by taking away their ability to manage their programs effectively and removing needed flexibility. This will have a cascading effect. Providers will be harmed, then be forced to limit services, which negatively affects Medicaid patients. And where will the Medicaid patients turn? To the emergency room. And that, of course, hurts hospitals even more because it's the costliest point of entry into our healthcare system. This will make healthcare pricier and harder to find. In other words, working families pay for Republican tax cuts to the wealthiest by giving up their own health care. That's why my First Amendment strikes this provision so that the safety net hospitals in my community and the people they serve in my district don't suffer needlessly for the benefit of the wealthy. And this affects hospitals across the country, and many will close as a result of this change. Mark my words. Moving on, my Second Amendment is deeply personal to me because many of you know I'm a breast cancer survivor, and we have millions of other cancer survivors in this country. I know what it feels like to wake up every morning not knowing what the next scan will show, not knowing if I'd be there for my children's next birthday, or see them grow up, get married, and maybe have their own kids one day. And it shatters me to know that this bill will harm people who are grasping for hope, desperate to survive this terrible disease. My amendment prevents this horrible, ugly bill from taking effect until the HHS Secretary certifies that not one of its provisions harms cancer patients and their access to care. Over 10% of cancer survivors rely on Medicaid for their care, and more than 1/3 of children newly diagnosed with cancer in our country are enrolled in Medicaid or CHIP. Medicaid is a lifeline to so many cancer survivors, and they don't need any obstacles or uncertainty to accessing their care, nor do they need to struggle just to stay alive. Also, Republicans can stuff more big tax breaks into the pockets of big corporations and the super rich. Survivors who rely on Medicaid will die because of this bill. Full stop. It's shameful. You want to talk about saving taxpayer dollars? Then fund early screening. Fund treatment. Help prevent advanced stage cancer, because we all know that preventing diseases like cancer and catching it early, as I was able to, is far less costly than treating it when it has advanced and spread. Access to insurance saves lives and lowers costs. I know you know that, but you simply don't have the courage to stand up to Donald Trump and defend your constituents for fear he'll tweet a primary opponent for you. And spare me the excuse this bill only kicks off ineligible people from Medicaid. That is false, and you know it. This moment calls for courage, not self-interest. It requires a heart, not a headline. There are 110,000 people in my district who are at risk of losing their Medicaid health care under this terrible bill. A majority of them are children. Nearly 30,000 are seniors. And I'm up here I'm sorry, I've been here since the middle of the night, fighting for them. Why? Because Republicans turned their back on the people that you represent. You have to push this midnight madness because you're putting your constituents in dire situations, and you want to block them from defending themselves. And you want to ensure they can't by yanking their health care while they're sleeping. I know how important Medicaid is to so many Floridians and people across the country, and I swear I will defend it to my last breath. So I ask each of you, would you vote for a bill that could take away the care of a loved one facing cancer when they needed it most? Hide in the dark if you want, but history is watching, and the people that we all serve will remember how you answered. I yield back.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and ask Mr. Jackson if he would, there are 3 of us who attend prayer breakfast regularly with you. Would you like to invite other people to go tomorrow morning, Mr. Jackson? I give you a point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm the bipartisan co-chair of the National Prayer Breakfast. I would like to invite all of my colleagues out for friendship, fellowship, and an exhibit of faith. Please join us tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Here in the members' dining room, and let us pray for the food we're about to receive, not the food that has left our table.
Thank you. Mr. Norman, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
I don't have any questions. I support all of your amendments. You are like my heroes for lasting as long as you have and being here, because I think it's important to remind the American people that there's a lot in this bill. I mean, everything from the repeal of the tax on silencers to the issue about making sure that people get adequate health care, especially young kids when they're diagnosed with cancer. And And again, I just think this is such a profoundly bad bill that is going to hurt so many people. And I think, you know, we just need to make sure that the American people know that we're on their side. And so I thank all of you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank you all for your willingness to tough it out here with us as we're now on hour 13, which is so much fun. But I really appreciate the attention and the care you've brought with your amendments, thoughtful amendments to try to improve this bad bill and to highlight the economic, the environmental, and even the existential harms that it's likely to cause the American people. Especially want to thank my sister in service to Southeastern Pennsylvania for the life-saving amendments that she has introduced to reverse cuts to substance use disorder services and to address this tax cut that would make it easier to purchase silencers for firearms. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott.
Sorry, I yield back.
Well, first of all, Madam Chair, Mr. Jackson, I appreciate the invitation and especially the optimism that we may be done by the time the prayer breakfast starts tomorrow. I would just point out that there's a lot that's been said about suppressors with modern printing, 3D technologies, everything else right now. You can go on Amazon and buy all the parts to make anything you want. So I think there's either way, it's unrealistic to think it can be stopped once the technology has reached the level that it has. And in many countries, it actually mandated. Yeah, in many countries, it's my time. In many countries, it's actually mandated that you use a suppressor if you're gonna hunt. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
No questions, Madam Chair. Just again, gratitude to our colleagues for being here, for submitting your amendments, all of which, of course, we agree with and support. And I'll yield back.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Griffith.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right. I actually really love hearing from you. Well, you never know what I'm going to say. Today, I'm going to echo the chairwoman's comments and encourage everybody, whether it's this Thursday or any Thursday we're in session, to attend the bipartisan prayer breakfast. It really is a good group. But one thing that has not been mentioned yet is that for those of you like me who love to eat, one of the regulars provides breakfast every Thursday morning. So we have eggs and oatmeal and sausage and bacon and potatoes. It's a good time to get together, and reflecting that we all have losses from time to time. Today, of course, the loss of Jerry Conley. It's sometimes good to get together, not as adversaries, but just getting together as human beings who care for one another. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really do want to thank both all the members of this panel, the previous panels, and the people who are waiting to speak. Because I want to point out that because of all of my Democratic colleagues, we did prevent them from passing this bad rule in the dead of night. You have made sure that the sun is shining on this process. And you are, by the way, I think the third panel, and ABC, there are nothing but great C's that I have heard in this. We have talked about corruption and the need to fight it, about having the courage of standing with your constituents, about cancer. And the fact that we can do something about it because we know what it feels like. Today of all days, we know what it feels like when you lose somebody to cancer. We've talked about the cruelty of the bill and the importance of care, which I think ties into the idea of the prayer breakfast. Care. Care for others, the elderly, those with mental health issues, those who need help with drug addiction. So thank you, this third panel, for enlightening us as to all of these subject areas. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. And I thank the panel for being with us. And there being no further questions, you're excused. And I will ask Ms. Berrigan, Ms. Randall, Mr. Larson, Mr. Whitesides, Mr. Caston, Mr. McGarvey, Ms. Trahan, and Mr. Danny Davis to come forward. If some of you would go down before you click. All right, here. I know some, but I don't know more. Who am I missing? Let me see. McGarvey. Who? Budzinski? Budzinski, if you would come forward. You dropped something. Thank you. Got it. I'll recognize you in the order that I called out your name. Some people want to know what order you're in. So again, we're just doing it by the names that are given to us. Ms. Berrigan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment titled Health FCD AMD 88. My amendment removes red tape and improves access to the Children's Health Insurance Program, also known as CHIP. Let me be clear, this amendment does not expand CHIP eligibility. It simply makes sure that kids who are already qualified can actually get the coverage they need and keep it. That's it. CHIP provides low-cost health coverage to children in families who earn too much to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to afford private insurance. When kids have health coverage, they do better, not just in childhood, but for life. They're healthier adults. They attend school more regularly, and they succeed more in the classroom. My amendment takes 2 simple, powerful steps to protect kids. First, my amendment ends waiting periods, because when a child loses coverage, they shouldn't have to sit and wait for care. Right now, 9 states force children to wait up to 90 days before they can enroll in CHIP, even after they lose coverage. 3 months with no access to checkups, a prescription, or a specialist. Imagine being a parent in that position. These gaps can result in delayed treatment and increased financial risk for families. Some of the states that impose waiting periods also have the highest rates of uninsured children in the country. It's cruel and unnecessary. Second, my amendment ends annual and lifetime limits on benefits. In 13 states, kids enrolled in CHIP can face strict limits on the care they receive, including limits for dental care. That means even if a child needs treatment, their plan may stop paying once they hit a cap, not just for the year, but for their entire life. Limits like this are not allowed under most insurance programs, and it shouldn't be allowed for children under CHIP. It's unfair. Let me tell you about Emily Dent, a mother from Cape Coral in Florida's 19th Congressional District. Emily's 8-year-old son, James, was kicked off of Medicaid because their family's income was too high. But leaving James uninsured is not an option. He has a rare genetic disorder. It's called Pulaski-Killen syndrome, and he relies on round-the-clock care from a nurse. Emily, his mother, said he has to have health insurance, but it's going to drain my savings, which was going to be to save for a house one day. For families like Emily's, higher health care costs would mean a breaking point. Why should she have to choose between children's health care and other essential needs like housing? This is why it's so absolutely vital that we take steps to protect CHIP today. So there's an option for kids like James to have health care. CHIP and Medicaid work hand in hand together to cover kids from low and middle income families. Together, these programs cover nearly half of all children in the U.S. When Medicaid is cut, CHIP suffers too. States could impose new or higher CHIP premiums and cut people's access if they failed to pay. States could cut CHIP benefits, eligibility, or outreach to deal with budget shortfalls. Or doctors and hospitals could get paid less, which means longer wait times and fewer available providers for kids. In this budget, Republicans are gutting hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid funding, failing to extend enhanced premium tax credits for the ACA marketplace, making it harder for kids to access CHIP coverage. This is a triple blow to working Americans' access to health care, and kids will suffer, all to pay for billionaire tax cuts. No parent should have to choose between paying the bills and getting their child the health care they need. Right now, kids face dangerous and unfair waiting periods and lifetime limits on their care. Why shouldn't we fix this for children? My amendment is simple. It says kids shouldn't be punished with unfair rules just because their families are struggling to make ends meet. Every child deserves a healthy start. I urge this committee to adopt this amendment, not for politics, but for children who depend on us to do the right thing. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Republican budget scam. Well, it's deeply unfortunate, Madam Chair, that you chose to begin this hearing literally in the dead of night to try and hide from the American people. It's daytime now, and my Democratic colleagues and I remain here and continue shedding light on the harms of this big, bad bill that only benefits billionaires. An estimated 15 million Americans stand to lose their health care because of this deeply unpopular bill you're trying to jam through. My Republican colleagues are gutting Medicaid, which will destabilize hospital systems across the country, especially in rural communities like mine, but not only mine. Ms. Houchin, I understand a hospital in your district is projected to lose $2.5 million in revenue under this proposal. And
Madam Chair, it's my understanding that in debate, and maybe I'm not sure about testimony, but I just want to ask for a point of clarification if members are allowed to refer to panelists, members of this committee by name.
Okay. Apologies. It's my first time before the Rules Committee. Yes, right.
If
yeah,
you
that's okay.
You can refer to other members by state.
Right, okay. Appreciate the clarification. Thank you. And there are other colleagues on this panel whose hospitals stand to lose $884,000 from this proposal. So many of our hospitals are on the verge of shutting their doors because of this bad bill. Just yesterday, President Trump even told your conference, don't F around with Medicaid. He seems to know what members on this committee aren't willing to face up to. That so many families like mine depend on Medicaid, which is why I've filed an amendment to prevent provisions in this bill from going to effect if this administration makes any cuts to Medicare or Medicaid. Beverly from Tacoma called my office telling me that losing Medicaid will literally kill her as she has multiple surgeries she needs to have this year. Another constituent, Kelly, is worried that her daughter will be homeless if she loses Medicaid coverage. Evangeline wrote me saying, as someone with a husband who is 83 years old, a kidney cancer survivor, and living with dementia, the importance of maintaining these healthcare services cannot be overstated. They're vital for seniors and those with chronic conditions to receive necessary medical support and assistance. It's not just Medicaid that's at risk. Millions stand to lose health coverage because the majority is not extending the ACA's enhanced premium tax credits, which my constituent Denise wrote me about, saying she has lupus and she won't be able to afford health insurance and treatment without those benefits. For the American people watching at home, because, Madam Chairwoman, despite your attempts to deceive the American people by beginning this meeting in the middle of the night, know that they are still watching this majority's every single move. And the bottom line is that this bill will make your air dirtier, your water filthy, and dismantle the healthcare system so that when you inevitably have health complications from all this increased pollution, you won't even be able to afford treatment. All so that Republicans can finance trillions of dollars in tax cuts for wealthy and well-connected people. While President Trump and his friends get jets and giveaways, he wants Americans to be forced to choose between feeding their families and paying for prescriptions. I won't stand by and watch it happen. I urge the members of this committee to follow the president's direction to protect and preserve Medicaid, stand up for healthcare access in the hospitals in your communities, and support my amendment. These cuts to Medicaid are just the beginning of harmful provisions in this bill that I'm concerned will hurt my neighbors back home and hurt all of your neighbors. On behalf of the 27,000 federal employees I represent, I'm incredibly concerned that this bill would steal their retirement benefits and strip away other protections. That's why I have also got an amendment to prevent a provision that would chill the reporting and appeal process with the Merit Systems Protection Board by requiring them to spend several hundreds of dollars on fees from going into effect. Our government cannot function without a strong, healthy federal workforce and their ability to approve Social Security benefits, to work in our national forests, to protect against fire, and to protect our national defense is essential. We're seeing already how gutting agencies is harmful to critical infrastructure and tribal priorities in the Pacific Northwest. That's why I'm also offering several additional amendments to ensure proper staffing at NOAA, force the administration to release bipartisan infrastructure law funding appropriated by Congress, require tribal consultation, and increase funding for critical tribal education programs. Unfortunately, in committee, my Republican colleagues seem to be scared to even engage in conversation or debate on this bill or any of my amendments. So that's why I'm back here in front of the Rules Committee asking if any Republicans here are willing to speak up and defend the terrible cuts included in this bill. And if you also aren't able to find it in you to speak up about these cuts, then I urge you to make my amendments in order, and let's take it to the House floor. Thank you.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege here and say, I thought members could see from the last panel and from the way I've conducted this meeting that I'm trying to be very bipartisan and to respect everybody who's here. I generally do that. I hope that's what's coming across. So I ask people to see that we try to be a role model here in being bipartisan and not to attack members personally. We can disagree on policy, but we don't need to attack each other personally. Mr. Larson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me thank you for your perseverance, your patience, and your practical application of getting through this process. Let me also commend my colleagues on the Democratic side for their persistence in making the public fully aware that all legislation has consequences. I have an amendment that's focus is on economic development, it's on tax cuts, and just happens to be the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for children. And Congress has enacted to enhance this program in over 50 years. Richard Nixon was President of the United States the last time that Social Security was enhanced. And yet it's Social Security that at its heart demonstrates the genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and also the Congress to put in place a plan that would be the safety net for entrepreneurialism and capitalism. How? By making sure that every congressional district and the people within those districts in difficult times, whether in retirement or whether through no fault of their own there were layoffs, that people were able to continue to receive a payment. No one gets wealthy on Social Security, you all know that. But it is able to sustain families during difficult time. And the shame here is that these are very difficult times in post-pandemic and now in this inflationary, global inflationary period that we're going through as well. People's kitchen table discussions are, how are we going to do this? And here's the startling fact, and I think every member probably knows this on both sides of the aisle. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. On average, and you're blessed here in this committee, and especially on the Republican side, the average Social Security amount of money that goes to every district monthly, is in excess of $200 million. In the case here, it's over $300 million. That's the good news. The bad news is it hasn't been adjusted in more than 50 years. Imagine how the people in all of our districts feel when they get these statistics. Now, I give every member of Congress a little card, and on that card it demonstrates not only how much people get in retirement, but what spouses, what widows, what dependent children, and disability, another thing we don't mention enough about Social Security. I come from an insurance center of the world. And, you know, the administrative costs for insurance companies run anywhere between 16 and 28%. And we have some damn good insurance companies in Hartford, Connecticut. But Social Security manages the largest insurance program in the country, maybe the world. And it does so at under 1% administrative costs. And to see the closing of regional offices, the shutting down of work, so that people aren't able to actually talk to a human being. You're all good people. You all have the same kind of constituents that we have. I know, Madam Chairman, that people like us, or at least my age, want to be able to talk to a human being. Don't want to go through press button number 1, press button number 2, press button number 3, and you're lucky if you ever get to talk to anybody. So here is something that has to be enhanced, that improves the whole economy, gives a tax cut, a real tax cut, to more than 23 million Americans. There should be no double taxation of Social Security, and yet there is. So I implore and ask your help to pass this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Whiteside, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm George Whitesides, a new congressional representative for California's 27th Congressional District. I find it amazing that we are working on what may be the most expensive bill that the nation has ever seen and putting it through Congress in this way, but that's for another time. I'm here because I thought it was important to bring the voices of our district to this debate. I want to start by talking about what would happen if we do not pass this bill. First, for folks in my area, if we don't pass this bill, most people would actually get a tax cut. That's because this bill does not fully fix the state and local tax deduction problem that President Trump created in his first term. If we don't pass this bill, then we won't add $3.8 trillion to our national debt. We won't saddle our children and our grandchildren with our own irresponsibility. If we don't pass this bill, then we won't cause 14 million Americans to lose their health insurance coverage and millions more who will see their health care costs increase. We won't hurt local hospitals like the Antelope Valley Hospital or Palmdale Regional or Henry Mayo Hospital in my district. We won't cause emergency rooms to become even more crowded. If we don't pass this bill, then we won't leave millions of Americans, millions of children, without the ability to put food on the table. The bottom line is that this bill threatens the most basic needs that Americans rely on. People want us to be focused, instead, on lowering their everyday costs and growing jobs. I put forward 2 amendments to this bill that would cut costs and help grow jobs. The first amendment would help folks in my area who've been devastated by the Chiquita Canyon landfill. That's number 214, ma'am. The second, number 218, would preserve the tax incentives for hydrogen, one of the industries of the future that this bill would catastrophically damage if passed. Let's be clear, these clean energy tax credits are not frivolous spending. They are strategic investments that are already yielding tangible benefits across our nation. Since their passage, we've seen roughly $500 billion in new clean energy project announcements and more than 500,000 new jobs created. This isn't not just about environmental policy, it's about turbocharging American manufacturing, creating good-paying jobs, and lowering energy costs for families. In fact, if we repeal all of the clean energy tax credits, the average American family will see their energy bills increase. Every dollar of federal investment is stimulating $5 to $6 in private investment. That's a powerful engine of economic growth, not a drain on our treasury. Hydrogen in particular is not just another fuel, it's a game changer, Madam Chair. It's the critical link to decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors that traditional renewables struggle to address, like heavy-duty trucking, steel manufacturing, and cement production. These are the industries that employ millions of Americans and are foundational to our economy. Eliminating these hydrogen tax credits would be a catastrophic mistake. It would devastate projects already underway across the country, like the Arches Hydrogen Hub in my district. It would stifle innovation, cede our leadership in this burgeoning global market to competitors like China, Europe, the Middle East, Australia. They're not letting up. They're heavily investing in their own clean hydrogen capabilities. Estimates show that reaching our target of 10 million tons of hydrogen by 2030 could unlock up to $240 billion in investments and create over 200,000 new jobs. These are not mere projections. They are opportunities waiting to be seized. To pull the rug out from under these investments now would be to undermine our future. It would signal to investors that America is not a reliable partner, chilling future domestic and international investment. We'll raise energy costs for American households, stifling innovation, increasing pollution, and putting a meaningful portion of $500 billion of new manufacturing at risk. Let's remember, many of these investments are landing in states represented by both Republicans and Democrats. To your point, Madam Chair, about bipartisanship, demonstrating the widespread economic benefit. This should not be a partisan issue. It is an issue of American competitiveness and prosperity. This bill hurts our future. For folks in my district, it raises their costs, cuts their health care, mortgages the kids' future, kills new jobs, hurts our planet. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Keston, welcome to the Rules Committee again.
Pleasure to be back, Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members. I'm here in support of 4 separate amendments. Number 376 corrects a conflict in this bill between the bill and current law, specifically Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act, which requires that any new natural gas export facility has to be in the public interest. That law is contradicted by the pay-to-play provision in Section 41004, which says that a developer who pays the lesser of $10 million or 1% of construction costs receives automatic approval, their review is not completed in an expedited timeline. My amendment fixes this section by clarifying that the approval of any new LNG facility not associated with an existing free trade agreement has to get a prior determination by the Secretary of Energy that the project is in the public interest, consistent with an analysis that was just done by the DOE on a separate facility last year. That analysis found that new LNG facilities would raise domestic natural gas prices, makes sense, tighten domestic supply, price goes up, would not facilitate national security since new exports flow predominantly to commodity brokers and U.S. adversaries in Asia, and it also quantified the massive climate risks created by those facilities. Now, I realize that some of my Republican colleagues don't believe in climate change, and I also realize that the fossil fuel industry prefers higher fuel prices. But if you hold those views, I'd ask you please to consider our national security. Gas demand has flattened in Europe. It's peaked in Japan. It's expected to flatten in South Korea by 2030. China is now the world's largest importer. It is in China's national interest that we send them our natural gas. It is not in hours. Amendment 380 restores the appropriated funding from the Inflation Reduction Act for electric transmission and offshore wind. This amendment is necessary to ensure that American homeowners and businesses continue to have access to affordable and reliable electricity. Over the last decade, U.S. coal demand has fallen by over 50%, 50. Oil demand is flat over the same time period. Natural gas is losing market share. That transition is the result of market forces because fossil-fired plants can't compete on the margin with plants that don't pay for fuel, and markets favor cheaper energy. Now, a company that's losing market share generally has two choices. They can change or they can go bankrupt. The fossil industry's taken a third path: persuade Congress to block construction of assets that would expose them to competition. So a bill that repeals incentives to build transmission is a bill that sides with the economic losers. And I want to point out, this is not just about markets, because as companies consider whether they're going to build their next factory in the U.S., we don't want them to wonder whether our grid can handle the load. And when extreme weather knocks out the part of the grid that serves your town, I want to make sure that there's a redundant transmission path available to ensure that your family stays safe. So we need those back. Amendment 385 would reinstate incentives for cleaner transportation options and charging facilities. Also includes legislation I've introduced with Representative Matsui to spur innovation in the U.S. automotive sector. Let's talk about global, not U.S., global automotive markets. More than 25% of all cars sold this year are electric. That number is projected to rise to 40% by 2030. China now produces more than 60% of the world's electric cars and 80% of the batteries that power them. The EV demand is not because the world got woke, except in the sense that you've got to be damn close to comatose to prefer a car that costs more to fuel, more to maintain, and has crappier acceleration. This bill is not going to change those trends. It simply determines whether or not we cede control of that growing market to the Chinese. So if you count yourself among the so-called America First movement, this amendment is for you. Finally, Amendment 386 would strike Section 50003 to ensure that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB, has the funding necessary to do their job. As drafted, that section would cut CFPB's funding by 70%. Now recall that the CFPB was created by the Dodd-Frank Act in response to the 2008 financial crisis. That crisis was driven because we had this financial regulatory system created in the 1930s where financial firms were regulated according to their designations. Are you a bank? Are you a thrift? Are you an insurance company, et cetera, rather than by their activities. And as financial markets evolved, that left regulators with conflicting and frequently incompatible supervisory responsibilities. That weak supervision caused risk to migrate outside of the traditional banking system, ultimately landing on taxpayers and consumers, and so the 2008 financial crisis came. Congress created the CFPB to ensure that wouldn't happen again, and it has been wildly effective. It has returned more than $21 billion, the B dollars in relief, to 205 million Americans. But even that understates the benefit, because a cop on the corner stops more crime than he catches just by his presence. Defunding the police force will cost us a lot more than the $21 billion that they've already recovered. And the need for this particular cop is growing as the CFPB is the primary regulator of non-bank financial technology companies. That category will soon include Elon Musk's new platform, X Money. Now, I don't know if you know who Elon Musk is, but the more I learn about him, the less I like him. Up until recently, he was a special government employee who embedded people without proper security clearances in our Treasury payment system with read and write access, is now suspected to have private confidential information about the income, expenses, and bank routing numbers of every American taxpayer. He's an active supporter of neo-Nazis in Germany and white supremacists in South Africa, and owns several companies that have economic ties to the Chinese Communist Party. I hope you share my concern that that individual should be closely monitored.
Mr. Caston, your time is over.
I encourage support for all four amendments.
Mr. Caston. Ms. Budzinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you to Ranking Member McGovern. I'm here to testify today in support of Amendment Number 216, which is intended to make high-speed internet access more affordable. I want to also just take a moment, though, to say that I'm in part here to stand up for my constituents, that there are some really damaging provisions within this bill that are going to impact them directly. 19,000 of my constituents are going to see over a $1,000 increase in their premiums for health care. 28,000 of my constituents are going to lose health care coverage. And additionally, 15,000 families are going to lose access to SNAP. And many of those families are families that have children in those homes. So I just wanted to say that I'm speaking on behalf of this amendment, which gets to affordability, which I think is a bipartisan issue that we all want to address. But I would be remiss if I didn't stand up and speak out for the constituent impact that's going to be on these health care and SNAP provisions as well. My amendment would lower costs, though, for working families by using a small portion of the revenue from Spectrum auctions to reestablish a broadband affordability program like the Affordable Connectivity Program. Right now, this is what the American people need. This is what rural America needs. But instead of policies to lower costs and make life more affordable, the president has entangled us in expensive trade wars. Moving forward with this bill will raise prices. In fact, these trade games could cost the average American family up to $4,000 more per year. That is $4,000 to many folks that simply just do not have that money in their pocketbooks. My amendment introduces a measure of fairness into this otherwise harmful bill. This simple amendment puts working families first. Spectrum, the invisible radio frequencies that carry our wireless signals, is a limited public resource. The proceeds from auctioning it off should be reinvested in the public good, not to offset tax cuts for billionaires. Let's be clear, broadband is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Families rely on it to pay bills, do homework, and earn a living. Yet the high cost of service remains the #1 barrier to staying connected. A recent survey found that nearly 2/3 of adults saw their internet bills rise over the past year. 1 in 5 said rising prices forced them to downgrade, switch, or cancel service altogether. Every time a family is pushed offline because of cost, we fall behind as a country. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, was a proven solution that brought millions of Americans online. But despite its success, Republicans allowed its funding to lapse last year. Nearly 23 million households rely on ACP, including 78,000 households in my congressional district in Illinois alone. When the program expired, many saw their internet bills spike overnight, and those who couldn't afford to pay were cut off entirely. This was just the beginning of the wave of Republican-led price hikes that continue to hit working families. Now the president wants to unilaterally repeal the Digital Equity Act, the clawback funding Congress appropriated to implement it. These programs were designed to help seniors, veterans, rural residents, and people with disabilities get the tools and training they need to get online. Republicans are also attempting to eliminate the requirement under the BEAD program that internet service providers offer affordable plans, despite the fact that these networks are built with taxpayer dollars. Just this month, Senate Republicans voted to permanently repeal an FCC program that would provide Wi-Fi hotspots to school children. We've seen what these choices lead to, kids doing homework in fast food parking lots or outside of libraries, like what we saw during the pandemic, and this is just quite simply unacceptable. We have made progress in closing the digital divide, but it's critical that we finish this job. Study after study confirms that cost is the biggest barrier to broadband access. Any serious solution we must tackle that head on. My amendment does just that. It delivers real relief to working families already struggling under President Trump's price hikes. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Trahan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Chair, I'm offering Amendment 307 to... Oh, got it. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm offering Amendment 307 to safeguard access to IVF for millions of women who rely on it to start their families. And while I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to offer this amendment, as well as this committee's perseverance, there is nothing bipartisan or transparent about this process when so much of the debate over this bill happened in the middle of the night while most Americans were sleeping. It was a blatant attempt to prevent folks from tuning in,
from hearing the contents of this disastrous bill, but people are watching. They're seeing what you're trying to do, and they're going to see how you vote on this amendment, which would simply require that the Secretary of Health and Human Services certifies that the GOP's reconciliation bill does not reduce or restrict state Medicaid programs from covering infertility treatment, because the ability to start a family should never be a privilege reserved only for the wealthy. Like so many couples across the country, my husband and I turned to IVF to have our girls. I know the pain of hearing that pregnancy might not happen. I know the silent heartbreak, the financial strain, and yes, the overwhelming joy when, thanks to modern medicine, I was finally able to hold my children in my arms. Every woman deserves that chance. President Trump recently called himself the father of IVF and claimed he wants to make it easier for women to have children. But actions speak louder than words. Just last month, this administration eliminated the CDC's reproductive technology surveillance and research team, the very experts who tracked IVF outcomes and access for over 30 years. Without that data, we're flying blind. And now, House Republicans are threatening deep cuts to Medicaid, the very program that could make IVF accessible to working families. Today, most Medicaid programs don't cover IVF. And for the majority of Americans without insurance coverage, IVF, which can cost upwards of $15,000 per cycle, is simply out of reach. If Republicans succeed in cutting Medicaid even further, that dream won't just remain out of reach, it will disappear completely. It will be women living paycheck to paycheck, women in rural areas, women of color, the very women already facing the steepest barriers to care, who will suffer the most. This amendment is about more than reproductive technology. It's about whether we believe that every woman, no matter her income, her zip code, or insurance status, deserves a fair shot at motherhood. Unfortunately, the consequences of this bill don't stop at IVF. Every one of us here has heard stories from our constituents, mothers, daughters, families, about how hard it is to access the care that they need. And yet, this bill, crafted behind closed doors by Republicans in this chamber and considered here in the dead of night, will only deepen that crisis. At a time when the United States ranks last in maternal mortality among industrialized nations, when hospitals are closing and care is harder to find, this bill pours gasoline on a fire that is already raging. Cutting Medicaid doesn't just mean cutting coverage. It means cutting off care to women when they are most vulnerable. In my district, those failures are real. In 2023, the only maternity ward in the western part of my district closed due to staffing shortages. Then the collapse of Steward Health Care forced 2 more hospitals to shut down, including one that served as the primary provider for thousands of families. These aren't hypotheticals. These are closed doors, darkened hallways, delivery rooms that will never welcome a newborn again. According to the March of Dimes, 1 in 25 obstetric units has closed in just the last 2 years. Over 1,100 counties in America are now maternity care deserts, with no hospital, no OB, no place to give birth safely. And now this bill proposes gutting the program that keeps what little is left afloat, Medicaid. If we do that, we won't just lose coverage, we'll lose hospitals, we'll lose doctors, and we'll lose lives. So to my colleagues, especially those who claim to support IVF, who care about mothers and family values, I just ask you to prove it. Support this amendment to protect IVF access. Reject the deep cuts to Medicaid in this bill to protect the hospitals, doctors, and services that make motherhood possible in the first place. Because if you are serious about being pro-family, pro-mother, and pro-life, then you must be serious about protecting Medicaid. And you must be honest about what's at stake. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member. The good book teaches us to care for the least among us. My 4 amendments do just that. For parents, child care is the work-related expense. My amendment would reimburse working parents up to $8,000 in child care costs. The meager current maximum of $1,200 was set at the turn of the century. Now the cost of center-based care for 2 children is more than the average rent in all 50 states. Yet the Republican bill fails to directly help struggling parents with the crushing burden of child care. Instead, the bill gives $731 million to businesses and ignores the tens of millions of working parents whose employers will never offer child care. And the small temporary $500 bump in the child tax credit excludes the poorest parents and is dwarfed by the $8,000 in relief offered by my amendment. If Republicans want parents to work, then please accept my amendment. The second amendment would provide life-changing help to hard-working, rent-burdened Americans earning up to $100,000. Rent unaffordability is at an all-time high, with about half of all renters being cost-burdened, especially extremely low-income households, seniors, and rural Americans. My amendment would create a new tax credit for low and middle-income renters that would cover a percentage of the gap between 30% of their adjusted gross income and their actual rent. For renters earning less than $25,000, the credit would cover the entire 30% income to rent gap and then phase out. The Republican bill offers nothing to help struggling renters. Supporting my amendment would provide financial relief to thousands of individuals so that they can thrive without fear of eviction. My third amendment would provide a tax cut to tens of millions of low-income workers by enhancing the Earned Income Tax Credit. The EITC is a powerful tool to reduce poverty. Although the Republican bill gives an increased EITC for some Purple Heart recipients, it ignores the vast majority of individual workers. Workers aged 65 and older represent one of the fastest growing groups in our labor force. Millions of people, of workers, receiving and not receiving. We would also lower the eligibility age to 19 while enhancing the credit for all childless workers. Further, my amendment would include important flexibilities for foster and homeless workers, homeless youth. If the GOP bill can spend $211 billion on tax breaks for wealthy heirs, surely it can help vulnerable workers who are young, old, single, homeless, or foster youth. Finally, my fourth amendment would strike the permanent tax hike on foundations that would rip $15.8 billion in charitable aid from our communities, aid that supports food banks, houses of faith, veterans, disaster relief, rural health care, emergency assistance during economic downturns, and other critical needs. Policies that hurt foundations reduce grant-making to charitable nonprofits across the country. Forefront, the Association of Grant Makers for the state of Illinois, estimates that the proposed tax increase on private foundations would result in $168 million less in grants made to Illinois nonprofits each year. Charitable giving represents the best in American generosity and the exact time when charitable giving and philanthropy are needed the most to offset the cuts in federal investment. Congress must strike this charity-reducing provision. Government should help people, not harm them. My amendments would help lift the burdens of tens of millions of families and workers, as well as promote charitable service. I thank you, Madam Chairman, and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Norman, you have any questions? Mr. McGovern.
I just want to say to all of you, thank you for not giving in and for staying the course and fighting for your constituents and for the people of this country. Those of us on the Democratic side of the Rules Committee are grateful that you're here, and I know the American people are grateful that you are here. So, again, thanks so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. There being any of my colleagues, other colleagues? Okay. Thank you all very much. You're now excused. Okay. Yeah, how to pronounce that one. Mr. Schweikert, Mr. Oshevsky, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Sykes, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Simon, Mr. McGarvey, Ms. Gillen. And if you all would come down this way so we can spread out, if you don't mind. Would you mind moving that direction so people can get by?
We can fill in.
So we can fill up here. Yeah, just go down to the end, okay? It makes it a little bit easier to fill in. Get over that way. You're going to be first, so it doesn't matter where you sit.
Just trying to get you all the way to the right.
Yeah, no, thank you. And to think you're one of my likes.
And that way you don't have room for your charts.
There we go. There you go. Do we have too many?
Is there not another chair?
Oh,
Certainly, if you can get a chair in there. We got 9. Mr. Johnson, you will be in the next group.
Not mine.
You're not in this group, Mr. Johnson. Okay? Okay, Mr. Schweikert, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to members of the committee. I'm really impressed. I hope you're all very well caffeinated. Madam Chair, members, I'm actually trying to do something honest and unique here. The 2 pieces of legislation I have preliminary CBO scores that reach $2 trillion. $2 trillion in offsets and savings over the next 10 years. They're both morally, economically, quite rational. They do good things. The problem is they take on big concerns that often scare the crap out of all of us, but they're the right thing. So let's do the first one. I can do it fairly quickly. For anyone that's been here for a while, you've been tracking the MedPAC reports for the last half a decade, basically making it very clear that we have a major problem in Medicare Advantage and its offsets. As you saw last night, there was another scandal that broke in the media and potentially another set of indictments and criminal activities coming. So what happens when those of us who want the incentives of a system that manages care but benefits by helping our brothers and sisters, particularly in the seniors with their earned benefits, be healthier, that the insurers who manage it make their profit by having the population be healthier, and not by constantly scoring that population as sicker and those margins. And if, for those of you from the all the way back to the Obama years, let alone the Biden years, which that's what this one was written, they demonstrate that today Medicare Advantage is coming at 120% of fee-for-service. The design was supposed to be at 95%. Just divide that by the money and then do it over the decade. That there is almost $1.5 trillion. We have introduced, there goes when it happens you use binders. Piece of legislation has already been introduced, and we've turned it into an amendment for your consideration, Madam Chair, that would, over the decade, for a pilot program, but also become self-executing, realign the incentives in Medicare Advantage to actually fixate on helping populations be healthier than what is today scamming the system. There's about 25 Democrats that a couple of weeks ago wrote a letter basically demanding something similar to this model. There's those of us as Republicans have spent almost a year with healthcare economists. Speaker's credit, he let me hire a healthcare PhD for the Joint Economic Republicans. This isn't Republican or Democrat, it's good policy. And just that bill, our preliminary score is $1,840 billion. If you want to do amazing things to help this country and do the right thing, there are these handful of policy opportunities that don't necessarily break down left and right. They're just great math, great delivery of services, and alignment of incentives. Madam Chair, the second bill is one that we've worked on for about a year. Matter of fact, the young woman sitting in the back who abandoned me was actually the primary author of this, and it's a talent-based immigration bill. Within it, we added the president's golden visas, some other things. This one, our preliminary score is $174 billion over 10, but in the second decade, it makes amazing differences because we do something insane in this country. We educate populations and then we send them to their home countries to compete with us. Why would we do that? If we know we have, the models here are saying we're going to have these sorts of GDP growth. Almost none of my economists can hit that GDP number without a major change in our demographics. And that demographics is, how do you fight with the rest of the world who's trying to steal our smart people? We need to enter in the game. And it turns out a STEM-based, talent-based immigration system is one of the most elegant ways for productivity, for new inventions, and also for tax receipts and GDP growth. Both of these are written more by economists than politicians. We wanted to get the alignment of the actual math together instead of some of the, forgive me, insane things I've heard people say behind the microphones here today, where it's the political wedge for the next campaign. How about for once we get the alignment of the economics and the math and do good things? And those are my pitch. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Olszewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee member, Ranking Member McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity. Before I begin, I wanted to just address a comment earlier from the gentleman and our colleague from South Carolina. To be clear, the government is not my God. Jesus is my God. So just want to be clear that Democrats, we actually have faith too, and I'm proud to sort of wear that and share that with all of you. I also deeply believe in the value of work. And so you and hopefully your colleagues will love my amendment today because it's an indisputable fact. The more people that have access to health care, the better it is for everyone. It's better for families, it's better for communities, it's better for businesses. There are a lot of reasons to vote against the reconciliation bill before you. It adds trillions to the federal deficit to fund tax breaks for Americans who need them least. It does nothing for working class Americans to lower costs in any real way. It will increase healthcare costs for millions of Americans, for those lucky enough to still have healthcare coverage. The bill proposes sweeping changes to Medicaid to help offset these tax breaks for wealthy individuals and large corporations. One such change is new work requirements that would result in millions of Americans losing their health coverage entirely. Hundreds of millions of Americans are set to hundreds of Americans will literally lose their lives, according to the Center for American Progress. These changes won't even achieve the savings that we believe our Republican colleagues think they will. That's because nearly everyone with Medicaid coverage who's able to work already is. 92% of adult Medicaid enrollees are either already working, in school, or serving as a caretaker, or unable to work due to illness or disability. Most are working low-wage, hourly, or seasonal jobs in vital industries, including healthcare, manufacturing, or agriculture that don't offer employer-sponsored healthcare. So it was no surprise that when states began implementing work requirements, employment did not go up. Instead, the arduous paperwork meant that even more who were working or should have been exempt lost their coverage anyways. These are not people who are gaming the system. These are honest, hardworking people just trying to get by. But if our Republican colleagues insist on implementing new work requirements, we should also insist that work is actually available. Anyone who needs a job to satisfy these misguided work requirements should be able to find one. So I want to connect Americans to work. I know that you all do too. For that reason, I'm introducing Amendment 151. My amendment requires the Secretary of Labor to establish a national employment placement program that provides a broad range of public and private employment opportunities. And under the amendment, Anyone seeking employment within the job program will be exempt from Medicaid work requirements. Americans who are seeking work in good faith will keep their health care coverage. The amendment empowers the Secretary to create the program and its operation, to define acting in good faith, to determine the scope of the placement program, and all other relevant details. The amendment is reasonable. It simply says, before you take health care away from able-bodied constituents, let's make sure they actually have access to a job. Madam Chair, I've been here since early this morning, and I want to commend you for the respect and the decorum that you are keeping in this meeting, and I mean that sincerely, so thank you for the ways in which you're conducting this meeting. I also heard you mention, though, that you want to operate in a bipartisan fashion. Bipartisanship requires consensus and agreement. So, in that spirit, I will say that I offer one of over 500 amendments that this committee can adopt, can take up. I challenge the committee to consider a dozen or two really good ideas that have been presented to at least truly move forward in that spirit of bipartisanship. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity, and I yield back.
We did have bipartisan votes in the committee, so maybe you'd like to vote for the bill and make it bipartisan. Thank you. Let me see. Mr. Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to discuss the amendments that I submitted, numbers 112 and 420. Amendment 112 eliminates a provision that cancels unobligated funding from the Neighborhood Access and Equity Program. This amendment is not explicitly about the devastating Medicaid cuts that the majority is trying to move forward, kicking millions of Americans off their health care, nor is it about the billions of dollars in cuts to food assistance that families rely on to put food on the table. This amendment is about the way people move from point A to point B safely. It's about the glue that enables people in urban and rural districts alike to actually get their health care appointments or go to the store for groceries. And if the majority is set on imposing strict work requirements as a condition for receiving Medicaid and SNAP benefits, they should be supporting my amendment. Why? Because the NAE program helps people get to and from their jobs. NAE was created to support infrastructure projects that increase safety and transportation access. That transportation access is the lifeline that allows a grandmother who depends on a bus to get to her doctor's appointment. And that safety focus creates a complete streets approach that protects kids when they walk to school and cyclists when they commute to work. In fact, a city represented by one of my Republican colleagues in this room received NAE funding to build a pedestrian bridge over railroad tracks, accomplishing two goals. One, connecting two communities that were separated by said railroad tracks, and two, protecting pedestrians and cyclists moving between communities. The bill before you places billions of dollars for safety projects at risk nationwide. We should not be putting the safety of our constituents at risk to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. And if you all really want people to fulfill work requirements as a condition for Medicaid and SNAP, the very least that you can do is ensure that people get to their jobs safely. I urge you to support Amendment 112. Next, I'd like to discuss Amendment 420. This amendment ensures that revenues from new registration fees on electric or hybrid vehicles are also spent on public transit. Since 1982, Congress has ensured that revenue increases for the Highway Trust Fund cover authorizations under the Mass Transit account in addition to the Highway account. As written, all of the revenue will be deposited in the Highway account, meaning transit will see its small share of the total further reduced. This moves us in the opposite direction of where we need to go. You all may think that this is only a big city problem, but maybe big city problems aren't your top concern. But defunding public transit is just as much a problem for rural America. In April, the Transportation Committee heard from the executive director of the Prairie Hill, South Dakota Transit Agency, not a big city. She testified that America's rural population is declining, but rural transit ridership increased 15.6% in 2007 to 2019. And who are the people relying on rural transit? Senior citizens who take their local bus to get to the grocery store, disabled veterans trying to get to the VA, and patients who rely on non-emergency medical transportation to get to their dialysis appointments. Amendment 420 simply directs the vehicle registration fees in the reconciliation bill to cover authorizations from both the highway account and mass transit account. I urge your support on Amendment 420. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Sykes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, to the ranking member, and to all the members of this committee. Thank you for allowing me to come and testify before you today. This is my first time in the Rules Committee, and hopefully next time it won't be as long of a committee, but you all are lovely, and it's been a pleasure getting to know you, and hope I can acquaint myself with you further. I am honored and proud to represent Ohio's 13th Congressional District, and we are in Northeast Ohio. And I often call my district the birthplace of champions. We work hard, we're kind, we're creative. We have the Midwestern grit that people are so jealous of all over the country. And the people who I represent are worthy of my being up almost all the night in the morning to advocate on their behalf. The people in Ohio's 13th Congressional District are looking for opportunity, and that's exactly why I came to Congress. They want the opportunity to live. In Ohio, we have some of the highest infant mortality in the entire country. In Ohio, we have some of the highest maternal mortality in the entire country. And for Black women and for Black babies, deaths are even higher than their white counterparts. We were proud to expand Medicaid in the state of Ohio to make sure that we had healthy moms, because if you have healthy moms, you'll have healthy babies. But this current reconciliation bill will put that in jeopardy and make us lose all of the gains that we have, saving the lives of these gorgeous, beautiful infants and their mothers. We also, like many other parts of this country, have an issue with substance abuse and mental health treatment. And because of the Medicaid expansion and Medicaid itself, people are able to get the treatment that they need and want. People want to live, and I want to make sure we're giving them the opportunity. Furthermore, Madam Chair, our seniors rely on Medicaid, many of them as their primary way in which they get their long-term care. I don't think most people thought going into this election that the mandate was that their grandmothers would be kicked out of the nursing home. And so I am very concerned for this reconciliation bill, especially as if it were to pass. And unfortunately, as this bill continues to take access to care for my constituents, to counter this, I'm offering an amendment to strike the entire section addressing Medicaid from this bill that protects more than 201,000 people, including more than 83,000 children and nearly 18,000 seniors who would risk losing coverage in my district. Madam Chair, I heard one of the members of this panel, one of the Republican members, say that if you have your health, you're pretty rich. Unfortunately, this bill will bankrupt people all over the country in more ways than one. And I also heard some Republican members on this committee talk about the value of work. Well, here's an interesting fact for all of you. The #1 employer in Ohio's 13th Congressional District, our #1 employers are healthcare systems. And I can guarantee you, if this bill were go forward, you would be putting people out of work. Let me say that again. You would be putting people out of work in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. The nearly 30,000 people who work for our hospital systems, who rely upon the Medicaid program to reimburse hospitals for care, will be jeopardized. Their jobs and their livelihoods would be jeopardized. So not only is this a matter of decreased care in my community, you are going to put people out on the streets, impoverish them, and decimate our local community. That is the reason why I was willing to be up all night and stay here for hours to testify on my community, because we cannot afford this bill. Additionally, as it stands, this bill moves to defund Planned Parenthood, wiping out access to reproductive health care for at least 20,000 Ohioans. With my amendment, with one of my amendments, because I have 8 of them, this section of the bill would be removed, ensuring that Planned Parenthood can continue to provide health care access across the United States, including the clinic that is in my district in Akron, Ohio, which, by the way, is the most active clinic in the entire state of Ohio. This reconciliation bill, as it stands, does not improve the lives of people of Ohio's 13th district, or really anywhere in this country. And if the committee were to adopt my amendments, constituents in all of our districts would have more money in their pockets, greater access to health care, and more food on their tables. My third amendment is the Lower Your Taxes Act, which is a bill that I introduced early this year and 2 years ago, and it would love it to be included in the reconciliation bill. This amendment would help families across the nation by making corporations pay their fair share and expanding the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. Additionally, I am offering an amendment to include the earned income tax credit look back, which would allow all taxpayers to use their earned income from previous years for calculating the EITC. People have told us they cannot afford living in the United States, and putting more money in people's pockets in order for them to pay for gas and groceries and housing and health care. Madam Chair, I see that my time is coming to an end, and I want to continue to be respectful of your committee, so I won't offer the other two. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before this committee and advocate on behalf of my hometown. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You may submit your statement for the record. Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all the members, Ranking Member McGovern, for being here all day, all night, all morning. And thanks to all of my colleagues who came to testify to ensure that our constituents would have an opportunity to have a little daylight shined on the debate regarding this terrible bill. A bill that adds to our national debt somewhere between $3.4 and $4.3 trillion, and that doesn't include the interest on that debt. Takes health care away from 13.7 million people, and it doesn't make them immune to being ill or injured, it just makes them uninsured. So this is going to add extra cost in the way of uncompensated care to our hospitals. 9 million people would lose food security, and all of this is to give a big tax cut to people who really don't need one in this environment. Madam Chair, I have a couple of amendments. My first amendment would strike the energy provision and restore the green energy tax credits. The American energy resurgence is at a crossroad, and my Republican colleagues seem eager to take the country down the wrong path. This reckless bill would gut America's clean energy production, raising the energy costs for millions of families and killing hundreds of thousands of good-paying manufacturing jobs. Repealing these clean energy credits would raise electric costs by more than $110 per year per household. That's to all of our constituents in red states and blue states. And despite what my Republican colleagues say, clean energy is the industry of the future. 93% of all new American energy supplied last year came from solar, wind, and battery storage. When we passed the clean energy credit, we deliberately paired supply and demand side incentives. By repealing some of these credits, you put at risk the entire supply chain at a time when the need for energy has never been greater. And just as energy demands dramatically increase with AI and crypto, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are looking to decrease our nation's ability to meet this demand. Repealing these credits also cause economic pain to all American families. Whether my colleagues believe it or not, clean energy is the industry of the future, especially in Republican states and districts. Over 400,000 new clean energy jobs have been created since 2022. More than half are located in Republican districts. And this also disadvantages us at a time when China is trying to dominate the global clean energy supply chain. Shutting off the most impactful tool we have to combat this is absolutely reckless. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this. My second amendment deals with it would strike the provision that the Republicans stuck in this bill to eliminate the $200 tax on silencers. At a time when Republicans are taking health care away from 3.7 million Americans, food assistance away from 9 million Americans, and child tax credits away from 4.5 million children, it's outrageous that they would spend $1.4 billion to make silencers cheaper. I'm disgusted that the congressional Republicans are spending $1.4 billion to make it harder for victims of mass shooters to know where their shots are coming from when they're trying to run for cover, and it's appalling that their actions will make it more dangerous for law enforcement when they respond to these mass shooters. Madam Chair, silencers kill cops and make it easier for criminals to evade capture, but they do nothing to muffle the devastation that family members feel when they lose a loved one. As a combat veteran, a lifelong hunter and gun owner, I can tell you this provision has nothing at all to do with hearing protection, but it has everything to do with making money for a certain segment of the gun industry. If you're concerned about protecting hearing from gunfire, buy and use earplugs. I urge members to support these two amendments, and this one in particular to restore the tax on silencers and to promote public safety. And I'd like to submit for the record, Madam Chair, a list of data showing where silencers were used in mass shootings to kill cops, to kill kids, to make it more difficult for police to respond and to make our communities less safe.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Without objection.
Thank you.
It will be done. Ms. Simon, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. And what a day it's been. Madam Chair and Ranking Member, allowing me to speak on behalf of my constituents is one of the great honors of my life as a new member of the United States Congress, so thank you. And as you've heard from my Democratic colleagues today, the consequences, the deep, profound consequences of this bill and what the real life consequences will have on families in my district and across this great nation are devastating. My amendments are about 1, protecting access to reproductive health care, and 2, protecting our social safety net and our federal workforce. 1, my amendment focusing on repro health. We all know that Medicaid ensures that millions of Americans, millions of working poor and low-income Americans have access to essential reproductive health care, including birth control, including prenatal care, including postpartum. My amendment would prohibit cuts to reproductive health services, including counseling, birth control, prenatal care, pregnancy, and of course, again, postpartum care. It would do so by requiring that the actuary of CMS certify that the majority's bill would not decrease access to or coverage to any of those things. Mercy, mercy. Don't touch women's reproductive health care. But there's no question in any of our minds on both sides of the aisle that this bill would do exactly that, attacking women. When we talk about the majorities pushing through the largest cuts to Medicaid in United States history, here's what it really means. It means Medicaid now covering 40% of all births in this great nation, including prenatal, including pregnancy care and postpartum. It means that millions of people in California, my district, and across this country will lose access to contraception, to family planning, and cervical cancer screenings. My God. Cutting Medicaid would mean rolling back progress. The Second Amendment that I presented and that was voted down shamefully by my Republican colleagues in the Oversight Committee, It was an amendment that would protect access to SNAP and support federal employee benefits. Simply put, this Second Amendment says that, one, if the Trump administration cuts SNAP, the budget, by even $1, that the provisions in this bill that would cut federal employees' salaries, their pensions, labor protections would immediately expire. I know my time is about to expire, but I want to say one thing. Being a new member of Congress, what has hurt me the most is a woman who was a teen mom who took my daughter on the bus every single day to childcare, and I got support. I then, as a transit-dependent person, once a month, took an hour-and-a-half bus to get $26 worth of food stamps, then would go to college, and then my day job, and then pick that baby up and come back again. That baby is an attorney. She passed the bar on the first time. How dare we cut benefits of hard-working Americans? I got to tell you a second thing that's really deeply on my heart. I learned that the child care workers in this here building who take care of the children of members of Congress make $30,000. You think they can pay for a 2-bedroom in Washington, D.C.? If you haven't been poor, don't legislate for the poor. Let's step up and protect Americans who are working with their full bodies, their full spirits. Instead, you are putting forth a bill that pathologizes the folks who need us most. Lastly, Madam Chair, I ask every Republican in the conference to walk with me after you vote this weekend. Get on a plane, come to the Children's Hospital in Oakland, and you tell the BMT nurses, you tell that mother who has a child with TMP in her nose that that child may in fact die. Come with me and walk with me and stand in line like I did when my husband died at the Social Security office begging for a $600 death benefit. Walk with me. You all have an opportunity to vote your conscience, your spirit. Vote for the people. Vote for the real people of this country that keep the tapestry moving, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. McGarvey, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member. The Congressional Budget Office and every single credible expert who has looked at this proposal says that this bill cuts Medicaid. It takes health insurance away from millions of Americans. But despite that, Republicans insist that this doesn't cut Medicaid. Okay, fine. Great. If that's the case, then my amendment should be the least controversial and most bipartisan thing we've heard today. This amendment, Amendment 224, merely states that every child and disabled veteran who gets their health care through Medicaid gets to keep it. The bill doesn't go forward unless children and disabled veterans are guaranteed to keep their health care. And this is incredibly important, because 40% of Medicaid recipients nationwide are children. In my state of Kentucky, it's over 40% of our kids rely on Medicaid for their health care. Veterans, 10% of our veterans use Medicaid to get health care. So for our children who need us, for our disabled veterans who have served us, let's protect their health care. The numbers don't lie about how important it is, but the numbers don't tell a story. I had a Medicaid roundtable in my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. And June, her mom, Meg, showed up. June's a little girl. She has quadriplegic cerebral palsy. She relies on PT, OT, speech therapists, so she can stay at home with her 2 brothers, her dogs, Vinny and Pepper, and her mom, who's the only caretaker who can make her smile. She can't be at home getting the care and the love she needs without Medicaid. Do her parents work? Of course they do. Her mom works multiple jobs. But a couple of weeks ago, June had 3 spine surgeries in a week. Medicaid paid for that. No family can cover these types of costs. And June wouldn't have them if it weren't for Medicaid and the Medicaid waiver she's on. Madam Chairwoman, we simply cannot deprive June or any other child or any other family in this country of the health care that they need. This should not be controversial. It should be guaranteed. And my amendment does that. And the only way this bill should go forward is if we know that our kids will not lose their health care. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGarvey. Ms. Gillen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be before the Rules Committee again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I'm testifying today to speak in support of my amendment number 2, which will eliminate the SALT cap and restore the full state and local tax deduction to cut taxes for my constituents and millions of American families who are being hurt by this unfair cap. My amendment will deliver on the promise that President Trump made when he campaigned in my district on Long Island and said he would get SALT back. Madam Chair, state and local taxes were made deductible from federal income tax in 1913 based on the fundamental principle that Americans should not be double taxed on the same income. Double taxing Americans is simply unfair. And this principle held firm for over 100 years. My constituents pay some of the highest taxes in the country and send far more to Washington than we get back. Many of them are facing a cost of living crisis right now, and they're counting on all of us to lower their taxes and bring their costs down. I came to Congress to try to make their life more affordable. However, despite 100 years of precedent, for the past 8 years, Long Islanders have been crushed by double taxation of the SALT cap. Right now, Congress has the opportunity to correct this wrong and ease my constituents' burden by eliminating the SALT cap that's making it so hard for families and small businesses in my district get by. This is about fundamental fairness for high-cost states like New York, which again, give more to Washington than we get back. And let's just put an end to the inaccurate proposition that reinstating this full deduction of SALT is red states subsidizing New York, California, and other high-tax states. That is false. And in fact, the exact opposite is true. For every $1 that New Yorkers send to the federal government, we only get around 86 cents back on average, while the majority of other states get more back than they send to Washington. In 2017, the year that the SALT cap was instituted, New York sent $35.6 billion more to the federal government in taxes than it received back in federal spending. Restoring SALT helps adjust this imbalance and make sure that hardworking Americans on Long Island, in New York, and in other high-cost states are treated fairly. Long Island is one of the most expensive places to raise a family in the United States. Having a cap on the SALT deduction has hit everyone's pocketbooks. The president has talked about red versus blue, but I assure you this double taxation hurts Republicans and Democrats alike in my district. It hurts union members, it hurts teachers, it hurts firefighters, and it hurts police officers. I've heard from countless hardworking families and small business leaders in my district who've had to pay tens of thousands of dollars more in taxes, making their lives even more expensive. And Madam Chair, by way of example, I'd like to offer a letter into the record that was sent by a delegation to every member of the Long Island delegation from business leaders and economic development leaders in the district asking us to reinstate the full SALT deduction.
Without objection.
Since taking office, I have been fighting to fully restore this deduction by writing to leadership in the Senate and in the House, by testifying before the Ways and Means Committee. I joined the bipartisan SALT caucus. I even volunteered to go to Mar-a-Lago to talk to the president about how important it is for my constituents to get the full deduction back. And that is why I'm proud to lead this amendment to lower taxes for Long Islanders and others who are harmed by the SALT cap. My amendment has been co-sponsored by 16 of my colleagues from across the country, and today I ask the members of this committee to make my amendment in order and bring an up or down vote on eliminating the SALT cap and cutting taxes for Long Islanders and millions of other hardworking Americans to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norman, any questions?
Congresswoman, thank you for your testimony. Now, to eliminate the SALT cap, you're talking about take the, it's 10,000 now, take it off completely?
That is what my amendment does. It strikes the cap altogether.
How is that not a tax break for the rich?
Oh, Congressman, in Long
Just
Island.
real quick, I've got 5 minutes, just real quick. It's an easy answer.
In my district, this cap impacts middle and working class
I
families.
get that, but if you own 5, let's say, and I'm a real estate developer, if you have 5 houses, should I be able to deduct the local and state property tax on 5 houses?
You should be able to deduct it for all the houses that you own.
Okay. Okay. Ms. McGarvey, now you said Medicaid for everybody ought to be guaranteed. Did I understand you right?
My amendment is for children and disabled veterans only, Mr. Norman.
Oh, just for disabled veterans? Okay.
And children. Children and disabled veterans who are already on Medicaid should be able to keep their Medicaid. It's a guarantee that this plan doesn't kick them off.
You would make sure that it's not done fraudulently, that something wasn't, there's a lot of fraud and abuse in the Medicaid system. Your President Biden admitted that. Was that not, if it's fraudulent, regardless of who it's for, are you for rooting that out?
I think we should get rid of all waste, fraud, and abuse. My question to you is, are you in favor of kicking kids off their health care? That's all this amendment does, is prevent kids from getting kicked off their health care. If you are not in favor of this, you're in favor of kids losing their health care.
It's got to be fraud, you got to get the waste, fraud, and abuse out, I think.
How many kids like June who have quadriplegic cerebral palsy are fraudulently using Medicaid? We're talking about children and disabled veterans.
The very picture you showed is the kind that you want to be helped. Congressman, did I understand you believe in the work requirements?
I disagree with the work requirements. I'm simply saying, Congressman, if we're going to have them, we should make sure there are actually jobs available.
Okay.
And if people are seeking them in good faith, they should be able to keep their health care.
And who should judge whether a job is available?
My amendment fully authorizes the Secretary. It's very flexible. It allows the Secretary to promulgate all the regulations around this program to define good faith. But I think we should agree that if we're going to require a work requirement for health coverage, that we should at least make sure that we're encouraging people to actually seek that work.
How would that actually, the Secretary's got a lot of, I assume, you're talking about Secretary of State, or what Secretary?
Secretary of Health.
Secretary of Health. How, would he have time to?
Secretary of State definitely does not have time. He has too many jobs as it is, Congressman.
Secretary of Health, how would he have time to go out and determine if there's work available? How many people, where do you live?
I live in the Baltimore suburbs.
Okay. How do you logistically put that pressure on the Secretary of Health to find work, see if work is available? Walk me through real quickly how you do that.
Well, first of all, I would restore all the firing that the Secretary did, so he actually has the staff to implement the program. But following that, this is what I said in testimony. We know that we actually have not seen the savings in states that have implemented these work requirements. But if we're going to, let's provide the Secretary with the supports and allow, again, this is why the amendment's flexible, allows the Secretary to define what that job placement program looks like and what acting in good faith looks like.
What if it doesn't fit what the particular person wants? How does that work?
That's why it's up to the Secretary. It gives full discretion to the Secretary to define what acting in good faith looks like. So if the Secretary says, you need to be looking for a job, you are not acting in good faith, that person would then not be eligible for health coverage because the program would define that. So, yeah.
Well, I can see you believe that, but now we've all been up for kind of a long time. It would take a Secretary of Health living, not sleeping at all to try to handle all that if he has to be the arbiter of finding whether you got a job available. That would be hard, I would think.
Sure, but then with all due respect, just imagine how hard it's going to be to prove that people aren't seeking work. you have the same problem by putting this requirement in the bill.
What they do is.
How is the secretary going to do that with this requirement, without the staff, et cetera? I mean, they're the same logistical challenges of actually requiring proof of work.
Yeah. Well, what you normally do is you have them go in, sign a piece of paper that you interviewed at a particular job, and the employer has to sign it. So that's the only way. I don't know how one man would be able to do that.
Well, then
But
if
I
they're going to do that,
understand.
you get the foundation for a job program that allows people to be connected to those job opportunities.
And ma'am, thank you, and this is your first time. Welcome here.
Thank you.
You did a good job on presenting your amendment.
I've done it before. Thank you, sir.
Y'all, I'll just tell you, I think sleep is overrated. Mike, we don't need sleep. We can do this. Thank all of you for coming. I yield back.
Thank you, Ray. Mr. McGovern.
You know, I think one of the problems in this Congress is that there is a disconnect, I think, between a lot of people who serve here, who live pretty privileged lives, and the reality of millions of people in this country who are struggling to get by. I mean, the idea that somehow people just want to be poor, that people want to be on SNAP, that people, want to be on Medicaid, that's their life goal, is just so absurd. It's beyond words. And I support making all of your amendments in order. I'm not sure I support all of Mr. Schweikens' ideas, but I know...
You'll eventually love them.
I know he's a thoughtful member, and he should be able to make his case on the floor. I am somebody who has been advocating that our healthcare system be more oriented toward keeping people healthy. And I authored legislation that produced the second ever White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health that we did during the Biden administration. And you might want to read that report. I mean, it has a plan to eliminate hunger, but also has a plan on how to change our healthcare system, focus more on keeping people healthy as a way, not only for good healthcare, but for controlling costs. And I think we ought to figure out a way, maybe that's a bipartisan area where we can work together. But that's precisely one of the reasons why you have been hearing me scream about not cutting programs like SNAP. Because if you want people to make healthy choices, they have to be able to afford to make those choices when they go to a grocery store, or sometimes don't even have access to a grocery store, right? I mean, and the average benefit is about $2 per person per meal. I mean, you can't even buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol complex for that. So, I mean, let's not undercut programs that give people the ability. In the case of SNAP, they have the Double Up Bucks program, which enables people to buy, fresh produce from local farmers in their areas, and they get double the value if they make those healthy choices. I think all of that is good, because if not, if we start to continue to erode these programs, the cost is going to be incredible. Hungry kids don't learn in school. There's a cost to that. Senior citizens who take their medication on an empty stomach, when they're told to take it with a meal, they end up in an emergency room. People develop chronic illnesses that last a lifetime. So, I'd love to talk to you about that. You also said that all your ideas came from economists, not politicians, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think the golden visa idea came from a politician, Donald Trump.
Mr. Ranking Member, we wove that in as a sweetener, but we actually did a modeling with a couple of economists that the total number was like 800 a year. So,
yeah, and I have another question, which is just pretty straightforward, and I hope you can answer yes or no. I mean, do you support adding trillions of dollars to the national debt as this bill does? And I know you know it does.
Mr. Ranking Member, that's actually why I just gave you a solution to that.
That's why you give me what? Right, I know, but, yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm assuming that you may not have, your solution may not make it to the House floor. Well, I'm not the chair of the Rules Committee. But I mean, it's a serious question. I mean, there's no doubt that this bill as written adds trillions of dollars to the debt, and so so all the deficit hawks out there who say that they want to do something about the debt and they just kind of go along to get along, I don't really think that helps very much. But I mean, and Ms. Simon, whatever you're taking and drinking, I want to do that too. I want some passion. I'm out of steam, and but I appreciate everybody's passion here.
Sir, can I say one thing?
And I want to say, as I said to every panel, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here, for presenting your ideas. I think it means a lot to people who are observing this process. And I think it's reassuring to the American people that, people get it and people are fighting for them. So I yield back. Oh, hold on. What am I doing? Who am I? What?
Just very briefly,
sure.
with all the love and all the respect, why I did call folks in. I ran an organization, the Young Women's Freedom Center, for over a decade. I got my MacArthur Genius Fellowship for doing that work, because what we found and what we knew, young parents don't want to be poor.
Right.
They want good work. Work requirements require something on the other side. An employer who wants to give the job and provide a prevailing wage and provide the health care and the skill building and the opportunity. You don't put wealth development on the poor. And so I would love to work with you and every member of this committee moving forward, of running organizations, running reentry programs, creating jobs, lifting folks out of poverty. We can't legislate from ideology. We need practitioners to tell folks how to do it. That is how we create real sustainable opportunities for folks to get out of poverty.
And I'll just say one last thing. I mean, I don't know when it became okay to stigmatize people who are struggling in poverty, kind of generalize in a way that they all fit into this category, that none of them want to work. That's just not true. That's just not accurate in any way, shape, or form. And maybe, if some of the committees of jurisdiction that came up with some of these ideas to go after programs like SNAP and Medicaid or whatever, maybe if they actually talk to real people. I mean, not, individuals from some right-wing think tank, but real people. I mean, we might have a different outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to, reiterate the ranking member's thanks to everyone who's been here for so many hours with us. We really do appreciate it. And particularly, I appreciate the emphasis in the amendments on controlling costs for people and recognizing what costs do to families, because we did last night after 5 o'clock, we got this letter from the CBO in which they estimated household resources and what would happen to household resources based on this bill. And what they found was that household resources would decrease for folks who are in the lowest tenth of income distribution, and they would increase for those in the highest tenth, because they're looking at both the tax cuts that are included in this bill and the cuts to benefits that families, particularly lower income families, rely upon. So there's a lovely graph that shows just how those cuts are going to impact household income if this bill were to become law. So thank you for your amendments to try to ameliorate some of the impact there, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, you have no questions. Mr. Neguse.
I thank the chairwoman and thank all the witnesses for their testimony and their thoughtful presentations to this committee. Without belaboring the point, as I proceed to belabor the point, I want to ask my friend from Arizona a question. I don't know that there's a member of the House who has spent more time on the House floor bemoaning the deficit and our national debt than you, Mr. Schweikert. And I know that you have a special order hour every week. I've watched it from time to time. I may be one.
So you're the one.
I may be one of the few
You're
people
the one.
who's watched it, waiting for a moment like this one where I could finally pose this question to you, which is, I have to imagine that this is a painful exercise for you in light of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget's real condemnation of this bill in terms of what it would do to the deficit.
And to my friend, you know you're one of the people I actually think very fondly of, because you've asked some brilliant questions over the last couple of years when I've done floor speeches and how things work. But what I found around here is we do lots of complaining and very little intellectual capital. And so I started almost a year ago on part of this project. And the idea is, I just showed up in front of you with slightly over $2 trillion in savings, offsets, however you want to, and they're not particularly partisan. They're actually great economics and alignment of incentives. So, besides someone
just to
myself,
be clear, I mean, the ranking member, I don't want to speak for him, I think he indicated that we would be happy to consider that amendment, and
Yeah,
it's
and
the
that-
chairwoman that you have to convince, not
Look,
us.
and
It's a
look,
closed rule, so.
Look, part of my battle is, and many of us are, when you end up in the majority or vice versa, you go through this, is the body doesn't really like complexity anymore, or maybe it ever did. And we have really complex problems. Understand, the movement in interest rates today, if you look at them, just even over, since the beginning of the year to now, it's $2 trillion over the 10.
Yeah.
Just the movement in interest rates that we've seen recently is the debt we're talking about here. And I don't think we understand how to, so.
You're making a real compelling argument against this bill. I mean,
No,
this
actually,
is- I agree with you.
Actually, you have the flip side. If we don't do some of the extensions and particularly the accelerated depreciations for research and development, those things, we can't, we have a demographic crisis.
Why not
We
just
can't
do
get some-
those?
Actually, tax cuts for individuals.
I mean, this is what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget has said, right? They've
Very much,
essentially
but
said
But
that if-
even that has, there's three, that's about another 600 billion, so even that's 3.6 trillion dollars, just those two things in cost. You still have to find offsets, even with those. My argument to you is, Madam Chair and members, and maybe even some members on my side, give this fair read, because it would be the one moment we could also communicate to those bond markets that are functionally now running our country, that we're doing something to offset policy. If I can't change the policy, maybe I can find a way to pay for it.
I know we've got a lot of members who've been really patient about presenting their amendments, so I'll just ask you this last question. Is I struggled to get some of your colleagues to provide what I would deem to be an intellectually honest answer, just again, in terms of the impact of this bill on the deficit. So the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, they put out a press release yesterday, or I guess it's May 20th. I don't know if that's today or yesterday.
It all
It's
blurs.
blended through multiple days. The title is House Bill Would Put 3% Deficit Far Out of Reach. And I'll just read from it. It simply says, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has frequently discussed the importance of reducing annual deficits to 3% of GDP, which would be enough to stabilize and reduce the debt relative to the economy. Unfortunately, the House Reconciliation Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, would increase deficits significantly and put the 3% deficit target further out of reach. You don't disagree with that, right?
Oh, no, the math is, look, this year.
No, I'm just asking if you agree with that or not, if they're right or wrong.
Let's get this in. This year, we're going to borrow 7.33.
Sure.
Every tax hike proposed by the left is 1.5% of GDP. All the austerity is 1% of GDP. The fact of the matter is, we're not telling the truth. None of us are here telling the truth, that all the tax hikes and all the spending cuts, I can get 2.5, we're borrowing 7.3. Moody's says, and now a couple others, in 9 budget years, we're borrowing 9% of GDP. Now, we can't tell our voters that because they'll lose their minds if we tell them the truth, that interest and demographics are the driver of debt. So unless we do the revolution.
Is the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget right? I guess I don't.
Oh, no.
What I just read is wrong? Or?
But in some ways, that's the same numbers just came up from CBO.
Correct, that this bill would increase the deficit significantly, right?
No,
You concede that.
This bill will increase the debt by about 2.3.
Okay.
I would add another 400, and I can do the math off the top of my head because, that's my parlor trick. I would add another 400 in interest. I just gave you 2 trillion in savings. Please vote for it.
I hope the chairwoman gives you a chance to consider it. I'll yield back.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Stryker, for suggesting a lot of amendments that we know are not going to go into this bill, right? So in the end, there can be a lot of proposals and suggestions, but in the end, our job is to vote. And you have acknowledged that this bill will increase the deficit. And so the question then that the ranking member asked you is, you stand up week after week, and I've sat as the presiding speaker, that's how I first got to know this man with the graphs, and said this is the wrong thing to do. But what will your vote be? If you are so against increasing deficits, will you be as principled as Tom Massey, who says, I am not going to vote for this bill because it will increase deficit? It's a yes or no answer. Are you going to vote this bill? Are you going to vote for this bill with deficit?
It's actually not a yes or no answer, because your baseline, no, let's do intellectually capital for them, just a second. Baseline borrowing is 22 trillion over the next 10. Okay, this is adding 2 1/3. But if you don't do a series of things to actually start to promote growth and the technology savings, I'm sorry, the differential between being at 8.8 in 10 years, percent of GDP to debt, that's our baseline.
The question
to going
is,
to 9.
Mr. Schreiker,
so,
we are
no,
not in
no.
the special order hour.
So let's
Mr.
actually,
Schreiker,
no.
Mr. Schreiker, we are not in the special order hour.
But,
We are
okay.
here to ask you this.
Y'all are talking fast.
So if you're going to allow,
Madam
if you're going to
Chair.
allow
Wait,
me as a
one
member
at
to
a
respond,
time.
I'll give you a simple answer. Leadership doesn't have my vote yet. I have whipped no at this point. Would they come to me and say, David, this is too big to go in this bill, but I will guarantee you an opportunity to get a fair hearing on it? I got to run. You got to run with that, because you got to run with that because the fact of the matter is your side does the same thing, and there's very few of us who are willing to take both the political risk and the mathematical risk to do it. So are you going to come to me and say, look, you're a conservative, I'm a leftist, I'm going to stand with you if you get a chance, okay, libertarian, whatever you want to be called, an opportunity to have a fair hearing, both from the Democrats and the Republicans, on things that I believe disrupt the cost curve in the future. This is only one of a handful of things I've tried to bring. I've never been able to get a vote on them. Could I get a guarantee of the vote in the future?
So,
you
thank
might
you.
be able to. You might be able to buy my vote on this bill if I.
Oh, well,
knew
you know,
I
our
could
side,
put-
our
I could
side
get-
doesn't buy votes. We don't accept.
Really?
We do not accept.
Really? Do
We
you
do not
wanna see-
accept 400 million.
Do you want to see the amendments
Mr.
you
Schreiker, I
all
have not
did
asked you a
during the
question.
Inflation Reduction
Mr.
Act?
Schreiker, I have not asked you a question. Mr. Schreiker, I have not
Ma'am,
asked
I
you
would
a question.
almost like to take her words down for a bold lie.
It is, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time. It is a simple question, and we did not get a simple answer. And that's the thing, is this, I have not asked a question. This is the issue, is the question was whether or not somebody would take the political courage to vote no when there is a deficit, and that is what they stand for. And I need to acknowledge the gentleman from Kentucky. Because the gentleman from Kentucky, you know, you're a colleague of Tom Massey. And so I know you have conversations. I often have conversations with Mr. Massey. And he really is, this is a line for him. And he's willing to have the courage of that conviction. And I want to thank you for bringing up the story of June. And I want to thank everybody on this panel for bringing the stories of what does it look like in Ohio. The idea that if there is not work, how do you punish people? And we are likely headed into a recession. We've had the first quarter of negative growth. And it is absolutely true that our job is to create the opportunities and the possibility for people to realize their potential and to not starve them while they are trying to get an education or take care of their children, and to not penalize them depending on where they live, in what state they live. And to focus on the stories that all of you have brought to us today. And while there might not have been very many Republicans on the dais, you look at the Democrats, well, we have to go out to get a little break because we've been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. I can tell you that the American people are listening. And so this panel, like the panel before it, the panel before that, the panel before that, and the many more, they're going to come because I'm looking at this audience. And these are representatives who know that their job isn't about charts. Their job is about bringing to the American people the stories of how this bill is going to hurt their constituents, and then you know what they're all going to do? Is they're going to have the courage to vote their conscience whenever this bill makes it out of this committee. And so thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I want to tell you that I did say I would learn how to say devuelvo la palabra in Spanish. So muchísimas gracias for the time, and I am yielding back. Devuelvo la palabra.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. There, I believe, no other questions for the panel. Therefore, you're excused. On the I'm going to announce the next panel, and what I'd like you all to do is to move down this way to leave the places in the middle so people can move. So, Ms. Castor, Mr. Levin, Ms. Sewell, Ms. Titus, Ms. Delbeni, Mr. Espaillat, Mr. Amo, and Ms. Susie Lee from Nevada. So come on down. Amo, sorry. Oh, yeah. I know some, but I don't know them all. I know most of these. So I'm going to call on you in the order in which I called your name to come up to the table. So, Ms. Castor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Rules Committee and your professional staff for the opportunity to give voice to my neighbors back home across the Tampa Bay area. If you ask my neighbors right now what they care about, it's affordability. It's the affordability squeeze. Many of them are rebuilding their lives, their homes after the devastation of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. They're trying to figure out what the highest import taxes and tariffs in 100 years mean on their rebuilding efforts. And now they're confronted with this billionaire boondoggle that is going to impact the affordability of their health coverage, their electric bills. It's really harsh news to them to hear that the Republican budget bill is going to rip away coverage to 13.7 million Americans, and that it's going to increase electric bills. It's going to restrict nutritional assistance, food, healthy food for kids and older neighbors in order to provide a major tax cut to billionaires who simply do not need it. And then on top of all of that, this last discussion was very illuminating. Let's not forget, this will add about $3 trillion to the debt. So that's going to weigh down their purchasing ability. It's going to weigh down their lives. Everyone who has kids, you're looking at this huge weight around their necks going forward. And this bill is one that's going to hit Floridians particularly hard because we have the most neighbors who use the Affordable Care Act for affordable health care coverage. So when you rip away that little bit of help to pay for their co-payments and their premiums under this bill, that means that they could lose coverage or they're going to be paying a whole lot more. For the 3.9 million Floridians who rely on Medicaid, which is really a lot of children, it's the people we love the most, our parents and grandparents in long-term care. It's 40% of every birth in the state of Florida. They just look at this and they say, what a contrast to what Democrats focus on. We focus on making sure people have affordable health care coverage. That's what the Affordable Care Act was all about. outlawing discrimination against pre-existing conditions, allowing young people to stay on their parents' plan to age 26, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, restraining the cost growth in health care. That's why it's been so difficult to listen, and we've done some myth-busting here. It's been difficult to listen to, okay, no one's going to lose health coverage under the billionaire tax giveaway, but we know what the CBO has said. And that's why I'm offering a couple of amendments. One with Representative Gray that says none of the provisions of this bill will have the effect of increasing the number of uninsured individuals. And then another that's focused truly on Medicaid fraud. If you all haven't followed this story out of Florida on Medicaid fraud, I encourage you to do so. And we can do that by passing my amendment here. There was a settlement for overpayment, overbilling of drugs by Florida's largest Medicaid provider. They entered into a settlement agreement, but the governor took $10 million out of the $67 million settlement and funneled it to political action committees to oppose constitutional amendments on the ballot last year that were totally unrelated. It was actually on cannabis. So it took the Medicaid dollars, funneled it through nonprofits, and then to political campaigns. So this has been a bipartisan investigation in the Florida legislature. And while there's been so much discussion here that there's so much fraud and waste and abuse in Medicaid, it's time to really go after some of the fraudsters in Medicaid. And I think this can be a bipartisan effort to tackle it. But, you know, back to the affordability, and the fact is, what I'm hearing from folks, it's not just from neighbors, it's from all of our hardworking providers. Most doctors groups are opposed to the billionaire tax giveaway, nurses organizations, and I wanted to read just a few for the record that have come to my attention. This is a letter from leading health advocates. Okay, I'm going to offer this for the record and maybe hope that a few of my colleagues will ask about these when we get to Q&A. But this isn't right. Let's put the people's interests first over the special interests. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, they'll be put into the record. Mr. Levin.
Madam Chair, thank you. My colleagues have made many powerful arguments against this bill today, and I'm here for a very simple reason. That's to offer what I believe is a reasonable bipartisan amendment focused on a shared goal, protecting the American people from higher energy costs. This amendment would ensure that key provisions in this bill, particularly those that eliminate support for clean energy and roll back environmental protections, cannot take effect unless the Energy Information Administration confirms that they will not increase monthly household utility bills. That's it. If the policies in this bill are truly going to reduce costs, then this amendment simply adds a common sense verification step to confirm it, nothing more. But independent analysis already indicates this bill would raise energy costs for American families by at least 7%. That's an average of more than $110 per year per household at a time when nearly 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills. We shouldn't be adding to that burden. Now, some of my colleagues have asked, look, if clean energy is so affordable, why does it still need tax credits? It's a good question, and the answer is this. Clean energy is already the cheapest source of power in many markets, but the transition still requires upfront investment. We need to build transmission lines, upgrade the grid, and scale American manufacturing. The credits help unlock those investments and deliver long-term savings to consumers. At the same time, fossil fuels continue to benefit from long-standing subsidies and infrastructure that's been built and paid for over decades. Without tax credits, we're not creating a level playing field. We're favoring the status quo at the expense of innovation and competition. These investments are not only saving families money in the long run, they're creating jobs, and not just in any one part of the country. The clean energy economy is growing in red districts and blue districts alike. Solar plants, battery storage facilities, wind farms, electric vehicle factories, grid modernization projects, These are putting people to work in rural areas, in small towns, in manufacturing hubs, and communities that have seen jobs vanish in past decades. From Georgia to Michigan, North Carolina to California, clean energy is rebuilding America's industrial base and restoring pride and prosperity, including in places that have been overlooked for far too long. If we eliminate the tools that are making this growth possible, we don't just risk raising prices, we risk losing momentum on job creation, competitiveness, and true energy independence. This bill also contains provisions that raise fees on renewables, will make it easier and cheaper for fossil fuel developers to access public lands. It weakens permitting protections, and it undercuts the economic foundation for one of the fastest growing sectors in our economy, all while shifting costs back to American families. Regardless of how you feel about clean energy or climate change, I hope we can agree on this. If we're going to pass legislation that affects energy markets, we have a responsibility to ensure it doesn't drive up costs for the people we represent. That's what this amendment does. It doesn't block the bill. It doesn't impose ideology. It simply says, let's get the facts first. Let's verify the real-world impact before we make irreversible changes. Our constituents expect us to be responsible stewards, not just of the environment, but of their hard-earned money. Let's show that we can work together to protect them from higher utility bills and preserve the job growth we're finally seeing across this country. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to stand up for families, for fairness, and for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, for the opportunity for me to give a voice to the great people of Alabama's 7th Congressional District on this debate. I have 2 amendments. My first amendment, amendment number 209, would extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits to Americans in non-Medicaid expansion states like Alabama, who are caught in this coverage gap, as well as Americans who have lost Medicaid coverage as a result of the Republicans' cut in this bill. 1.5 million Americans are in the Medicaid coverage gap. These are the working poor. They work every day, many minimum wage jobs, and they make too much money to be on Medicaid, but they don't make enough money to be able to afford health insurance. They are truly the working poor. We must not let the ACA enhanced premium tax credits expire December 31st, 2025. And we must expand the premium tax credit for low-income citizens below 138% of the poverty line. I have heard from countless constituents who fall in this Medicaid coverage gap and are desperate to get health care. I spoke recently with one of my constituents, Kiana, who is caught in this gap. She lost her health care, her Medicaid coverage, following the end of the COVID public policy emergency exemption. When she tried to qualify for Medicaid again, she was told that she made more than the $295 a month that would make her qualify. This was no help to her, and you know what? The big billionaire boondoggle bill won't be of any help to her either. In my state, Medicaid is a bare bone minimum program. You have to be really, really poor. Back home in Alabama, we call it being po. You can't afford the O or the R in order to get Medicaid in my state. So instead of giving handouts to the billionaires, I would say, let us use this opportunity to increase the number of Americans who have health care coverage. This amendment would jumpstart coverage for people who have been left out for far too long. These are parents, they are people with disabilities, individuals who work but can't afford and don't have jobs that have health care benefits. Simply put, as 10 states seem committed to denying benefits for Medicaid expansion, I want my residents in the state of Alabama who fall in this Medicaid gap to get coverage. So I'd ask you to consider that amendment. My second amendment is amendment number 139. It strikes the $5 billion worth of private school voucher schemes that are in this bill. Under the Republican plan, donors who contribute money or stock to these voucher plans will receive a tax credit of 100% contribution back in the form of a discount on their tax bill. It really is outrageous that we would actually help the wealthy and well-off pay for private schools for their own children. There's nothing in this bill that stops them from making their own children eligible to receive this private voucher. I know this issue way too well. My home state of Alabama has adopted a dollar-for-dollar tax shelter for donations to voucher schemes, and Alabama's public school children and teachers are paying the price. The private school voucher scheme is modeled after states like Alabama. Many Southern private schools were established during and after integration. Today, these same schools are benefiting from taxpayer dollars flowing rapidly, expanding voucher programs that are rampant with waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead of tackling the fraud in these programs, Republicans are hell-bent in overdrive, giving tax shelters in the form of a federal level. There's nothing in this bill that stops Alabama's wealthiest from being able to take a tax credit on the state level and now on the federal level. These academies do not have to live by the same standards as public schools. You know, in the state of Alabama, school choice doesn't really mean a choice. When you live in small rural communities that only have two schools, one that is public and all black, and one that is private and all white. That's in 2025. Not in 1965. We should not be promulgating these opportunities. Public schools don't have the same benefits. And I know that my colleagues will probably ask me about these private schools in the state of Alabama, and I look forward to that robust discussion. But I ask Madam Chair for unanimous consent to put into the record these articles about segregated academies across the South that are getting millions in taxpayer dollars.
Without objection, Ms.
Thank you so much, and I ask for support of both of these amendments.
Thank you. Ms. Titus, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I agree with many of the things that have been said so eloquently before me about the cuts to SNAP and Medicaid. And I have several amendments offered. They range from helicopter roundups of horses to saving the National Endowment for the Humanities. But I'm here now to advocate for an amendment that would strike a provision in the reconciliation bill that allows for the sale of at least 65,000 acres in Clark County, Nevada. Now, my amendment doesn't impact northern Nevada, nor does it impact Utah, where the representatives there agree with those sales. I'm talking about my district in Clark County, Nevada. About 2 weeks ago, during the 11th hour of the House Natural Resources Committee meeting, Representative Amadei introduced an amendment to sell off public lands in southern Nevada. Again, this is an area that he does not represent. He snuck this provision in during the middle of the night without consulting with me, any members of the Nevada delegation, or the Clark County Commission. If he had, he would have known there was not support for this, and this was not a responsible way to accommodate growth or manage our natural resources. So I'm here to defend the public lands in my district and stop them from just being auctioned off by the GOP and have the money used from the auction to pay down the tax breaks for the wealthy. Decisions to sell public land should not be made on a whim. They deserve careful consideration with input from the public and collaboration with the stakeholders who will be impacted by the sales. I know this because I've worked on this issue for decades as a member of Congress and as a state legislator. In fact, I had a bill that came to be known as Ring Around the Valley when I was in the state legislature that looked at growth boundaries. It encouraged high-density development, rewarded infill over sprawl, and required developers to contribute to the cost of infrastructure. Well, that didn't become law. It was kind of called Ring Around the Neck or Ring Around the Collar by some of the opponents. Had a picture of me with a noose on the cover of a magazine, but nonetheless it started the conversation, and some of those things over time have been adopted. Representative Amadei's amendment was an irresponsible departure from that and will just roll back our attempts to kind of balance smart growth with conservation. His proposal includes no offsets for land conservation, and in fact, it appears that it overlaps a VQMA, a national monument that we just got created. Nor is it a silver bullet for addressing housing needs in Nevada. It does nothing to address the other factors that contribute to housing problems besides land costs. This includes supply chain issues, the Trump tariffs, a shrinking construction workforce, and lack of tax incentives to build affordable housing. What's more, it does nothing to address the infrastructure that will need to be built to accommodate far-flung developments caused by sprawl, and it ignores the drain on our very valuable resource of water because there are no built-in guide rails or guardrails. In fact, just this month, a report from the USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service showed just how serious our lack of water is, both in Lake Powell and Lake Mead at 33% capacity, down 920,000 acre-feet, which equates to enough water to service 1.8 million homes. Furthermore, the U.S. Drought Monitor shows that areas in Clark County slated for land sales in this amendment to the reconciliation bill are in conditions that range from severe to exceptional drought, that being the most extreme. Nor does it take into account the new guidelines, the soon-to-be determined post-2026 operating guidelines for the Colorado River, and that has potential to shape our water allocation. If we're going to develop more land, we certainly need to take in that reality. Finally, nearly $1 billion in estimated revenue from the sale of this land in southern Nevada would go directly under this amendment to the U.S. Treasury, not come back to the state to be used for outdoor recreation, preserving critical ecosystems, or wildfire protection. So the public lands of Nevada will not be sold to benefit southern Nevada, nor will they be put up for sale by someone who represents southern Nevada. So for all these reasons, I would ask you to take this into consideration and let the people of southern Nevada have a say in what happens to their public treasures. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Ms. Delbene, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm offering an amendment that is a proven solution to grow the middle class and significantly slash childhood poverty. Families across the country are struggling to make ends meet, and addressing the high cost of living is the #1 concern for Americans. My amendment would restore the largest ever middle-class tax cut by increasing the child tax credit and making it fully refundable. The current child tax credit leaves out 1 in 3 kids because they live in families that don't make enough money to access the full benefit. The Republican bill will leave out 17 million American children who are in families that don't earn enough to receive the full child tax credit. This Republican billionaire bailout bill would give the ultra-wealthy millions of dollars in tax breaks, while a 2-parent family working full-time, earning minimum wage, wouldn't qualify for the full child tax credit. Republicans claim to be pro-family, but they are knowingly leaving out the parents and children, the families that are struggling the most to make ends meet. I recently met a mom from Washington who has 4 adoptive kids. One of her children has a severe developmental disability and requires constant care. She worked multiple jobs so she could provide for her children. In 2021, she began receiving monthly child tax credit checks under the Democrats' American Rescue Plan. These payments allowed her to bring in extra help to care for her special needs child, so she could also spend more time with her other children and do things like taking them sledding in the winter. She told me that she finally felt like she had room to breathe with the extra money that helped support her family. That's what families really want, the stability and certainty that they can not only just get by, but also get ahead. Since the child tax credit payments ended in 2021, she's had to pick up more work to make ends meet again, meaning she spends less time with her kids. This budget bill shows where people really stand and shows where Republicans really stand, and it's not with hardworking Americans.
If they did, they'd be giving tax cuts to the middle class, not the wealthy and the well-connected. They'd be expanding programs like the child tax credit so that parents who are working full-time but still struggling to make ends meet can get the full benefit. I urge my colleagues to support that amendment. I also have a second amendment that will reassert Congress's authority over trade, which is based on my legislation, the Prevent Tariff Abuse Act. President Trump has been waging a trade war around the world since he took office. This includes our close allies and economic partners like Canada, Mexico, and the European Union. These tariffs are increasing costs for small businesses and raising the price of goods that families rely on every day, like groceries and household products. The president has callously said he could care less if prices go up because of his tariffs. Trump is openly telling Americans that they'll have to live with less and pay more under his economy, and for no reason. It's abundantly clear that there's not a plan or ultimate goal for what he wants to accomplish with these tariffs. He imposes tariffs one day, then removes or delays them the next, and this chaos is damaging to our economy and making America a difficult place to do business. If someone comes to the White House or Mar-a-Lago to bend the knee, maybe they'll get a special deal, and that reeks of corruption. The justification the president used to enact these tariffs was the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. For example, Trump imposed tariffs on Canada under the guise of a national emergency over fentanyl. But in reality, significantly, orders of magnitude more fentanyl goes into Canada from the United States than comes the other way around. Sweeping tariffs should not be put in place at the whim of a president. There should be a vote in Congress. We used to have bipartisan support that we needed to assert our congressional constitutional authority over trade. And we had that bipartisan support when President Biden was in office. But suddenly, Republicans are silent. If a Democrat was in the White House today, would you let them raise taxes on your constituents by thousands of dollars a year without a vote in Congress? I offer this amendment to give everyone the opportunity to make it clear that any president must come to Congress for a vote before he can put in place sweeping tariffs. We are a co-equal branch of government, and it's our job to stand up for our communities, not blindly follow the executive branch. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment as well, and thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Delbene. Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Madam Chair, this debate about Medicaid cuts is really a debate about life and death. The Medicaid program is not a Democratic program. It is not a Republican program. It is an important program for constituents in red districts and blue districts. And I have 488,000 people in my district that are Medicaid recipients. And I'm sure that many members across the aisle, perhaps including yourself, have many constituents that rely on the Medicaid program. So this is ultimately a debate about life and death. And I feel that this bill does not live up to the promises that the majority has made to the American people. For months and weeks, we've heard how Medicaid would not be touched. Americans were told that this bill would also reduce the deficit and restore the middle class. Instead, the bill will allow for millions in tax cuts to the very wealthy and increase by $2.3 trillion the national debt. Americans were told that the Medicaid program was safe and cuts are occurring. Instead, we see provisions that would cause nearly 14 million Americans to lose their health care, and millions more will have to pay higher premiums and co-pays. Adding ineffective work requirements and lowering the federal matching rate for Medicaid in states are just some of the provisions that will result in millions of Americans losing their health coverage. Again, this is a debate about life and death. The loss of coverage would have a rippling effect on healthcare. Federally qualified health centers and safety net hospitals rely heavily on Medicaid reimbursement to provide high-quality care. In my home district, New York's 13th district, 72 federally funded health centers rely on federal investment to serve close to 1 million patients. Clinics like the Borinquen Health Center in Harlem, the Morris Heights Medical Center in the Bronx, and the Ryan Health Center in Washington Heights in Manhattan are essential to the medical ecosystem of that district. These clinics are much more than just health centers. They provide primary care. They provide preventive health care to kids with asthma, adults with diabetes. They host food pantries. The ranking member was in my district to see one of those at a school because they understand that food is medicine. Because this is a debate ultimately about life and death. This is not a comfortable debate. This is not an easy one. This is not one that we can laugh about. This is about life or death. Without a strong Medicaid program, these health facilities will be forced to limit their services that they offer. They lay off staff and they will even have to close. That is why I've introduced Amendment 309, which will require the Health and Human Services Secretary to conduct a study and report to Congress the effects of Medicaid cuts and the reduction in services of federally qualified health centers like the ones I described, community health centers, and safety net hospitals. These safety net hospitals are the last resort for working families that are sick, that cannot provide or have the money to pay for a Cadillac health plan, a private health plan that is so expensive. That's why I have 488,000 patients. Cuts to Medicaid will increase the uninsured rates and will dismantle health care. We must protect safety net programs. I urge the adoption of this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to the members of the Rules Committee who have been here from darkness to light, and hopefully not to darkness again. But I've got to be clear that the moral darkness of this plan remains. There is a clear contrast in values here. And budgets, are, as we know, are a statement of values, and my Republican colleagues have been showing through their force the stature of their values, and I don't find them to be high in this moment. As Americans slept and as they awoke, they are experiencing a reality where there's a strategy, an attempt, a plan to take away health care from more than 3.7 million Americans, school meals for 18.3 million children, food assistance for about 11 million hungry people, and access to higher education for 4 million aspirants. In my home state of Rhode Island alone, 28,000 people would lose health coverage by 2034. Over 12,000 students would lose some or all of their Pell Grant funding. And 21,000 Rhode Islanders would lose some or all of their food assistance. These are people's lives. This is their health. This is their future. And I'll say it again, that budgets are a statement of values, and this tells tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Rhode Islanders that they don't matter, and that is not true. These cuts are made all the more egregious by the fact that they are being used to finance a tax scheme that gives out handouts to the richest Americans. As written, this disastrous reconciliation bill would give the richest Americans an extra $82,000 just to begin, going up for more and more and more, yachts and fancy cars and trips to exotic places, while people on the other end suffer. It, meanwhile, would also hike the lowest earning Americans' tax rate by 19%. It's a moral inversion a reverse Robin Hood scheme to steal from the poor and give to the rich. You know, we saw the numbers from CBO, seeing household resources for the bottom 10% go down by 4%. For the top 10%, go up by 2%. And those might seem like small numbers, but the scale of the increase for the top is just immoral. And that's why I introduced Amendment 355, which would raise the top tax rate back to 39.6%. And conveniently, this is something that President Trump said himself, right? Broken clock is right twice a day. And I think we know that we have a revenue problem. We know that this is something we will have to deal with. And we know the wealthy not only can, but they should pay more. We just have to have courage. And I encourage support for this amendment from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And this amendment, of course, won't solve everything. We know that this Republican bill still strips health care from over 13 million Americans and puts 1 in 4 SNAP recipients at risk of losing benefits. It remains a betrayal. Raise the rate, it still doesn't solve for that. But it makes it slightly less fiscally irresponsible. Moody's cited our revenue challenges, specifically in their downgrade. Now, on to another amendment, because the devil's really in the details here. And beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder when it comes to this legislation, and I had to pay real close attention to this one to see how ugly this portion is. It's why I'm proud to co-lead Congressman Mike Thompson's Amendment 374, which would repeal the provision that eliminates the $200 tax on silencers. Silencers make mass shootings worse, more deadly. They make it harder for victims and law enforcement to locate the source of the shooting. What is beautiful about that? Making them cheaper. Not only does this provision make silencers more accessible, it would cost $1.4 billion. Here we are stealing, seeing a theft from Republicans of health care so that we can eliminate silencers? It's illogical, and I can think of better uses for $1.4 billion. Let's focus on caring for the sick and feeding the hungry and not making silencers cheaper. It's not fiscally responsible that you would do all of this while adding trillions to the national debt. And because of policies like these, we will face challenges. So with that, I encourage support for these two amendments, and let's get our house in order and focus on the people who need our support. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to ask for support to my amendment to this big, bad billionaire bill, or whatever it's called. It's not about the nearly 100,000 Nevadans who will be left without health care. It's not about the thousands of homebound seniors who will no longer receive Meals on Wheels. It's not about the trillions that will be added to our national deficit. It's about water, something so precious and important to my home district of Southern Nevada. My amendment aims to stop Congressman Mark Amodei and the House Republicans from moving forward with the Trojan horse Utah land grab that jeopardizes Nevada's water security and could very well derail sensitive and complicated negotiations about the future of the Colorado River. I'm here because 2 weeks ago, literally in the middle of the night, seems to be a recurring theme for how Republicans legislate, Rep. Amodei advanced legislation in the Natural Resources Committee to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of federal land in Nevada and Utah. The proceeds from those sales would go to Washington to pay for billionaire tax breaks in the budget bill. Mr. Amodei claims that this sell-off is necessary to lower the cost of housing. I've always supported releasing more federal land for housing in Nevada. In fact, I've introduced and passed bipartisan legislation to do exactly that. But my first problem is that this proposal really isn't about housing. The Amodei proposal doesn't require that land sold in Nevada be used for housing. In fact, there is very little information on how exactly this land would be used, which leads me to my second issue with the proposal. For decades, the law has ensured that proceeds from federal land sales in southern Nevada, which, as Congresswoman Titus has said, have been negotiated and supported by local government, but that those proceeds stay in Nevada. This proposal from Amedee would instead send these proceeds to the federal government, and Nevada would lose billions of dollars. This would mean less money to build more schools, water infrastructure, parks, and so much more. In fact, federal land sales in southern Nevada have generated about $500 million to date to invest directly in southern Nevada water priorities. Under Rep. Amedee's own projection, this move could divert nearly $8 billion over 10 years from Nevada. Think about it. Who would then pay for things like water and parks and schools? Nevada homeowners. So Amedee's move actually increases housing costs for Nevadans, not decreases them. And let me remind you that Rep. Amedee does not represent any part of Clark County, and his proposal is not supported by the county government or any member of Nevada's federal delegation elected by voters of Clark County. I would never introduce a bill to sell off land in another congressperson's district without consulting with them. Congresswoman Titus just proposed an amendment which I support, but I finally want to talk about the third issue with this proposal and the purpose of my amendment, which relates to Nevada and the Southwest's water security. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton and I have been alerted by water officials in Nevada and Arizona that the public land that Amedee wants to sell off in Utah could be used for a controversial water pipeline. The parcels of land marked for sale in this proposal, coincidentally, line up with the land in Utah that has been targeted for the so-called Lake Powell pipeline. This proposed pipeline has greatly concerned water managers in Nevada, Arizona, California, Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming. These are 6 of the 7 states that depend on the Colorado River, every one except Utah. If this land is sold and the pipeline is built, this could divert 28 billion gallons of water each year from Lake Powell and the Colorado River to communities in southern Utah, away from Nevada, Arizona, and other basin states. Look, Amedee did not consult local authorities in southern Nevada, and it shows, because he clearly doesn't understand the relationship between water and development and housing costs. I support the Titus Amendment. I'm asking you to advance my amendment to repeal the Amedee land sale in Utah so we can stop this Trojan horse to steal Nevada's water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy, you have any questions? No. Mr. McGovern?
Ms. Sewell, I don't know, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Yeah.
Yes, you know, I was starting to talk about the effects of this horrible bill on public schools and the fact that the school vouchers are now being federalized. I mean, there are lots of states, including my own state, that gives tax credit to parents who put their money in a, foundation. They call it a foundation. There are no requirements as to who's eligible. So what happens is that lots of parents who already have their kids in private school now will have an opportunity, one for one, to get those, to get that a tax credit for that. And in my state of Alabama, a lot of those private schools popped up as a way of avoiding all deliberate speed in Brown versus Board of Education and created these segregated academies. And so I don't want this bill to give further credence to these vouchers being about choice when there are very little choices when you have small communities that are made up of 5,000 people and there's one public school and there's only one academy, and that academy is still all white in 2025. And, as a public school kid and parents who grew up, parents who were public school teachers, and my mom was a librarian and my dad was a high school basketball coach, I can tell you that in Selma, when I was growing up, the best school was Selma High School. It was Selma High School that sent kids off full scholarships to Duke and to other places. It wasn't the private academy that was private, but didn't have a full array of sports or debate team or any of that. And I don't want to, as a member of Congress, promote these vouchers, which are, and this bill gives $5 billion, set aside of $5 billion for these private school vouchers. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about it. You know, and I know that these private schools don't have to take the disabled or special ed kids. They have very different standards.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And to everybody on the panel, thank you for your amendment. Thank you for waiting around. Thank you for, again, your passion and your commitment to trying to make this bill better. I support them all, and I am just so grateful that you are here. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sewell, you just said something, though, that I have to correct, because in this bill with the vouchers, if a student does have an IEP, that has to be honored if the student goes into a school with a scholarship. So you are mistaken, I have to say, for the schools. That is a part of that piece of legislation. So they do have to take students who have IEPs. If they're in the public schools and they have IEPs and they transfer.
Well, I can just tell you that in Alabama state, because they're going to
Okay.
get both. And I understand what you're saying, but clearly, because schools are mostly controlled by the states.
But in this legislation, there is a provision on that. It may not be true in Alabama, but it is true in this legislation. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. You're
Yeah.
recognized.
Thank you. I would just add, however, that the way that would be enforced would be through the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, which has just been gutted by the Trump administration. So
That's a very good point.
thank you. I did that work for a long time. Mr. Levin, I think you mentioned that the bill would raise energy costs for families. Is that right? Can you give me that figure?
Yep, by 7%, about $110 a year.
Okay, so if the energy costs for the family are going to go up by $107 per year and their tax break is going to be $265 per year, we've already eliminated half of that. And then if they're going to have problems with their health care costs because we've cut Medicaid and we're eliminating the ACA credits, you begin to see how the budget office has determined that the prices for average families are going to go up.
Well, this is a lousy deal. So if you're making, the statistics I saw is if you're making under $51,000 a year, you're going to wind up with $700 in increase taxes, tax burden per year. And if you make over $4.3 million, your taxes are going to go down by an average of $389,000. So the rich get richer, and that's what these folks want to do.
Okay. And Ms. Castor, you were talking, one of your amendments deals with having HHS investigate the potential for Medicaid fraud. Isn't that something that inspectors general would do for HHS under ordinary times when we had an inspector general?
That's correct. And in fact, just today, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee issued a major report on the impact of Trump's firing of all of the inspectors general, the folks who, these are the cops on the beat that root out waste, fraud, and abuse. You're right, if we don't have the cops on the beat, if we don't fund them through our appropriations, that's money lost to the taxpayer.
Right, and in the past, I think the Inspector General has found Medicaid fraud in Florida to the tune of $1.something billion with the Columbia Hospital System.
That is correct. Unfortunately, Florida is a magnet for a lot of the fraudsters. We have a lot of older neighbors, a lot of retirees that are often subjected to this. But I mean, it knows no bounds. So why don't we instead of creating this false narrative that there's a hardworking person with a child with a complex condition trying to rip off Medicaid, it's often these large-scale schemes by different insurance providers or managed care providers, and that's where the focus should be.
Well, and that was the presumption that I wanted to push back against, this idea that you have individuals who are out there committing fraud against Medicaid when in fact the big dollars that do from time to time get wasted, get defrauded, tend to be from large-scale providers, and that's the kind of thing that we do need these inspectors to root out. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for everyone who's still waiting in the wings. We'll continue the rules rave as we head into our 16th hour. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Nagush, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our colleagues for your testimony, for your patience, for being here on behalf of your constituencies. I want to talk a bit with my colleagues from the West, with Ms. Titus and Ms. Lee, about what I think to be one of the most insidious provisions of this bill, which was this midnight public lands sale. And both of you articulated well what makes this provision so problematic, so repugnant, something that I actually thought Republican leadership would have already removed. Perhaps we'll see that in the manager's amendment. Time will tell. But I think insofar as neither of your amendments are accepted in order and this language isn't removed from the bill, I think it would be violative of a core norm that has governed land conveyances and the consideration of land conveyances by this body for a long time. So just to kind of unpack that, as you know, I serve as the ranking member on the Federal Land Subcommittee. One of the most bipartisan subcommittees in the Congress. It was the most productive subcommittee in the last Congress. We marked up more bills than any other subcommittee in the House. The vast majority of them are bipartisan, mostly on suspension, most regarding land conveyances. Those typically are done through regular order, a legislative hearing. Were these land sales considered as a part of a legislative hearing? Ms. Lee?
No, they were not. In fact, the amendment was literally unusually dropped right before it was heard, rather than at the beginning of the markup hearing.
That's precisely right. Ms. Titus, were they considered in a markup prior to being included in this bill?
No, they weren't, and furthermore, that we were not informed about them in advance. As you well know, any kind of public land decisions go through a long process. Stakeholders come, you have public hearings, local elected officials weigh in, BLM plays a role. None of that happened. This was just dropped all of a sudden, and to add insult to injury, it is in a district that Mr. Amadei does not represent. It's in my district. And it goes against all of the SNPLMA provisions that have been in place for years, where the money from land sales in Nevada returns to Nevada to be used to save Lake Tahoe, to do bicycle trails, energy conservation, firefighting, even some goes to education. None of that was considered.
Yeah, it, as I said, violates every norm in the book. No legislative hearing, no legislative markup, introduced at the dead of night without any consultation with the colleagues who actually represent the areas in question. It's opposed by the local counties, opposed by the congressional representation, opposed by the U.S. senators who represent the state in question. And I just have to say to my colleagues, and it gives me I don't enjoy saying it, majorities come, majorities go. And my colleagues will have reaped what they sow insofar as this measure is included. And I made that case to Chairman Tiffany on the Public Lands Subcommittee, just to give you a sense of what this looks like so that we just kind of understand what the future holds. I haven't had the privilege of visiting Mr. Langworthy's district. I hope one day, maybe I'll get an invitation, but just so he's aware, I would hope that he makes the case to Mr. Tonko and Mr. Morelli and the neighboring districts that are adjacent to his, let's say Chautauqua County, for example. Because if Mr. Morelli comes to the Public Lands Subcommittee, if we're in the majority 18 months from now, and says, you know what, I think I'd like to pursue a wilderness designation in Chautauqua County. I don't represent Chautauqua County. Nicholas Langworthy represents Chautauqua County. But I know the county is against this measure, but that's okay. I think we should proceed. There'll be no legislative hearing. There'll be no legislative markup. There'll be no consideration of how your constituents feel. If we applied the principle that you're applying today, that land measure would be on the floor for full consideration by the body without a moment's care for your position on it. And so I am again in awe that we haven't been able to convince my colleagues that this is not a precedent that they want to establish. I suppose we'll see what happens on the floor. Last point I'll make, Ms. Lee pointed this out. I was unaware when this was introduced about the water diversion project. I mean, this is part of the reason I suspect why they introduced it in the dead of night in the land sale, because it would be disastrous for the state of Arizona. And I don't know how any of my colleagues from Arizona on the Republican or Democratic side are going to justify a vote against protecting their water sources. It makes no sense to me how they're going to rationalize that. Had this been vetted in a legislative hearing, we would have had an opportunity to hear from the Bureau of Reclamation and the various water authorities and have the necessary sunlight to expose this. We were deprived of that opportunity. And now you have 6 basin states, all including the state of Colorado, the headwaters of the Colorado River, as Ms. Lee knows, are in my district, opposing this effort. And I hope we'll hear, I certainly plan on spending some time on the floor on this issue, and I would welcome my colleagues from Arizona, my Republican colleagues, if Mr. Gosar is watching somewhere in the building, I would welcome him to the floor, because I'd love to hear what his response would be. Ms. Lee?
And for that matter, any colleague from the West who has a large percentage of federally controlled land in their state, who traditionally this type of move would never be made, one, without any input from a representative from the district in which the land is, which is mine, and or any county official. So I know that Representative Zinke has led an effort to withdraw this amendment, and I hope that other Republicans join him.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better, and I appreciated Mr. Zinke's leadership, frankly, in pushing that forward. I support his effort, and we'll just have to see. But in the interim, if folks have ideas about, potential wilderness designations in Western Virginia, or perhaps parts of northern Minnesota, or Chautauqua County in New York, we're taking ideas, and we've got 17 months, I guess, to do that. So anyway, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm supposed to use this one. Thank you very much. And, I think that this testimony that we've heard today and all day long really talks about that there are a lot of transfers going on in this bill, right? Transfers from working families to the wealthy. Transfers, in your instance, I think you wanted to talk a little bit more about the idea that we're transferring resources from public schools. And what does that then mean for the children of those public schools? The transfer of wealth away from the children who need it most with the child tax credit to those who need it the least, right? It would be my guess that my kids are too old now, but I could make do without that child tax credit. But somebody who's making $15,000 could really use it. And Representative Del Bene, and I think this education piece to the both of you goes to what does it mean for a child to have the right kind of education, but also the child tax credit removes the stress that is in a household that has high poverty. And Republicans refuse to continue the expanded child tax credit they have. Could you just real quickly, maybe the two of you, just some quick thoughts on that impact on the children's education?
Well, we know when we had the expanded child tax credit in place, we cut childhood poverty across the country almost in half in just a year. Childhood poverty costs us $1 trillion a year in the United States. So not only is this important policy because it supports families, helps our kids get off to a great start, it also is fiscally responsible policy and actually saves us money. So the challenge that we face in this bill is that 17 million kids across the country are left out because their parents don't make enough money to have the tax burden to get the full credit. And what we did previously with the expanded child tax credit is we said we are going to make sure that the families who need the most, the lowest income families, they may not make enough to have a huge tax burden. We're going to make sure they get the full benefit. And what did people spend that money on? On housing, on food, on school supplies, making sure their kids were doing okay. It's an incredible investment, but those 17 million kids across our country are in the most need. They won't receive the full benefit in the way this bill is written. We can fix that. We've done it before.
And we need to trust families to make those decisions.
And we know it worked.
What's fascinating is that Republicans sort of, they want to say no regulations, but boy, do they regulate families. I don't know if you want to have, you said you wanted to add something more, so that's why I think I wanted to make sure we gave everybody
I just
a chance.
really wanted to, I think that this is a further, we're further degrading public education. I mean, education is a great equalizer. It gives people opportunities. It can level the playing field. And when you take away and siphon public dollars that should go to public schools and you're giving tax credits for private schools, I think we're sending the wrong message. And I can tell you that Head Start gives people a head start. And when you are taking money away from public education, you're decreasing the amount of chemistry labs we have, better libraries that we have, books and teachers for that matter. And I just think that it is a transfer of wealth and of dollars from one to another. And it's sort of like Robin Hood. You're taking from the least of these and giving it to the most of these.
Thank you. And of course, we have let's tax the billionaires. That would be the right way to do the transfer. And thank you very much for bringing that amendment, right? Like, if you don't want to benefit, if you want to make sure that there isn't the transfer of wealth going the wrong way, that's what your amendment does. And I thank you very much for it. And then finally, there we are on, making sure that we are losing the battle for renewable energy. And thank you for championing those. And then finally, the respect that we should have for due process for our immigrant population, and to say, let's stop demonizing our immigrants because they pick the food. Somebody was saying, well, it's the farmers who do the food, who produce the food. You cannot, demonize the farmers earlier today. But actually, who's the one who's actually picking that food and, helping care for our elders, helping care for our children, all of that. And I think that what you all did today on this panel was bring all those many aspects of this bill to light. And so I'm very grateful that you did that. And once again, we have a room full of colleagues who are bringing some other great amendments to bear here. And so with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and that concludes this panel. Thank you all for being here. And we're going to look forward to the next panel stepping forward as we let those get out first before we have a big shift. Starting on this end, so that we have everybody in order. Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Houlihan, Ms. Underwood, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Rivas, Mr. Goldman, Mr. Moskowitz, and Ms. Morrison.
Moskowitz? Yeah, Moskowitz. Here we go. We had Comer this morning. We had Comer this morning. He was terrible.
Yeah, he was here. Weren't you? Oh, no, you weren't here earlier. I didn't actually, I missed his.
Your chair number 3.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, I only.
All right.
But I'm certain people didn't get to ask a question.
I know some of you all have been here for some time. We've still got at least 1 or 2 more panels to go after this. So, Ms. Lofgren, I'm going to recognize you to go ahead and get started, and hopefully everybody will settle down here real quick. The floor is yours.
Thank you
have 5
very
minutes.
much, Mr. Chairman and committee. There's a lot to dislike in this big bad bill, but many of my colleagues have addressed some of the most pernicious elements, reducing health care for Americans, increasing costs for Americans, nutrition cuts for Americans. I want to address something else with my amendments. We need to grow our economy if we want to have a prosperous country. And key to that is to make sure that our science enterprise is not destroyed. My first three amendments deal with the Trump administration's threats to significantly cut indirect cost funding provided to universities and other research partners by the National Institutes of Health, Department of Energy, the National Science Foundation, and other federal agencies. The administration has proposed capping those costs at 15%. That is ill-informed and completely arbitrary. These indirect costs are not unnecessary. They're the funds that are used to pay the electricity for labs, to feed the lab animals, to make sure that the research can be done. And they are carefully negotiated in each case with the grantees. To cap them is just to cut the science, and it's a big problem for America's future. Many of these research universities are not just in blue states, they're in Republican-led districts and states, and it's going to hurt not only science in the country, but your districts as well as all of ours. You know, the Idaho National Labs posted something recently indicating that up to 85% of GDP growth in America is directly connected with science. And so the science reductions that we are seeing that are being undertaken are going to have a direct adverse impact to our economy and to our future prosperity. I have an amendment dealing with broadening participation in the science area. The current administration has severely cut science agencies' work on broadening participation. In some cases, they've ignored or defied explicit congressional direction in law, and I will add that that direction was always adopted on a bipartisan basis in the Science Committee. We've known for a long time that there are parts of the American population that is lagging behind in science participation, including people in rural communities, women. You know, we can't afford to write off any zip code in the United States. If we don't address this disparity, we're going to lose our competition with China, which has more than 4 times the population of America. So if we don't include all Americans, we lose to China. This amendment addresses the short-sighted actions by the Trump administration. Finally, I have 2 amendments that deal with agriculture, the Specialty Crop Block Grants Program and the Specialty Crop Research Initiative. While the Skinny Farm Bill has some provisions I would support in a vacuum, I have serious concerns that the bill does not do enough to ensure the competitiveness of our agricultural industry, given the context of what the Trump administration is doing to the ag industry. As the chaos of the Trump administration and DOJ's senseless cuts continue across the USDA, we're already seeing a brain drain as highly trained staff with extremely specialized expertise leave or are fired. At this year's joint session, I invited a Salinas scientist, a PhD-level scientist, U.S. Air Force veteran, who had been fired despite receiving a recent positive performance review. His situation represented one of the many mindless firings by Trump and Musk that undermines the country's science and innovation prowess. You know, diminishing agricultural research capacity in my district, America's Salad Bowl, is unwise. Monterey County agriculture pumps more than $1.3 million into the local economy each hour of every day. USDA scientists like my guest conduct important research and development projects that boost American innovation and help keep food on our tables. The U.S. will no longer be the envy of the world if the administration keeps firing smart, capable public servants advancing America's best interests. Yet, this reconciliation package pretends that these cuts aren't happening, and I'm here to say that they are. My amendments would undo them and promote economic growth and prosperity, and I see my time is up, so I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the close to 750,000 members of my community, as well as the military in this conversation here. This bill is simply a slapshot and irresponsible bill. In many cases, it's quite hateful. In fact, just a few hours ago, one of my Republican colleagues described it to me as a hot mess. So I believe that we are in a place where we need to figure out if there's any sort of amendments that we can be doing that are common sense and that might hopefully prevent some of the harmful and destructive fates from befalling the American people. So I have a few amendments that I'd like to introduce, and each of them prevents this bill, if it moves forward, maybe helps to hurt fewer people less, whether they're veterans or students or the middle class Americans, and anyone who might be worried about national security. And I would argue that everyone should be worried about national security. The first of my amendments is that none of these funds will be available if this bill increases taxes or the cost of living expenses for those making $400,000 or less. I'm going to say I shamefully stole this from a fellow Pennsylvanian who offered this exact amendment during the IRA. And so it feels as though what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and it feels like that this should be a really good opportunity to add this amendment, and no one should disagree with that. While Republicans claim to care about lowering grocery prices and the cost of living, the reality is that both have gone up under President Trump's leadership. My community learned that the hard way the last time Republicans jammed forward their tax bill, and in my community particularly, it actually raised taxes for many of our families and provided giveaways to many of the wealthiest and to many large corporations as well. So the next thing that I will offer is this big, beautiful bill is a second amendment, which is one that I actually offered during the Armed Services markup. And this amendment was offered first and named the delay of effective date of this bill until Pete Hegseth is no longer the Secretary of Defense. Right? If you've watched me over the past 6 years in Congress, you know that I am passionate about national security, and you know that I've worked really hard to provide our warfighters with everything that this nation can provide and our armed forces needs to face the threats of today and of our future wars, which is why I cannot and we should not, in good faith, effectively give a blank check to the Department of Defense for $150 billion additional dollars of investment with somebody like Secretary Hegseth at the helm. He has proven himself to be incompetent, to be reckless, to be willful, and frankly, to be paranoid as well. And he cannot and absolutely should not be trusted with the responsibility of these, our most precious resources, our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen, our Marines, and our the Air Space Force Guardians, thank you, the fun uniforms. So until such time as Secretary Hegseth is no longer serving as our Secretary of Defense and no longer threatening our national security and that of this world, the authorization of $150 billion will not be unlocked and this bill will not be in effect. And finally, none of these funds may be used to dismantle the VA or benefits, including those of Coatesville VA. At a time when President Trump and the administration has been implementing sweeping and super chaotic structural changes at our Department of Veterans Affairs, we must ask ourselves who is indeed bearing the responsibility of this instability. The answer, unfortunately, is sometimes that the men and women who have worn the uniform of the United States, many of whom we will observe this Memorial Day weekend, those who have faced combat and endured, in some cases, lifelong injuries and sacrificed not just their time, but often their peace of mind, their health, their families, their well-being, and their lives, those are the people who deserve the stability, the transparency, and the unwavering support, not a system in disarray and an administration that have used them as line items in a budget. which is why this amendment will ensure that none of the funds will be used to dismantle VA facilities, veteran services, or benefits, including those at my Coatesville VA Medical Center. And finally, none of the funds authorized under this act may be expended until such time as all funding that has been allocated amongst the rescue plan, the American Rescue Plan's elementary and secondary school emergency relief, or ESSER, has been allocated. Specifically in my community, the Reading, Pennsylvania School District, $51,363,310 that were appropriated and allocated by this Congress were clawed back by this administration, forcing our STEM building, our high school STEM building, in one of the nation's poorest areas to no longer be able to be built. So until such time as those funds are re-released, those appropriately, legally, constitutionally appropriated funds are re-released, this bill will not be enacted. With that, those are the several opportunities that I think for improving this bill. I urge this committee to make these amendments in order, please. I urge this committee to take stock of what American people are really actually telling us, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Thank you. Thank you. I join you today to speak on behalf of the millions of Americans who stand to lose their health care based on which amendments this committee decides to move forward with today. While most of the country was asleep, the Republican majority on this committee has been working to rush this legislation through the night to please Donald Trump and hand a massive tax cut to all those billionaires that were in the front row of the inauguration. And if that wasn't enough, you're making American families pay for it by kicking Americans off of health care coverage, closing nursing homes and rural hospitals, and taking no action to protect critical resources like the enhanced premium tax credits that keep families afloat. So I, alongside my colleague, Representative Horsford, am here to offer our Republican colleagues an opportunity to do the right thing, to put American families first and lower health care costs. Our amendment, Amendment 245, would make permanent the expiring enhanced premium tax credits that have already delivered historic savings for millions of Americans. This amendment is based on my Health Care Affordability Act, which I first introduced in 2019 and fought so hard to get a short-term version signed into law in the American Rescue Plan and then later extended through the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of this legislation, more Americans than ever before have access to quality, affordable health care through marketplace plans. This year, we once again have a record-breaking enrollment with more than 24 million Americans enrolling in coverage, 22 million of whom will receive tax credits to lower their out-of-pocket costs. Families of four who get their health care through the Affordable Care Act are saving an average of $2,400 per year on their annual premiums thanks to these tax credits. 4 out of 5 customers can get a plan for $10 or less per month. Let me be clear. These tax credits benefit and are favored by Americans across the country on both sides of the aisle. In farm country, these tax credits save family farmers an average of $506 per month, over $6,000 a year for farmers. In the chair's own district, not you, Mr. Chairman, but in Chair Fox's own district, this policy saved constituents an estimated average of $696 on their premiums in 2024. Across the district of every one of my Republican colleagues on this Rules Committee, these tax credits delivered at least an estimated $468 in annual savings to constituents and as high as $804 in Indiana. It's no surprise that Donald Trump's own pollster, Mr. Fabrizio, found that these tax credits are popular and highly supported by swing and Trump voters. And they're supported by a broad range of providers, healthcare systems, and patient advocates too. Because these tax credits don't just work, they provide an essential lifeline for families across the country, and we cannot let them expire. This tax package is already a disaster for working families, and without this amendment, it's catastrophic. Without it, healthcare costs will skyrocket, and over 4 million people will be priced out of healthcare. That's on top of the 8.6 million people that are already being kicked off of Medicaid by this tax bill. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stand in solidarity with the American families instead of billionaires by supporting this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman and Ranking Member and all of my colleagues. I know you've had a very long night, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to our important concerns. I'm going to talk to you about the state and local tax deduction, also known as SALT. Under the current law, the SALT deduction has been capped at $10,000. And under the existing reconciliation bill, it's been raised to $30,000. We haven't seen the manager's amendment yet. We're talking about all the different negotiations that are going on. But we believe that's very inadequate, or I believe it's very inadequate. And in fact, 6 of my Republican colleagues have come out and said it's insulting to only raise it to $30,000. And they said they will not vote for this bill at that level. So I know there's a lot of negotiations going on. But I want everybody to understand the basics of the state and local tax deduction. Before 1913, the only time we had an income tax was during the Civil War. Lincoln had put it in place, it was declared unconstitutional. That was changed in 1913. We said we're going to create a federal income tax. And the governors and the mayors of the different states and cities throughout the country said, we don't want a federal income tax because we have to take care of our schools, and we have to pay our police officers, and we have to pick up the garbage and take care of the roads, and we need to tax at the local level. And we want the federal government to continue to raise your revenues from tariffs and from customs and things like that. And the federal government said, no, don't worry about it. We're going to create a state and local tax deduction so that you will not be taxed at the federal level on the taxes you've already paid at the state and local level. And that was a covenant between the states and the federal government for over 100 years until 2017, when the majority party at the time, the same majority party as now, and the president put a cap on the state and local tax deduction at $10,000. Now that really was a body blow to a lot of different states, not just my state of New York, but also other states like New Jersey and California and Connecticut and Illinois and Massachusetts and Maryland and Michigan and Minnesota and Oregon and Pennsylvania and Virginia and Hawaii. These states were hurt dramatically because when we set up our government in the United States of America, we wanted our states and cities to be laboratories of democracy where they could experiment with what's the best way to run their governments. And then the federal government would not tax people on an expense that they were mandated to pay at the local level. So our taxes are higher in New York State, for example, and some other high tax states, because we've decided we want to insure our children. We have the lowest rate of uninsured children in the United States of America in New York State. We have the lowest rate of uninsured adults. We have subways and mass transit. We pay our teachers and our firefighters and our police officers good wages and give them good benefits. And that experiment worked. In fact, we've been a very productive state, so much so that we've contributed much more to the federal government in federal income taxes than we actually get back in services from the federal government. We are net donors to the federal government. In fact, most of the states hardest hit by the state and local tax deduction cap are donors to the federal government, where most of the states not affected that have low taxes are net takers from the federal government, with the exception of Texas. So it's just patently unfair that we broke this covenant, this idea of federalism, with a long arm of the federal government reached into our local municipalities and said, we don't like the way you're taxing your people. We don't like what you're doing. We don't think you should pay your teachers. We don't think you should pay your police officers. We don't think you should pay your firefighters. We don't think that you should insure your children. In fact, the highest rate of uninsured children in the country are in Florida and Texas, low tax states. They chose not to do that. Now, right now, they're booming. And we're in trouble in some of our higher tax states. People are leaving our states and going to these other states. And you know what happens when people leave our states and go to the lower tax states? The people that are left behind, the middle class and the lower income people, are left holding the bag. And their taxes are either going to go up or their services are going to be cut, and neither one of those is acceptable. So as a matter of basic fairness, I'm asking that this amendment be adopted by the Rules Committee that increases the state and local tax deduction cap to $80,000. Nobody wants to pay the full restoration. I understand that. As a compromise, I'm suggesting that we increase the state and local deduction cap to $80,000. And let's pay for that. Let's not add to the deficit as this current bill does, which is creating some of the biggest deficits in the history of the United States of America. Let's pay for it by raising the top rate for the highest income earners in America from 37 back to 39.6. It's only fair. It's only fair that these donor states that take care of their residents, that do the best job that they can in their laboratory of democracy, are not penalized for doing what they see as being the right thing to do. That was a covenant between the federal government and the states and local governments for over 100 years. With that, I yield back, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Rivas of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I want to start by thanking Ranking Member Pallone for providing me with the opportunity to lead this important amendment on a subject that is quickly becoming part of our everyday lives, artificial intelligence, or AI. From healthcare to housing to banking, AI is playing a critical role in all areas of our lives. AI is evolving every day, which is why it demands swift attention and continuous action to keep Americans safe. State legislatures from across the country have enacted their own laws, including legislation that limits bias in the housing, healthcare, and financial sectors, as well as actions that protect the health and safety of users from harmful AI systems. Despite all these positive developments, there's currently a provision in this Republicans' big bill that would issue a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to enforce AI laws. My amendment strikes this moratorium. This 10-year ban would remove states' ability to establish or enforce state laws that help keep up with the technological evolutions of AI, as well as push back on deliberate designs that could harm Americans. Under this ban, state and local governments won't be able to enforce current, new, or updated regulations around AI use in the workplace, in procurement, guidelines, or in eliminating biases, even regulations that only impact their specific locality. As a former state legislator, I believe we can and should learn from the states and champion solutions that protect Americans, especially workers and children, from harmful AI systems and not put unnecessary stoppages on their progress. Regardless of where you are on AI policy, enacting this moratorium is bad practice. AI has shown tremendous potential to improve and enhance our lives, but if we do not take immediate action to address the threats it poses on consumers as they arise today, we will not be prepared to address the threats that could arise over the next 10 years as a result. I'd like to submit a letter for the record. This letter to Speaker Johnson was signed by over 100 organizations, such as Unidos US, the National Immigration Law Center, National Women's Law Center, and SEIU, in opposition to this provision that's tucked into this bill. In their letter to the Speaker, the organizations state that as we have seen during other periods of rapid technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the automobile, protecting people from being harmed by new technologies, including holding companies accountable when they cause harm, will spur innovation and the adoption of new technologies. The Republican moratorium on AI will block new innovation from occurring. AI policy touches every aspect of American lives now, and most certainly will over in the next 10 years. Thank you for considering my amendment. I urge its adoption, and I look forward to answering any questions.
And what was the date on the letter?
May 19th, 2025.
And without objection, so ordered. All right, now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to introduce two amendments, but I want to say just a couple things about the broader bill before I get to them. And most of what I'm about to say is really directed at blatantly false statements that many of my Republican colleagues have said, are saying, and likely will say about this bill. First, this bill slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicaid. More than 8 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. You can sugarcoat it all you want with eligibility and work requirements and any waste, fraud, and abuse, but the reality is that that's dressing up a pig, and it is cutting Medicaid. Second, the bill increases taxes for the poorest Americans and dramatically reduces taxes for the wealthiest. If you make less than $51,000 a year, your taxes will go up $700. If you make more than $4.3 million a year, which is the top 0.1% of Americans, your taxes will go down by nearly $400,000. That is reducing taxes for the wealthy and increasing taxes for the poor. Third, this bill repeals tax credits for American energy production that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of jobs created in this country and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in American manufacturing. The vast majority of both of those are in red districts. These credits also reduce energy prices and increase our energy independence, two things that the America First gang endlessly talk about. And yet, this bill cuts all of that progress. And finally, you will hear my Republican colleagues say that cuts to essential government programs are needed to reduce an exploding deficit. That's nonsense. This bill increases the deficit by at least $3 trillion, so much so that Moody's became the last of the three major ratings agencies to downgrade U.S. debt. Now, this deficit increase will increase annual interest payments on our debt to 9% of total GDP in 10 years. 9%. That is just unsustainable. And yet it is the Republicans who are jamming this through. Now, my amendments address two separate things. One is a very simple amendment that I was shocked did not receive unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee, Amendment 258. It simply says that no federal funding can be used to deport American citizens. Remarkably, every Republican in the Judiciary Committee voted against it, and I hope this committee does not. My second amendment, Amendment 135, addresses what is truly a cruel and cynical attempt to make America hungry again. This bill does not trim SNAP around the edges. It does not cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It cuts SNAP to its core, to the tune of approximately $250 billion, which may sound like an abstract number, but there are human lives at stake. There are children who will go hungry. There are seniors who have to choose between prescription drugs and food. There are working parents who rely on that few $100s a month to put food on their table. My amendment would strike one of the most damaging provisions of this bill, a provision that would shift 75% of the administrative costs onto the states, up from current 50% split. In my district in New York City, more than 118,000 of my constituents use SNAP to put food on the table. And across New York State, 1 in 7 residents depend on it. This bill wouldn't just cut the benefits, it would starve the program. The GOP's proposed changes to SNAP would create a new burden on New York State of over $2.1 billion. And let's be real, what happens when administrative costs shoot up like that? The states can't backfill that amount of money. It's just not feasible. So what happens, of course, is benefits are cut. It's incredibly cynical because you will hear Republicans, and New York Republicans in particular, my colleagues, who have nearly as many SNAP beneficiaries as I do, and they will say, oh, well, it's just putting it on the local officials, on the state. But make no mistake, it increases administrative costs, which is just cutting benefits by another name. This program averages $6 per person per day. And the work requirements that we hear so much about would actually cause 300,000 New Yorkers to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. That is what this bill is doing, and my amendment would fix that. I urge the committee to support it and rule it in order.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would prohibit the executive branch from using federal funds to eliminate FEMA, transfer its responsibilities to another agency, or reduce its staffing or funding in a way that impairs its ability to fulfill its statutory functions unless expressly authorized by Congress. In fact, my amendment today just says again what's in the Stafford Act and what's in the Homeland Security Act, which was passed after Katrina. The president was right that FEMA needs reform. Let me say this again. The president was right that FEMA needs reform, as the chairwoman knows from her experiences in North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. But the Secretary of Homeland Security is dead wrong that FEMA should be deleted. First of all, the Secretary is in violation right now of the Stafford Act and in violation of the Homeland Security Act. The Secretary has no ability to pause all grants, which she has done. She has no ability to transfer any of the appropriations or restructure FEMA as she's done. Both of those are in direct violation of the Stafford Act and the Homeland Security Act that was passed after Katrina. So grants are paused. What does that mean, that all grants are paused? That means states right now that are going into hurricane season don't know whether or not they're going to get a declaration, which this administration is holding back. What happens if you don't get a declaration? Just go ask the governor of Arkansas, Governor Huckabee, who worked for the president. It took her weeks to get a declaration. You can't move, you can't respond, you can't spend money because you don't know that you're going to get reimbursed. Fiscally constrained cities and counties don't make decisions. It's analysis paralysis. It's actually in direct contradiction with what we're trying to do. We're trying to speed up FEMA. We're trying to make it faster, right? Which is why I have a bill with Byron Donalds to get FEMA out of Homeland Security. Homeland is disabusing FEMA. They're using FEMA to do grants for the other 22 agencies. That's why we got to get FEMA away from Homeland Security. They're not paying vendors. You know what happens when we don't pay vendors? They can't pay subcontractors. They're not going to be ready to perform in hurricane season. They fired 30% or got them to retire of the workforce in FEMA. Most of the senior people with that experience. You've got regional offices in FEMA now that are half empty. By the way, remember that DOGE, remember the E at the end of DOGE, the word efficiency? Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark airport, okay? It is going to fail this summer. And so look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the Speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents? Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana. They're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt. Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley, those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it. Let me say this. I think the Secretary of Homeland Security has exposed the president in significant ways. And I'm not in the business of protecting the president, but I am in the business of protecting the American people and the country. I don't think the president is aware of the current condition of FEMA and its potential inability to perform. We may get lucky, and hopefully we do. Hopefully we don't have a bad hurricane this season. Hopefully we don't have some unforeseen disaster like an earthquake that hasn't happened since the 90s. Lord knows we had a 1 in 100-year pandemic in the first term of the Trump administration. Hopefully we don't have anything like that, because they have decimated FEMA in ways that we won't know until it happens. And I know the chairwoman represents an area that didn't have the best experience after Helene. There's no question about that. There's dramatic improvement that needs to be done at FEMA. But I'm deeply concerned what's happened at Homeland, and I don't think the president is aware the current condition that the Secretary has put him and the men and women that work there and the states that are going to go to FEMA and rely on them to help them in their time of need. And those resources are going to come slower. Think about it. You don't get to move your logistics. You don't get to move your water, your ice, your power generation, any of your stuff. And let me remind you, I did this for a living. For a Republican governor, I worked for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, took my political hat off. So I'm not giving you partisan coverage. I'm giving you the current state of affairs in an agency that has been absolutely destroyed. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Ms. Morrison, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. My amendment today is simple. Before the House advances the largest Medicaid cut in program history, Congress needs to review how this bill will impact hospitals and Americans' access to services. My amendment simply says that the bill cannot take effect until an independent study confirms that these proposed Medicaid cuts will not result in hospital closures or reductions in service, including obstetric services. The Medicaid policies in this bill will strip healthcare coverage from millions of Americans and put essential labor and delivery services on the chopping block. Our country is already facing a worsening maternal health crisis and carelessly ripping away women's access to care without any consideration, and it's just plain cruel. We're already dead last in maternal mortality compared to our peer nations, and instead of putting forward a bill that will actually improve women's health and support moms and babies, my Republican colleagues have chosen to gut the program that covers more than 50% of births in many areas of Minnesota. Having cared for women and their babies for over 20 years as an OBGYN, I am appalled by how callously members of this chamber have turned their backs on their constituents. In my home state of Minnesota, 1.4 million Minnesotans get health care coverage through Medicaid, and millions more depend on the hospitals and providers who have been unequivocally clear that the Medicaid cuts in this bill will decimate their ability to provide care. Unequivocally clear that the cuts will force them to reduce services or shut down entirely. And the reality is, if hospitals are unable to keep their lights on and deliver care, we will all pay the price. People will not be able to access care. People will have more medical debt and they will be less healthy. People will suffer. People will die. I would encourage my Republican colleagues to believe the words of the hospitals that serve their constituents, the patients that live in their districts, and analysis after analysis that confirms that these cuts will cost millions of Americans their access to care. So my Republican colleagues who hold majority rule of this chamber, let's be very clear here. You can stop this right now. You can stop the hospital closures. You can stop the cuts to services. You can stop 14 million Americans from losing access to health insurance. You can stop the worsening of the maternal health care crisis and rural hospital crisis. You have the power. You can stop this. More than a dozen of our Republican colleagues here in the House have spoken out and said they cannot support deep cuts to Medicaid. Other Republicans have called these massive cuts morally wrong. And more than a dozen state legislators from my home state of Minnesota wrote our Republican delegation and the president making a very clear case about how this would be a disaster and begged them not to go through with these cuts. I have a copy with me here, Madam Chair, and I request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. The Minnesota Republican legislators wrote, and I quote, "Too deep of a cut is unmanageable in any instance. Massive Medicaid reductions could punish Minnesota for being such a strong leader in greater efficiencies and better outcomes. Drastic reductions to Medicaid funding have the potential to impact the 1.4 million people we serve and place incredible pressure on our overall state budget." And they closed with, "Please remind our good leaders in Washington that simply cutting the budget is not going to take away our responsibilities to the aged, those with disabilities, mental health needs, children, and the poor," end quote. So to my Republican colleagues, please hear the pleas of your state counterparts as you consider this bill today. I also have with me here a letter from Minnesota's nonprofit hospitals, and Madam Chair, I would request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. They wrote, and I quote, "Any reduction in federal support would trigger immediate consequences. Patients will lose access, hospitals will be forced to reduce services and will face impossible choices. And communities across our state will feel the effects whether they are covered by Medicaid or not. We know these are difficult budget discussions, but cutting Medicaid doesn't erase the need for care. It simply shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and ultimately to the very people the program is meant to protect." End quote. Their pleas are clear. Their threats are real. The facts are undeniable. So please, on behalf of all Americans, I implore you to do the right thing, rule this amendment in order, and stop these cuts. I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fishbach, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
Again, I want to thank all of you for your patience and for being here. And you remind all of us of the fact that the underlying bill, the reconciliation bill, is a lousy piece of legislation. I mean, the attacks on health care, attacks on food assistance, the attacks on public lands, the attacks on FEMA, the attacks, and the indifference on AI, which is a very dangerous thing that we're about to do. I mean, basically saying we're not going to do our job in the Congress, but we're going to prevent states from doing anything to protect the citizens. I mean, just so many things. I mean, this bill should not be coming to the floor. Your amendments are all good, and we're going to make the case that they should be made in order when we get to the point of actually reporting out a rule. But again, I think it is so important that you stayed here and that you made the case as to how we could improve the bill. Did you have? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add something that I know is near and dear to your heart because you're such a leader on food insecurity and it's done such incredible work. These so-called work requirements are such a fig leaf. They're such a pretext when in reality, the census data shows that 82% of households with working age adults who do not live with minor children and did not receive disability benefits had earnings during the year 2023. Right, yeah. This is not an issue that needs to be addressed. It is an issue that is being created so that poor Americans can struggle even more.
Yeah. Again, we had this discussion in the Ag Committee. I mean, of a single mother with a 7-year-old child, who loses her job, and she has 90 days to get another job. Otherwise, she loses her benefit. And the back and forth in the Ag Committee was like, well, the 7 years old, the child's at school. I mean, like, do people realize what time school gets out? I mean, if people are working, I mean, what happens during the summer? What happens during vacations? I mean, again, many people are able to juggle all this stuff. And the majority of people who are able-bodied, who are on SNAP, actually do work. And there are work requirements, especially for those who are able-bodied adults without dependents. But to be totally indifferent to what life is like for a single parent with a 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child, and to just say, oh, one glove fits all, it's just a cruel and rotten thing to do. And we're talking about food assistance and a really, meager food benefit. On average, $2 per person per meal. And by the way, with the state cost share, that requirement now, many states won't be able to meet that cost share, and so that $2 benefit will get even less. I mean, you can't buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol for $2. And it's like this is where you're going to try to get money to offset tax cuts for billionaires? Like, who does this? I mean, who thought this brilliant idea up? I mean, it's just such a terrible thing to do. I mean, there are other things we can do to improve programs. Every program can be improved. But this is not it. And I appreciate your amendment. I appreciate all your amendments and look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Thank you. I just, again, wanted to, we'll just wave at this point. I want to thank you all for your amendments and for sticking around so long. Representative Lofgren, I really appreciated your bringing attention to the fact that when cuts are made to scientific research, medical research, it doesn't just harm that research. And of course, we've heard about ovarian cancer trials being paused, people not being able to get treatment that they were hoping would impact their issues. But we then know there's job loss when that happens. We're hearing from universities in my district that students who thought they had internships, which would make them the researchers of tomorrow, are losing those internships. And then we're hearing from contractors and tradespeople that universities, in order to try to preserve some of the research, are diverting funding from capital projects. And then we have contractors losing those jobs and tradespeople being laid off because those things are happening. And Rep. Houlihan, we have so many veterans in southeastern Pennsylvania. I think you and I, we each have about 28,000 veterans in our districts. You've got the Coatesville facility in your district. The Philadelphia VA is adjacent to my district. And of course, we've just tried to expand the benefits available to our veterans through the PACT Act. And at the same time that we're trying to expand those benefits and make sure that people actually get the treatment that they are entitled to, that they've earned through their service, we're seeing these funding cuts and the pulling back. So thank you for amendments bringing attention to all of that and everything that people have put forward. Excuse me, losing my voice. I yield back.
Could I just address the science issue briefly? Because we've seen reductions in physics, in mathematics, in chemistry, in computer science, and what we've seen all across the United States is universities reducing the number of doctoral students that they are admitting because they cannot see how to pay for the research. So what's happening? Europe, Canada, and yes, China are recruiting the scientists that we are losing. So we are going to pay a big economic price for a long time for what's already happened. So let's stop the digging and try and recover, because this is going to hit our economy in a way that is really terrible, terrible impact. And I thank you for
well, and you do bring up another point, which is that these foreign students coming to the U.S., when we are making them feel unwelcome, they often pay full freight.
Correct.
Which is really, really helpful to our universities, and all of a sudden, that's an income source that
well,
they
the
don't
number
have.
of F1 student applications has completely crashed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're losing money because they subsidize the American students. And then we're also losing, almost 50% of the Nobel Prize winners who are Americans in the sciences were Americans by choice, Americans born someplace else. Those people are not going to be here in our future.
So it's a talent drain and a financial drain. Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Scanlon. Do my colleagues on my side have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Seeing no one else having questions, the panel is excused. Thank you very much for coming. If the next panel we could do, I hope you did this, start down here and move up. Ms. Ansari, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Kassar, Ms. Williams, Mr. Cisneros, Mr. Kurson, and Mr. Takano. Doesn't really matter which seat you sit in. I'll call you by the way you were on this list. Yeah, Markham. No, Ms. Hayes. No, Kassar. Cisneros. Ms. Ansari, you recognized. for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me the opportunity to join today's hearing. First, let me start by saying that the fact that we have been here since the literal middle of the night at a committee markup that will determine the federal government's budget, something that affects every single American, is absurd. But I'm proud of the showing of Democrats in this room, of colleagues who have been here for decades, alongside some colleagues who, like me, have been here for just a couple of months. We hail from different parts of the country, different backgrounds, different ideas on policy, but we stand united against this bill and the process by which it is moving through this committee. I urge you to support my amendment that would strike the text of the bill and replace it with the Stock Act 2.0. This would prevent government officials and their immediate family members from being able to trade individual stocks. The original Stock Act barred members of Congress, the President, Vice President, and high-level staff from engaging in insider trading or otherwise using non-public information for their own benefit. It also included important updates to financial transparency by requiring these high-ranking government officials to disclose financial transactions to the public. It is because of this latter provision that we discovered earlier this month that the chairman of the committee with jurisdiction over oil and gas, as well as mining lease sales, bought up to $150,000 in stock throughout the month of March. Those stocks included shares of oil companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, ConocoPhillips, Suncor, and Canadian Natural Resources. They also included mining companies like BHP, Freeport-McMoRan, and Rio Tinto, for whom the largest shareholder is a Chinese state-owned corporation. These oil and mining stock trades took place while the chairman was writing a major portion of this very bill, the portion that is an unprecedented multi-billion-dollar giveaway to oil and mining companies. Now, so many of these CEOs are set to directly benefit from this partisan budget that makes draconian cuts to the programs on which my constituents and my Republican colleagues' constituents rely on. This is bigger than any one member benefiting from a stock trade. It's about this legislation as a whole, a budget that endorses this kind of behavior, uplifts it, and makes it into real policy that benefits the ultra-rich getting richer over everything else. Let's be clear, this so-called big, beautiful bill is not in the interest of the American people. It includes billions of dollars in cuts from critical programs such as SNAP and Medicaid. Over 7.6 million Americans would lose their health insurance just from these cuts. And that doesn't include the millions of Americans that would lose access to health care when hospitals that rely on Medicaid are forced to shut down, all while giving trillions of dollars in handouts to mega corporations and the ultra-wealthy. And now we also know that at least one member of Congress could personally and directly enrich himself from these provisions. This is corruption, plain and simple. My amendment would strike the text of this bill and replace it with legislation that would prevent this sort of corruption from public officials. This is not a partisan issue, it is common sense. Members of Congress should not be able to use their positions of power for personal financial gain, nor should there be a perception of such. We should not have to rely on the self-restraint of members of Congress to resist the temptation of self-dealing and insider trading. It just should not be allowed. Even Speaker Mike Johnson voiced his support for banning stock trading for members of Congress last week, stating that members of Congress should not, quote, have any appearance of impropriety, end quote. The oil and mining stock trade that happened while the chair was writing this bill to give away unprecedented sums to oil and mining industries most certainly has the appearance of impropriety. I sincerely hope that it is just an appearance. At a time when public trust in Congress is abysmal, we have to work harder to rebuild it. Banning stock trades by members of Congress is the first step. It's the lowest hanging fruit. There is absolutely no reason why Republicans on this committee should oppose this amendment. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member McGovern. There's so much to talk about in this bill, and I have several amendments, and I want to highlight two of them. But before I do that, I wanted to make some general comments on behalf of the residents of Texas 32 and the great state of Texas. You know, our deficit is at catastrophic levels. We've had multiple committee hearings in this building that suggest we're going to be facing some very impending financial crisis. Our federal credit rating was just reduced. And this bill and the Republicans in this building are voting to add $4 trillion to the deficit in the most irresponsible way possible, on the backs of hungry children, on the backs of young mothers and families and the poor in this country to keep them from getting health care, on the backs of children and kids who want to get an education in cybersecurity, on the backs of safety of our aviation and our airports, on the backs of FEMA and states for disaster preparedness, on the backs of law enforcement officers who are being routinely terminated, on the backs of woeful areas of across this government for lack of prudent and proper investment to the health and safety and the prosperity of this country. And we're being put in a dire financial strait so that the President of the United States can reward a few of his friends with extra money in their bank account that they don't need, that they can't spend. And the Republicans in this Congress have abdicated all the values that they have campaigned on for decades in homage to this one man. And it is a travesty to this government and to the American people that this is happening. Democrats have been protesting this viciously all through the day in the weeks preceding this to have the American people wake up and say, this is harming you. This bill will hurt the American people. I have an amendment for the Affordable Care Act tax credit. Millions of people get their health care in this country because of the Affordable Care Act. Texas is one of the leading states of it. Our state and our health care system is going to be devastated. And this is a bill that is supposed to give tax cuts. But yet we are removing one of the most critical tax cuts that the American people rely on. It makes absolutely no sense. How can we tout the greatest tax cut bill to the American people at the same time we are cutting one of the most important tax cuts that benefits the vast majority of the American people? And I really would like to urge this committee to restore the tax cuts of the Affordable Care Act. Millions and millions of people in the state of Texas and across this land desperately rely on that to get the desperate needs of healthcare. Small businesses, our new entrepreneurs, the young people who don't work for big corporations with vast amounts of employees to have diversity of risk. They rely on the Affordable Care Act. And health insurance is already one of the leading expenses of a family in this country, and it is prohibitively expensive. And this initiative, the Affordable Care Act, and these tax credits make it possible. The other amendment I would like to address for this committee is to restore funding to FEMA. I sit on the Homeland Security Committee. I've heard so much testimony about the urgent need and the critical role that FEMA plays as the backstop for states and American families when nature and the disasters strike out of the blue without ability to prepare. It's the safety net that is so critically relied on by so many. Our country will be at an peril on our national security, on our preparedness, if we don't have FEMA to come in and put the pieces back together. To just today, horrible tornadoes ripped through Alabama. I mean, no state is free from natural disaster. And Texas is certainly one of the states that has had to rely on FEMA the most. Hurricane Harvey decimated our Gulf Coast. Tornadoes decimate North Texas. We're the 6th largest economy in the world, the state of Texas. And without FEMA, we will be so burdened in putting our country back together that the federal government will also be harmed. I appreciate the consideration for this committee, and I strongly encourage you to adopt my amendments and make them in order. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hungry kids don't learn. This issue has always been important to me. Unless and until you've come into your classroom on a Monday morning and seen a kid with their head down, knowing that they haven't had a decent meal since they left, you can't understand. Unless and until you find yourself automatically packing a second piece of fruit in your lunch because you expect that one of your students is going to ask you for it, you can't understand. It changes you. It does something to you. When I came to Congress, I knew I would work to help address food insecurity. But my Republican colleagues here in this bill seek to exacerbate it. Hunger is a policy choice, and today we're considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people, from children. The reconciliation bill we are considering here today is the largest ever cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Approximately $313 billion will be taken away from the most vulnerable in our country: hungry children, families, veterans, and seniors. Republicans are pushing a legislative package that guts SNAP, the most efficient and effective anti-poverty program in this nation. The cost-sharing provisions in this legislation are going to shift the financial burden to states, forcing the states to cut benefits, eligibility, or both in order to reduce costs. States have always been responsible for hiring staff and administering the benefits they receive through the federal government and paying an equal share with the federal government. Under this bill, a workforce already facing shortages would have more responsibility to address paperwork errors with fewer funds. This bill does nothing to support workforce development or the administrative support that will come as a result of these changes. In my state of Connecticut, the Department of Social Services estimates that this would cost an additional $177 million per year. But based on the FY23 error rates, the state of New York, which would be forced to pay $1.8 billion, Texas, $1.074 billion, Georgia, $82 million, and North Carolina, $584 million in additional costs to administer these programs. Additionally, this legislation would prevent the Secretary of Agriculture from reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, which is used to determine benefit eligibility amounts. This bill also expands work requirements for older adults up to age 65 and for parents in households with children age 7 or older, which means that 4 million children between the ages of 7 and 17 who live in households that receive SNAP would be at risk of losing some type of food assistance. While expanding these requirements, this legislation does nothing, once again, to fund workforce development programs or increase access to child care for these families. I would also note that when children lose their SNAP benefits, they automatically lose their CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that allows them to get free and reduced lunch at school. So not only is food being taken away from children at home, it is being taken away from them at school. My amendment is simple. It prevents any cuts to SNAP that would reduce benefits for the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. My amendment says that this legislation can only take effect once the USDA and all state agencies issue reports evaluating and certifying that any changes made to SNAP would not result in a reduction of benefits to eligible individuals or decrease in population. SNAP serves 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities. I've heard over and over and over that the target is able-bodied adults without dependents who have the ability to work. If that is true, and that is the only group you are targeting, then it should be simple to make sure that we are protecting children and families and seniors and those with disabilities from being cut off of these programs. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would not vote for that. Based on your testimony and everything that you've said in regards to SNAP, these aren't the people you're going after anyway. So we should all work together to ensure that we protect them. I've heard members from the other side of the aisle say that their intention is not to cut benefits. This amendment is your chance to go on the record and do just that. While I question the intent here and where we are going, I understand with fidelity the outcome and who will be affected. In the wealthiest nation in the world, we have the ability to feed children. We don't have a drought, we don't have a famine, we don't have a war. We have policies that intend to take food out of the mouths of children. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mr. Kassar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. So in this terrible Republican budget bill, we're talking about saving money by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But then when we actually look at the bill about who's taking a cut, well, of course, we are cutting taxes for billionaires, but the people who are taking a cut is a person with a disability who will lose their health care because we say, well, you've got a disability, but it's not quite bad enough, or you didn't fill out this piece of paper. Or we're cutting the $6 a day in food assistance to a child because now you're 8 years old, not 7 years old, so you don't need it anymore. You kidding me? When folks think about waste, fraud, and abuse, we aren't talking about these Americans. If you want to see waste, tens of billions of dollars get milked by big pharma every year off of the taxpayer in the Medicare Advantage program. We could be getting tens of billions of dollars from them. Or if you want to talk about fraud, we could be talking about the billionaires who hide their money in offshore accounts that we should be going after. Or if you want to talk about abuse, this bill that's supposed to be saving money has $25 billion in it for Trump's Golden Dome project. That recently was reported, the person most likely to get that money is Elon Musk. So while he's in the White House playing with the president, this bill is sending potentially $25 billion to Elon Musk. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, we should be looking at those folks with lots of power who are milking the taxpayers, not the biggest Medicare cut in American history or the biggest Medicaid cut in American history. So come on, y'all. So one of the amendments I've proposed is pretty simple. Let's say if a federal court finds that Elon Musk abused his power to be able to route money to himself, then we could save ourselves billions of dollars by automatically canceling out these billionaire tax cuts and the billions of dollars in contracts that Elon Musk has. If nobody on this panel thinks that Elon Musk hasn't been abusing his power, then we could just put this amendment in order and take it to a vote. If Elon Musk is found to have abused his power, we can save ourselves a whole bunch of money. And as if that isn't enough of the heart of the hypocrisy here, the Republican Party that campaigned on saving people money, one, is talking about saving billionaires money with their tax cut, and two, in this bill, they're going to jack up the premiums on health care for the people that rely on the marketplace for their health care. And so I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers, everybody here has the numbers, how much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in health care because of this bill. I don't know the numbers for my district. It's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district. Maybe none of the Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their health care costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their health care premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in health care premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kassar. Ms. Williams, you're recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern. Y'all, this meeting started at 1 a.m. and has been going through the entire night, morning, and now day. We're considering one of the most harmful bills to ever come before the House, cutting health care from 14 million Americans, taking food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. My Republican colleagues were hoping that my Democratic colleagues and I would sleep through the night as the American people slept. But what's done in the dark, y'all, comes to the light, and I'm here to shed the light. That's why I stayed up all night, and that's why I'm here right now as the voice of Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District. I follow in the footsteps of the late Congressman John Lewis, known as the conscience of the Congress. And if there's anything Republicans need more of these days, it's a conscience. Because who with a conscience would rip health care away from 14 million people in this country? Who with a conscience would make the largest cut in history to food benefits for children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities? Who with a conscience would add $5 trillion to the deficit with nothing to show for it but billionaire tax cuts? No one with a conscience would do any of that, but that's exactly what this Republican so-called one big beautiful bill would do. Congressman John Lewis would be ashamed of y'all. I know that I am. But you know what? He'd be proud of his Democratic colleagues for making the good trouble by unleashing that on behalf of the American people. House Democrats wrote 537 amendments to your so-called one big beautiful bill. Just because Republicans aren't willing to change their bill to actually help the American people, it definitely won't stop us from offering these amendments because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. I have 16 amendments myself. One, to invest in programs to increase our housing supply and lower housing costs. Another, to stop taxpayer funding for anti-abortion clinics that spread disinformation about women's health care. Another, to stop Trump from cutting essential federal workers without at least getting a report from Congress on how it'll harm government services. Another, to stop Trump from profiting off funding for presidential security. An additional one, to increase nutrition benefits and eligibility for students. Another, to require reports on how the policies in this bill affect low-income individuals and racial inequities. Another, to stop January 6 insurrectionists from getting a settlement from the federal government for their crimes. And yet another, to ensure that members of Congress can continue conducting lawful oversight in ICE facilities. Another one, to make maternal medical care, menstrual products, and broadband costs covered expenses for determining people's eligibility for food assistance. Another, to stop Elon Musk from selling the federal government AI systems while he's employed by our federal government. And yet another, to stop any funds in this bill from being used to unconstitutionally remove a United States citizen from this country. Another, to require the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to remain independent of whoever is president, Democratic or Republican. And yet another, to keep the funding for sustainable aviation fuel, which supports our aviation industry to be cleaner and more environmentally friendly. If my Republican colleagues really want to do right by the American people, you'd approve all of these amendments. I can't fix everything in this horrible bill, even with the 16 amendments that I'm offering, but these would definitely be a start. And next time, maybe open up this big, beautiful bill to some big, beautiful debate in the light of day, because it doesn't matter what your ideas are if you can't defend them in broad daylight for the American people. You must be hiding something from the American people. The children, seniors, and veterans in my district that will lose health care and SNAP benefits, y'all, they are more than a line item in a budget. They are real people simply trying to survive. So don't turn your back on them to give tax cuts to billionaires. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Cisneros, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I am deeply disappointed with how this hearing came about. The majority scheduled a hearing in the middle of the night to further their agenda without debate or scrutiny. But the timing of the hearing cannot hide the fact this legislation rips off the American people. It increases tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans, paid for by nearly $700 billion in cuts to Medicaid and $267 billion cuts to SNAP. I'm here to offer 4 amendments to this flawed legislation and urge the committee to make them in order. My first amendment seeks to ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to pay our child care workers and maintain our modernized and the facilities where they work in the Department of Defense. My amendment would increase child care fee assistance to $200 million, add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance, and include $1 billion for child care provider compensation under the Department of Defense's modernization of the Child Development Program staffing model passed in the fiscal year 25 NDAA. I want to be clear, my amendment does not raise the top line. Instead, it will take from an expensive and unnecessary program and instead support our service members' family needs. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight into the activities of the Department of Defense. My amendment allows the department to access the first $100 billion of the bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it simply requires the department to answer some elementary oversight questions about DOGE and the Department of Defense. I support better efficiency and program management at the Pentagon, as I know many of my colleagues do. I've been proud to support numerous efforts to that effect, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way in the future, but that's not what this bill is. Our responsibility is to conduct oversight, and so far, our questions to the department have yielded insubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. I know the DoD is capable of giving thoughtful responses. I have sat in the witness seat before and have answered questions, and I've been required to reply to congressional inquiries, which I gladly did because that was my responsibility. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to one of the departments that we are supposed to be overseeing in Congress. My third amendment seeks to expand eligibility for the employer provide child care tax credit. This amendment would define small business concern in accordance with the Small Business Act for the purpose of the employer-provided child care tax credit. This would help small businesses attract and retain employees that are working parents. My final amendment seeks to revise the short title of the bill to the One Big Billionaire Bailout Act. Raising a child, owning a small business, having access to affordable and quality health care in this economy, it's becoming more difficult with the rising cost of living. Again, this bill, instead of helping hardworking Americans nationwide, gives a government handout to billionaires and the wealthiest Americans at the expense of everyone else. The name matters because it tells the truth of what this fine print hides. I am happy to tell the American people who this bill really serves, because it is not them. Again, I urge you to make these amendments in order. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Mr. Chicano, I'll go to you next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's begin with the obvious. This bill, the so-called budget reconciliation package, is not even finished. Republican leadership is asking members to vote on a moving target with text still changing and details still unclear. Even Republican members don't know what's in it, but they're being told to rush this to the floor before the holiday weekend so they can hand Donald Trump a political win. Trump has made his demand clear. Unite behind what is possibly the most budget-busting piece of legislation in modern U.S. history. And now, Republicans are stuck between their talking point of deficit reduction and their obligation to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. Last night, the Congressional Budget Office released its score. It found that this bill would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over the next decade. Let me say that again, $2.3 trillion. That would trigger automatic cuts to Medicare and other vital programs unless Congress steps in. And who benefits? According to the CBO, the richest 10% of Americans would see their incomes go up, while the poorest 10% would see theirs go down. So yes, this bill deserves a name, and I would call it One Big Billionaire Payout. And while billionaires and corporations are poised to win big, the people I serve, veterans, students, and working families are set to lose. I'm offering 10 amendments to stop the worst of this damage. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt disabled veterans from new Medicaid work requirements. Now, not all veterans are eligible to receive their health care from VA, and currently 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. This bill would subject as many as 1 million of them to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. Many veterans with service-connected disabilities fall below the disability rating that makes them eligible for VA care and significant barriers to employment. Punishing them for that is not reform, it's cruelty. Now, second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least you can do is tell them. My amendment would require CMS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're kicked off SNAP. Over 1 million veterans rely on food assistance, and this bill, again, takes from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, healthcare and nutrition resources for those losing coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. Sixth, I'm offering an amendment to preserve nursing home staffing reforms. In 2024, CMS finalized a rule to address dangerous understaffing. This bill delays that and could cost lives. University of Pennsylvania research estimates 13,000 lives would be saved annually under that rule. Who exactly are we protecting by delaying that? Certainly not the seniors living in those homes. My seventh amendment strikes the repeal of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule, a protection for student borrowers defrauded by predatory colleges. In just 1 year, over 770,000 students filed claims. This bill would make it nearly impossible for future victims to get relief. Eighth, I strike the repeal of the 90-10 rule fix, a bipartisan protection that keeps for-profit colleges from targeting veterans as dollar signs. Without it, GI Bill recipients become cash cows for worthless diploma mills, and taxpayers foot the bill when these shady schools collapse. Ninth, I proposed a certify no harm amendment which would simply require federal agencies to confirm that these provisions won't increase fraud against student veterans before they take effect. If Republicans are so confident this bill won't hurt anyone, this should be an easy yes. And finally, my 10th amendment includes the Protect Students Act, codifying essential safeguards against deceptive marketing, inflated job placement claims, and outright fraud by for-profit colleges and loan servicers. And let me close by reminding my colleagues that this isn't some routine budget bill. This is reverse Robin Hood. It steals health care from veterans, it steals food from hungry families, it steals loan protections from students, and it steals safety from nursing home residents. And it does all that to give billionaires a payday with a price tag of $2.3 trillion in new debt. This isn't about values, it's about vanity, trying to give a twice-impeached former president a talking point for his next rally. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and reject this sham of a bill. I now yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Mr. Carson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you for providing me the time to testify this afternoon. I have 4 amendments to this reconciliation bill. My amendments protect Medicaid, passenger rail, our environment, and would protect the middle class. I first want to speak on Amendment 428 to conduct a comprehensive audit within 180 days to assess the impact of this bill's impact on income inequality in our country. The GOP claims their tax policies will benefit the middle class. I say prove it. Prove to the American people that the tax policies in this bill will help the middle class, not the ultra-wealthy. Next, my Amendment 168 addresses one of the most urgent, life-threatening issues in this bill, which is that this bill would slash health care for 14 million Americans. Just this afternoon, an Indianapolis woman named Joan contacted our office. She is about to turn 65, she's disabled, and she receives Medicaid to survive. She told me, at 65 years old, I have nowhere else to go, and I don't want to lose my home, and I don't want to lose my health care. Yesterday evening, I spoke on the House floor about 3 women from my district in Indy, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann, who rely on SNAP and Medicaid to survive. These are just 3 of the thousands of people who have reached out to us in the past few weeks. We receive messages from folks every day who are afraid for themselves, but they're also terrified for their children, other people's children, their family members, other people's family members. That's because Indianapolis is a community that cares about one another. We look out for one another. It's what we do. It's who we are. I've always been proud of my hometown, but I'm even more proud of hearing the groundswell of support, especially over the last week, from those in Indianapolis who have overwhelmingly told me we must help our neighbors and we must protect Medicaid. I'm here today to fight for the people of Indianapolis who deserve a government that stands with them, not billionaires. This past week, our country has watched members of Congress debate essentially who deserves to live and who deserves to die in our country. For 14 million Americans, health care and Medicaid cuts aren't a political discussion. They are a matter of life and death. 14 million Americans would lose health care under this current bill. That includes newborns, children, seniors, and postpartum mothers, the most vulnerable among us. We've also watched Republican members of Congress deny that this bill will slash Medicaid, even though a nonpartisan analysis found that the Republican budget simply would not be possible without cutting Medicaid and essential health care. And yet, many of my colleagues still deny that this budget will drastically cut essential health care. So, my message to my colleagues is, prove it. If you insist your bill will not hurt Medicaid, if you insist this bill will not snatch health care out of the hands of 14 million men, women, and children, prove it by simply passing my amendment. My amendment would ensure none of the provisions of this bill will take effect if there is an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to health care services as a result of this bill. If Republicans truly believe this bill is not taking money away from Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires, then they should have no problem passing this amendment. If Republicans believe that at a minimum, we should make sure this bill does not cause Americans to die, then they shouldn't have a problem passing my amendment. I would like to close my remarks, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, by reminding us again of Joan, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann in the great Hoosier State. I implore you to remember their humanity. 14 million people who stand to lose their health care are relying on us to do the right thing. Protect Medicaid, protect health care, protect our children. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Does anyone on my side wish to ask any questions? Mr. Scott, Mr. Griffith? Okay. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, again, I want to thank everybody here for being in the fight. There's too much at stake. I mean, you highlighted many of the concerns that have been echoed over and over again today. Thank you. I mean, Johanna Hayes and I were on the Ag Committee when they marked up the Ag section of this reconciliation bill, and it was maddening. And not just because of the impact of the cuts on children, on vulnerable people, on senior citizens, on veterans, on people with disabilities, but this kind of indifference, like it's no big deal. And it is a big deal. It is a big deal. If you can't put food on the table for your kids, that's a huge deal. That's every parent's worst nightmare. You know, if you're a senior citizen, not being able to afford your medication and your food, that's a big deal. And you know, a lot of the issues that were raised by this panel, you know, point to the fact that it seems that the people who are going to suffer the most are the most vulnerable, and the people who are well off and well connected and have the most are going to get even more. And so, again, I thank you for staying. Some of you have been here like since 1 o'clock in the morning. Some, I've seen you in the hallways at 2 o'clock in the morning. And, you know, and so you've been around. And but I really do think it's important that people speak up. And Ms. Hayes.
I just want to say that, thank you for that, but as many of you know, I spent my career as a classroom teacher, and when you're on the other side of these processes and you're in a building with children and not really understanding how these policy decisions are being made, everything from protecting them from gun violence to mental health and wraparound services to something as basic as food. You know, understanding that federal law prohibited the lunch lady from even giving students a sandwich at the end of the day, and instead she had to throw it away. It is heartbreaking. So then to get here and be faced with the realization that there are people who understand what these policies do and still support them. These are not oversights. These are not loopholes. These are policy choices and intentional decisions that are being made. Right now, we are debating legislation once again. I mean, I saw it in the debt ceiling negotiations, in the CR, in every budget every year, and now in reconciliation, where we move from hypotheticals to reduce food benefits that directly impact children. And it's something that I will never understand for as long as I am in this body. I will also never stop fighting for those kids, because I understand that they deserve a chance. And in the same breath where we are talking about subsidies and tax cuts and corporations and tax breaks and even deductions, something as basic as food should just not be an issue. And the idea of, I've heard many people just keep throwing out waste and fraud and abuse. If that was truly the concern, we would be supporting SNAP administrators and making sure that we had highly qualified staff to process these applications. If that was truly the concern, we would be investing in workforce development to put people back to work. Because I can tell you, no one wants to be poor. And $6 per person per day is not a come up.
And if we're really interested in fraud, waste, and abuse, I don't know why we don't look at the Department of Defense, which can't seem to pass an audit, but that we're giving
No,
them,
we've increased their
yeah,
budget.
we're increasing their budget. But this is a fight worth having, and I'm glad you're all in the fight. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Carson's amendment, which really tries to get at what the underlying principles are in this bill, and is this tax policy really going to help people? And as we've been locked in our little room here for the last however long, 2 hours ago, I've got an article from CNBC. Dow slides more than 800 points as spiking Treasury yields and deficit fears spur a sell-off. And there's multiple articles out there now talking about the fact that this bill moving through with its deficit increases, although they're being used to justify all these cuts to essential services, but the fact that this is going to explode the deficit is causing another stock market dip and causing Treasury bonds, something I never thought I'd spend a lot of time talking about, to spike. You know, it's just, it undercuts the whole argument for this bill. So thank you for thinking about that. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you, and thank you very much. I mean, I think a lot of what we have been talking about today is what is fair, right? What is right for the American people, how we build back trust up, and how what we're seeing in this bill is this big transfer, this favoritism to the wealthy, this prioritizing them over the hungry kids in the classroom, over the families who need that assistance with the health care premiums, the Affordable Care Act. Americans love the Affordable Care Act, right? And one of the ways, Representative Ansari, when you suggest we do the Stock Act, you're essentially saying, let's put trust back in the system. Is that right? I mean, what is the impetus for that?
Yeah, I mean, we know that about 87% of Americans, both Democrats, independents, and Republicans, believe that members of Congress should not be trading stocks. And when I discovered during the natural resources markup that the chairman of that committee, for the first time in the 10 years that he's been in Congress, decided to suddenly trade hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oil and gas stocks, I was genuinely
But shell-shocked. The concept was let's put trust back in the system. And I see we have one of the sponsors who might be joining us on another one of our panels. But I think that that's this concept of who is benefiting and how do we actually say this is what government can do and this is how we put trust back in the system is really playing throughout all of the testimony, whether it's from veterans, healthcare, hunger, or just let's make sure that Americans trust us. And so thank you for taking the time to make sure that Americans know what we're doing here. Because I can tell you, well, that's going, well, the stock market is terrified of what they are doing here. Americans are watching what we are doing here, and they are so appreciative. And I know we're all getting lots of calls and texts and outreach because they're watching. They are watching, and the senators are watching. I went to go get some food, and the senators are watching what we're doing in rules. Who knew? So thank you, Representative
Can I just say,
Ranking Member
Fernandez,
Tucano.
that we could save money if we did not repeal the 90-10 rule, $1.6 billion. It's going to cost us to put veterans more at risk to be preyed upon by for-profit colleges. And I would say to my friend Johanna Hayes, I'd like to put that $1.6 billion that we would save if we did not repeal 90-10, that would protect our veterans, to put it toward feeding those kids in your classroom.
Yeah, that's what all this is about, is who do we prioritize, right? Let's feed the kids. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. There being no further questions, the panel is dismissed. Let me announce the next panel, and if you all could go down to the end again. Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Adams, Ms. Matsui, Ms. Brown, Mr. Liccardo, Mr. Correa, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Menendez. One more, yeah, there you go. I did.
No.
Ms. Liccardo.
Liccardo.
Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo, pardon me. It doesn't matter. I'll call you this, it's okay. You can sit either place. Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'll call you number 2, even if you're the third chair. Ms. Matsui just moved a little faster. Well, thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. And I will start with Mr. Ruiz. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for letting us offer amendments to this big, ugly bill. We all know that taking health insurance away from 13.7 million people, 12.4 million U.S. citizens is going to cause an increase in those that are uninsured. And we all know that when they get sick, their only place for care is going to be in the emergency departments, because our EMTALA laws mandate that emergency care physicians like myself will need to take care of patients if their life, sight, or limbs are threatened. And that uncompensated care is going to increase costs, and it's going to affect everybody, whether or not you have Medicaid or private insurance. So my amendment would require states to produce an assessment of the effects of the coverage losses from this Medicaid title on rates of uncompensated care and emergency department wait times for each hospital that receives a disproportionate share hospital payments. We know that the increase in the population that goes into the hospitals that are uncompensated, that goes into the emergency department, will result in longer wait times to see a physician. There will be increase in overcrowdedness in the hospitals. The hospitals would bear a larger burden of those costs, and hospitals will do several things to make up for that. One is they will increase their own costs, and two, they will fire healthcare providers, and three, the other thing they will do is they will start to eliminate the services that don't bring a lot of revenue into the hospital. And those services usually are pediatrics and they're labor and delivery. So children will be affected, maternity care, women, pregnant ladies who are also covered in Medicaid will be affected because those services won't exist in the hospital. And the final thing that they would do, and there's evidence from this, the Inland Empire Health Plan that manages 90% of Medicaid patients in Riverside County and San Bernardino County in California, recently sent me a letter saying that co-signed by 8 hospital CEOs, saying that if there are significant Medicaid cuts, they would be forced to close. So think about this. If you're having an emergency, a stroke, or cardiac ischemia, or heart attack, and that hospital is no longer in your community, where are you going to go for emergency care? And this is those that are on private health insurance too. This is how cutting Medicaid is going to affect everybody. The second amendment that I co-introduced with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will go after fraud and reinvest in Medicaid Advantage by going after the overcoding problem that exists and take those monies that are saved and reinvest in Medicare. And the reason why we want to invest in Medicare is to help provide the resources for providers to actually pay for the cost of care. You see, providers have not had their reimbursements from Medicare commensurate increase with the cost of providing care, and therefore, since 2001 to about 2023, there's been a 26% cut in the reimbursements for providers. If this continues, providers are going to take less Medicare patients in order to make sure they're able to pay their bills. And so I know that this bill has a quasi-small, pitiful, so-called doc fix, where it's only 75% of the Medicare economic index or the inflation rate, and then a few years after that, 10% each year. I want to insert my piece of legislation as through this amendment that would provide the full doc fix, which would tie the Medicare physician reimbursement to 100% of the Medicare economic index. Doing so will help protect Medicare for providers and seniors and strengthen the program so that more seniors can have access to that. So if you're really about cutting fraud or cutting waste and you're really about increasing access, then you would be allowing this amendment to be germane and included into the overall big, ugly bill. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for the opportunity to speak this evening. Today I'm offering 2 amendments, both rooted in things that I thought we all supported, helping families and helping students. But let me start by saying that absolutely there's nothing about this bill that's beautiful. It's actually a big ugly bill, and probably one of the ugliest that I've seen from this chamber. It's ugly because it hurts people. It's ugly because it punishes children. It punishes students and working families, and it's ugly because it tries to disguise cruelty as reform. Now, my First Amendment is about SNAP. We've heard a lot about that. It is the largest and it is the most successful food security program in the nation. It's a lifeline for 49,000 citizens in my district in North Carolina. My SNAP amendment would prevent parents and caregivers of children as young as 7 from losing food assistance if they can't afford child care during the summer months to avoid the existing punitive time limited work requirement of 90 days. And that's important because, you know, when you think about children and their eating, oftentimes the only meal they get is at school. And so, and when we think about the summer, this becomes a real critical problem. And of course, children as young as 7 should not be losing food assistance because we won't provide SNAP for their parents. And some of my Republican colleagues believe that 7 years old is some magical age in which households are not able to list them as dependents when applying for SNAP benefits. So what my amendment would do would correct this so that households with children age 7 can be granted this protection rather than starting at 8 years old. And the goal of the amendment, of course, is to feed more children, to make sure that children can eat. Children should not go hungry anytime. They shouldn't go to bed hungry. They shouldn't go, food is an absolute necessity. And Madam Chair, you know, to take food away from children, it's unconscionable. It's just downright shameful. And so this big, beautiful, bad, ugly bill is set to cut over $300 billion from SNAP. And that's a program that, as we've heard already, helped cut child poverty in half. And so it's a program that helps millions of Americans feed their families, and a program that saves lives. I mean, the bottom line is it's a lifeline. It saves lives. And so this big, ugly bill is, as you've heard, it's Robin Hood in reverse, plain and simple. It's poor form, it's terrible policy, and it's bad politics. It's taken from the poor, given to the rich. But let me just turn briefly to my Second Amendment, which strikes the provision in this bill that would cap federal student aid at the national median cost of attendance. This is another example of gatekeeping disguised as reform. The median cost of college for programs of study, that's traditional. But because this cap would take away financial aid from low-income students and students of color, based upon an unknown calculations from our colleagues that will dictate the future of our students. It punishes students for failing and daring to dream bigger. It says if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to be a teacher, and your program costs more than average, well, too bad. Well, that's not reform. I've spent my life in education, and I've taught students who benefited from SNAP as well. I've monitored students who rely on Pell, and I've watched both succeed when we choose to invest in them. And these amendments are about those choices. Do we choose to support parents, or do we punish them? Do we choose to lift students up, or do we pull the ladder up behind us? I do want to urge my colleagues to support these amendments for the sake of our Americans, for the sake of our families, for the sake of children, for the sake of students. We need to feed families, and we need to make education accessible by funding students. Thank you for this time, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Matsui, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, I have 2 amendments on this rule. I'd like to offer these two amendments. My first amendment is simple. It protects Medicaid eligibility for pregnant people, children, parents of dependent children, and people with disabilities. Republicans keep insisting that their bill won't harm vulnerable Americans, that it won't touch people who really need Medicaid. But that's simply not true. That's not true. They said they should have no problem supporting. Then they should have no problem supporting my amendment. These are the very groups Republicans claim they want to protect. But if they're serious, they should support it. But I doubt they will, because the only way to claim $800 billion in savings is to keep people like Christine, who is a single mom in my district, and millions of others off their coverage. Let's take a second to think about what this means in a person's life, not just as a line item on a spreadsheet. Christine is a single mom doing everything she can to support her two kids. She has been interviewing for jobs but has struggled to land full-time work. In the meantime, Medicaid is how she keeps her family healthy. Because of Medicaid, her children get regular checkups. Her son even recently got braces. That's what Medicaid means to this family, and not a number on a chart, but a healthier future. This bill is filled with red tape and impossible bureaucratic hurdles. It would throw families off of Medicaid and rip away life-saving care, not just from parents, but from children whose health care is tied to their parents. Of the more than 13 million people who will lose their care under this bill, 4.7 million would be because of the red tape requirements in this bill. That would undoubtedly include parents. It will undoubtedly include children, and it will undoubtedly include people with disabilities. So if Republicans are serious about protecting the people they claim to care about, they should support my amendment. And just as this bill undermines health care, it is also weakening our digital security. My second amendment addresses a critical threat, cybersecurity failures that put Americans at risk. It would require cabinet-level officials to receive basic cybersecurity training before auctioning off critical spectrum. That includes following rules about secure communication, rules this administration has routinely ignored. Cyber attacks like Salt Typhoon just show how vulnerable we are, yet instead of strengthening our cyber defenses, the Trump administration is gutting them and turning a blind eye to basic security protocols. We cannot allow sensitive data, health records, or public safety systems to be compromised because this administration refuses to take cybersecurity seriously. So let's be clear. Both of my amendments protect American families. One defends their health care, the other defends their digital safety. If my Republican colleagues truly care about protecting families, they would vote yes on both. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. Ms. Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would strike an especially harsh provision in this bill that is rooted in cruelty, not policy. This simple, straightforward amendment would strike the work requirement provision in this big, bad, ugly bill that lowers the age of what we call a dependent child from 18 to 7. From 18 years old to 7 years old. So I'm abundantly clear, we're saying that 8, 9, and 10-year-olds are no longer considered dependent children. Where did this come from? Why is this necessary? Since when is a first grader not a dependent child? Preventing families with children as young as 7 from losing food assistance, that is what we're debating here. This isn't about waste, fraud, or abuse, and we all know it. It's the excuse, not the reason. So I'd like to invite the Republicans on this panel to explain to me, to my colleagues, and to the American people, how exactly does taking food away from struggling families with young children make this country safer, stronger, more secure, healthier, or even great again? Because the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't answer that question. And maybe that's because they didn't even bother to speak up when asked. Well, my guess is you can't answer that question either, because the answer doesn't exist. There is no national security strategy that says that hungry families are a path to stability in this country. There is no economic model that says that kids going to bed with empty bellies will suddenly lead us to prosperity. The only reason this provision is, well, the only reason for this provision is to put some cash in the bank so Republicans can turn around and hand out tax cuts for the wealthiest in this country. Right now, SNAP rules allow parents and caregivers with kids under the age of 18 some flexibility. If they can't meet the 80-hour-a-month work requirement because they are raising a kid, caring for family, or stuck in a job with unpredictable hours, they don't lose access to food. This bill changes that. It pulls away basic benefits from the moment a child turns 7. That is a cold, calculated cut that targets struggling families. This provision alone would make this bill reckless, but combined with the sweeping cuts to family services my Democratic colleagues have been highlighting all day and all night, it's not just irresponsible, it's cruel. This bill doesn't serve working Americans, it punishes them. If you don't own a yacht or fly on a private jet, this bill makes your life harder, not easier. It makes your life worse, not better. And it gives you a shove down, not a hand up. This is a backwards, out of touch policy that ignores the real lives of working families. These provisions ignore the daily struggles parents face as they juggle low-wage jobs, childcare gaps, and unpredictable schedules just to keep food on the table. It doesn't encourage stability or self-sufficiency. It punishes poverty. And it sends a dangerous message. If you are struggling, you are on your own. I hope you will support my amendment, and perhaps more importantly, I hope you find it in you to really take the negative impact of this entire bill into consideration and vote no. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try that again. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members of this committee for your endurance over these last 17 hours. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order to take those amendments, amendments 50, 51, and 166, but rather than delving into the details of those amendments, I'd like to express a larger concern about what I call the big bloated borrowing bill. I'd like to talk about what this budget and its borrowing does to our children. In March, I visited Meadows Elementary in East San Jose, where I read a favorite book, The Giving Tree, to a group of fourth graders in a high-need neighborhood in East San Jose. And afterward, a tall girl sitting in the front asked me what it is that we do in Congress to help kids like them. And I talked to her about school lunches. I talked to her about helping her and her mom when they go to the doctor. And I talked to her about how when she has dreams to go to college, we can help her with what we call Pell Grants. No longer, not if this budget is approved. You've heard from my colleagues over the last 17 hours about what this proposed budget will do for our children. Yesterday, the Urban Institute issued a report revealing that the reconciliation bill could cause up to 18.3 million children to lose their access to free school meals. We know many of those children will rely on that meal as their only and their best source of nutrition. We also know that children comprise 40% of the estimated 9.7 to 14 million Americans who will lose their health insurance because of these cuts. Packard Foundation report just revealed that 914,000 children alone will lose their health insurance because the parents getting knocked out as a result of the work requirement, or at least not being able to complete the laborious paperwork for that. I know you've heard all of this in one form or another from my Democratic colleagues over the last 17 hours, but I want to actually talk about what you're hearing from your Republican colleagues. When I'm told you've heard from some of your colleagues quietly in caucus meetings, of course, only a few of them have spoken in public, that this is the most fiscally irresponsible budget in U.S. history. It will add, according to the CBO, $479 billion to next year's deficit, and it will add as well another $3 trillion, of course, to our debt over the next 10 years, accelerating a prodigious rate of accumulating debt. That's not just, of course, their opinion or my opinion. It's the opinion of the market, which has told us clearly. Last week, Moody's downgraded U.S. Treasuries for the first time in my lifetime based on its assessment of, quote, current fiscal proposals. Tomorrow's Wall Street Journal is already online if you'd like to check it out. The lead story in the markets, a weak auction for 20-year bonds, exacerbated worries about rising deficits, and I'm quoting, in Washington, and drove sharp declines for stocks and bonds, sending the Dow Jones down more than 800 points and the 30-year Treasury bond yield to its highest level in 2 years. This fiscal irresponsibility will bring a parade of horribles, to be sure, but among them will be the fact that it's going to cost more for Americans to invest and borrow, because as we continue to squeeze out private sector borrowing, we will see those rates rise. In this case, both Democratic and Republican critics of this bill are correct. Two things can be true. We can be bipartisan about this. This is a colossally awful budget. And we should be bipartisan about supporting our children as well, because our kids are neither Republican nor Democratic. They need all of us to get it right for them. So let me attempt to bring these two threads together in one bipartisan message. This budget will hurt our children, because not only are you cutting spending of our money for them, but you are spending their money for us. In other words, you're stealing our children's future. And there's one reason why you're inflicting so much pain, and one reason only, and that is because Donald Trump has painted himself and all of you into a corner with a promise for a $5 trillion tax cut that you don't know how to pay for, and you cannot cut enough to pay for. But the billionaires will do very well. On the other hand, history will never forgive us, collectively, and our children shouldn't either. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, the hour is late. You should get the Marco Polo Award, not for distance, but rather for stamina. 17 hours. I do have 5 amendments. I'm going to be brief, but these amendments are very important. These deal with a very important American issue, which is immigration. First Amendment, number 59, will deal with our men and women in uniform. Less than 1% of Americans serve in our armed forces. Imagine a situation where a soldier stationed overseas, all of a sudden he gets a phone call that his spouse has been arrested by ICE and deported because he or she is undocumented. That is not the way we want to treat our soldiers, our men and women in uniform. They make enough sacrifices, but to have their spouses deported is unconscionable and un-American. My amendment would simply say that the Secretary of Homeland Security may not use any funds under this subtitle to remove an alien who is a spouse of a member of the armed forces on active duty. This is an important issue. I hope this committee will look upon it as an important issue for men and women in uniform. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my second amendment, number 61, deals with immigration as well. Question is, why would ICE agents go to schools, elementary schools, to enforce ICE laws to deport individuals? Why would you want to terrorize children? My amendment simply says, none of the funds made available by this title may be used to conduct an immigration enforcement action at an elementary school. Why in God's name would ICE show up to an elementary school to threaten to deport children. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my third amendment, number 64, deals with those men and women who defend our country, Homeland Security officers at our borders, at our ports of entry. Now, what we ask is you respect their collective bargaining rights. My amendment says none of the funds made available by this title may be used to undermine or cancel any collective bargaining agreements covering an employee of the Department of Homeland Security. And again here, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, we have individuals that sometimes work 16-hour shifts because they're so short in terms of personnel. They deserve to be represented by a collective bargaining contract. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my next amendment, number 230. We often say in this country, all gave some and many made the ultimate sacrifice when we are honoring our veterans. Again, less than 1% of Americans actually serve our nation. A lot of our veterans go off and fight, come back with invisible wounds that later on turn into PTSD, and they get into trouble with the law. A lot of these veterans, green card holders, when they join the military, are promised that they will be American citizens when they are honorably discharged. Such is not the case. Veterans that take an oath to the United States of America, veterans that are ready to lay it all down, make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and then they're deported because they're found guilty of a crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Chairman, my bill simply says none of the funds made available by this subtitle may be used to remove from the United States a veteran who was honorably discharged unless an immigration judge has determined after weighing all equities that that individual should be removed. All what I'm asking is, before you deport this veteran, look at his whole history of service to our country. And finally, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my final amendment, I should say, essentially says that no amount of money in this subtitle should be used or can be used to deport or remove an individual to a country other than the country of that individual's nationality or last habitual residence, unless a removal order to that country is issued by an immigration judge.
The gentleman's time is up. Gentleman's time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Recognize Ms. Sanchez of California.
I want to begin by thanking the Rules Committee for the opportunity to offer amendments to this fluid, false, and frankly offensive bill. Our tax code should create opportunity and fairness, but this bill does the exact opposite. It bottoms out the middle class and it strangles working families. It cruelly targets immigrants that are lawfully present in the United States and have been working here for years. It targets children simply because of their parents' immigration status. And this isn't just misguided, it is cruel. The first provision I want to discuss is a promise to preserve taxpayer dollars from going towards undocumented immigrants. The Joint Committee on Taxation said on the record that this bill does nothing to quote-unquote remove taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants, rendering the title of this section patently false and misleading. And that is why I submitted an amendment striking these sections. Undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for coverage under the Affordable Care Act and Medicare. What Republicans are actually doing
is taking away health coverage from legally present individuals who pay taxes and work in the country legally. There's already a 5-year bar before a legally present non-citizen can purchase marketplace coverage. Purchase marketplace coverage, not given coverage. The reality is that immigrants are actually subsidizing these premium tax credits and other federal programs like Medicare for US-born people. They are paying more into the system than they are actually utilizing in health coverage due to their higher uninsured rate and lower health utilization rate. And this bill just worsens that disparity. If we don't strike these sections, we are only going to see more uncompensated care, more preventable deaths, and more contagious disease, and increases in everyone's healthcare premiums, as Dr. Ruiz said earlier. These are legally present asylum seekers, refugees, humanitarian parolees, temporary protected status holders, and dreamers, recipients who have been in the country for decades and who will no longer have health care coverage under this bill. In California alone, temporary protected status holders contribute $235 million in federal taxes and $170 million in state and local taxes. In Florida, temporary protected status holders contribute $198 million in federal taxes and $113 million in state and local taxes. And if my Republican colleagues are so concerned about government handouts, I want to point to them the newly established expedited resettlement pathway for South Africans, because that immigration pathway grants them access up to 12 months of health insurance if they don't qualify for Medicaid. Talk about a handout. And if Republicans are going to prohibit legally present individuals who have been contributing to our economy for years and even decades from purchasing marketplace coverage, buying it with their own money out of their own pocket, and you guys are going to prohibit that. The hypocrisy of the Republicans never fails to surprise me. My second amendment addresses the denial of the child tax credit for U.S. citizen children if one parent does not have a Social Security number. The child tax credit was created to help children, providing essential support for food, clothing, shelter, and childcare. It has been one of the most effective tools in reducing child poverty in the United States. But this bill will strip that support away from 2 million U.S. citizen children simply because one of their parents isn't a citizen. This provision disproportionately harms Hispanic children, many in my district who already face higher poverty rates. Nearly 1 in 4 Hispanic children lives in poverty, and that is 3 times the rate of white children. Why are we denying these children a shot at a better life to give tax credits to billionaires who don't need it? This provision is cruel and unconstitutional. Punishing U.S. children for their parents' immigration status violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And my amendment would fix this by ensuring that those 2 million children still receive the benefits of the child tax credit they deserve and that their parents have paid into. Republicans love to say promises made, promises kept. Well, this does nothing to lower health care costs. A 65-year-old mother and grandmother from Santa Fe Springs in my district is a survivor of triple-negative breast cancer. Medicaid helped her cover every surgery, every hospital stay, every medication. She told me that she could have died without Medicaid coverage. And to add insult to injury, this bill literally gives a tax cut of $255,000 for the top 0.1%. That is unconscionable, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendments, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify about my important amendments to a Republican bill that would harm far too many Americans. I'm offering 2 amendments today. The first is numbered 201, and the second is number 306. Amendment number 201 would strike Section 44201 from this bill. Section 44201 would make permanent the Trump administration's de facto ACA repeal that would make healthcare more expensive and less accessible for so many of our constituents. Since the ACA's passage in 2010, Republicans have attempted over 70 times to repeal or weaken the bill, including efforts to weaken common sense protections against discrimination of those with pre-existing conditions like asthma or diabetes. And now we are seeing yet another attempt by Republicans to weaken the ACA and create barriers to care for hardworking individuals and their families. On March 10th, the Trump administration issued the so-called Marketplace Integrity and Affordability Proposed Rule. Ironically, this rule would make health care less affordable and less accessible by raising premiums, cutting financial assistance, and creating new bureaucratic paperwork requirements. If this rule takes effect, hardworking Americans across the country will face significant premium hikes, nearly $3 billion over the next several years, and greater barriers when they try to enroll on November 1st. But it's not just premiums that go up. Out-of-pocket costs will rise by 15%, with higher deductibles, higher copays, and more people delaying or skipping care simply because of cost. On top of that, the rule lowers coverage standards, letting insurers offer weaker plans that cover less care, meaning even with flat premiums, patients pay more out of pocket. So this is not just my opinion. An internal analysis from the first Trump administration warned that these changes will cause coverage losses, premium spikes, and significant market disruption. The administration has also admitted that under this rule, 2 million individuals will lose health care coverage in 2026. This rule is a direct attack on the people that the ACA was designed to protect. It targets working families, low-income individuals, and people with chronic conditions. This rule isn't about integrity, it's about exclusion. So no, we shouldn't codify this harmful rule into law. We should stop it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. The second amendment I'd like to discuss today would strike the section of this bill that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. And I have to repeat this fact. My second amendment would strike the section of this bill, this Republican bill, that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. At schools. We have an administration that claims to be promoting an agenda that will make our nation and families healthier. As a father and a legislator, there is nothing more important to me than protecting our nation's children. But the bill we are marking up today does the opposite. When parents send their kids to school, the last thing that they should worry about is the air in their children's classrooms. We know that indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks to children, and air pollution can affect educational outcomes. According to data from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, whose funding the Trump administration has proposed cutting in half, in a classroom of 30 children, 3 are likely to have asthma. One study found a decline in children's test scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air, and air quality at schools tends to be worse indoors than it is outside. So what did Democrats do? We created tools to address this challenge. The IRA authorized a grant program that provides essential funding and technical assistance to improve air quality at schools. It seems straightforward to me, even at this hour, why we need this program. Yet Republicans voted against authorizing it 3 years ago. And every Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against my amendment in our markup last week. Meanwhile, they are cutting Medicaid for nearly 14 million people, and as I mentioned earlier, dismantling critical agencies that are charged with protecting public health. So I'd like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to explain to me and the American people, how does this bill make our children healthier? How, in cutting these programs, will our children breathe cleaner air? How does How does making children sick support American families? This issue should be common sense. It should be bipartisan. It should be easy to vote yes on my amendment that preserves this vital program. I appreciate you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That oh, got to do questions. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Mr. McGovern.
Eating a Swedish fish when you,
I did that on purpose.
yeah, I know, yeah.
It's going to cost more with tariffs to have the Swedish fish.
But I just want to say to everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I support all your amendments. I'm proud of all of you for coming to this committee and presenting the amendments you did, because I think they represent our values. And as I said at the beginning of this hearing, the underlying bill it doesn't represent my values, it doesn't represent our values. And so whatever we can do to help advance your amendments, we will do. But thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Scanlon?
Yes, I echo the ranking member's remarks, and I wanted to particularly thank Representative Sanchez for bringing forward that amendment that is just so despicable in clawing back benefits from children based on who their parents are. It's un-American. That's all I can say.
It also violates the Constitution. But that
Details.
doesn't seem to bother certain
Yeah.
members
Yeah,
of Congress.
well, I appreciate the amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I noted, Representative Ricardo, that you kind of said something that we are all hearing, right? We keep hearing from Republicans that they don't like this bill. They whisper it to us. They complain about it. But they are so terrified of Trump that they are not having the courage to actually vote no. But we'll see. We'll see. But, you know, with regards to the amendments proposed with regards to immigration, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article in Defense One. And Defense One, as you know, is a highly regarded military publication titled "Immigrants Show Greater Willingness to Join the Military, Study Shows."
Without objection, so ordered.
And another article, I think that goes to Representative Sanchez's point. So there's lots of these different articles, but really the point was made by you. It's been made in some of the earlier panels, but we haven't talked enough about it. And so that's why I wanted to, I know we're trying to move on, but I wanted to take some time to acknowledge that this idea that immigrants are the reason you have to cut Medicaid for everybody because they are somehow gaming the system when they do not receive any federal dollars. And indeed, the article that I would seek unanimous consent to, it's just one of many that center on budget and policy priorities. Immigrants contribute greatly to the Social Security Trust Fund solvency, which demonstrates, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent.
What was the date? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The date on the article?
The date of the article on April 23, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And thank you for helping clarify that, because I think it's really important that these are recent articles, because they are showing that immigrants' contributions are key. And this one shows that if it weren't for immigrants who pay taxes but often don't receive any of the benefits, our Social Security would be in deeper trouble than it already is. And you look at that across the board over and over. And so I'm going to introduce these articles, and I know we want to move forward because we have all these wonderful members who are coming here to tell us all the other new things. This is the great thing about these hearings is we're hearing all of these unique factors that you are all bringing to the fact that we are ignoring our cybersecurity. He got rid of Trump. Trump got rid of. Right? I mean, you're laughing because I don't even have to say it, right? Because it's shameful that we have made ourselves more at risk because of what he has done in terms of opening up our vulnerabilities to Russia. That's one of your concerns, correct, Representative Matsui? Yeah. So thank you very much for raising those. I didn't know if you wanted to do anything else quickly on either of those.
If I could just respond, it is the biggest lie in the world that immigrants take more from the system than they pay in. Immigrants pay into the system, they work hard, they pay taxes, they're not even eligible for those benefits. And yet other Americans are told the reason why there's waste, fraud, and abuse is because of immigrants. It's patently false. It's lies, and it's meant to divide our country. And so the amendments that I'm introducing are trying to strike those provisions that treat immigrants unfairly, immigrants who pay into the system and are not eligible for the benefits.
Yeah, and in this article from Defense One, it's interesting, the articles you start reading, once you get to Congress, like who knew I would start reading military articles? But, that U.S. are more willing to fight for their country. And what they're fighting for, as it goes in to discuss, is the ideals of the country, the ideals of the Constitution. And that is something that I think we need to remember, that we're dealing with a tax bill and cutting essential benefits, but they are wrapping it around elements that are undermining the ideals of this country as a place where we create opportunity for everybody, whether you're native born from West Virginia or you're an immigrant or married in. I would only suggest that, and maybe I could discuss it with you later, the idea that it should be any family who is not just the spouse, but also the children who are married into the military. But with that, you wanted to say something?
I just want to just join my colleague, Congresswoman Matsui, to your point about cybersecurity. I mean, this is, when I was on Homeland Security on the cybersecurity subcommittee, this was something that had bipartisan support. And this is something that we should all be in agreement on. Yeah. We're watching an administration dismantle CISA and our cybersecurity workforce at a time that we need to be growing it. And instead of having a strong federal response to all the attacks that we're seeing both in private and public sector to our critical infrastructure, we're saying that the states and municipalities have to handle it when they don't have the resources to. And so I appreciate Congresswoman Matsui's leadership on this issue and her amendment, because it is something that should have bipartisan support, because it has historically had bipartisan support, because it's an issue of national security. And the fact that we can't agree on this amendment, that everyone in the administration, especially when you're people from DOJ, to have access to some of the most sensitive personal data of all Americans, right, from red and blue states across the country, whether it's HUD or the VA or the IRS, we should have some level of cybersecurity awareness and training for those individuals. So I thank the Congresswoman for her leadership on this issue, and it should be something that should have bipartisan support, and I thank you for raising it as well.
Thank you very much. And once again, we aren't hearing any Republicans complain about any of the kind of transgressions that would have normally had an outcry, a bipartisan outcry. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there are legitimate differences of opinion on different issues. Many of my friends are Democrats. I travel with them overseas. We have different ideas about how to solve the same problem. So there are legitimate questions, differences about how we would handle the issues. But I can tell you, as someone who's in the rooms where there are no telephones, where we're dealing with the cybersecurity-related issues, there's no breakdown on the cybersecurity right now. There's just not. So we can have our debates and our differences of opinion, but I can tell you this. The administration is committed on cybersecurity, just as I believe the previous administration was committed on cybersecurity. And it's just a we have differences of agreements on other things, but that's the one that I've listened to that I think that accusation is just, as someone who's in the room, I very much think that's a false accusation.
Can I comment on
Mr.
that?
Chair, I yield the remainder of my time. I'm not interested in a debate on it.
Gentleman has yielded back, and I understand we can do this, but I'm looking at possibly 2 more panels before we finish. And so happy for y'all to have a conversation and discussion and disagreement, but this panel is concluded. Thank you. I note, this response will be noted. Thank you. And what we've been trying to do is when I start calling off the names for the next panel, it'll be starting on this end with chair number 1, Mr. Khanna, Ms. McClellan, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Frost, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. Magaziner, Mr. Garamendi, and Ms. Elfrith. All right, I know it's still a little busy, but if we can go ahead and get started. Mr. Khanna of California, are you ready? He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a common sense bipartisan amendment. No American child under the age of 18 should lose their health care because of this bill. As you know, 42% of America's children rely on Medicaid. The chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee said, no one is going to lose their health care. No kids are going to lose their health care. President Trump keeps saying it's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. We're just going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Representative Crenshaw says no kids are going to lose their health insurance. And a number of Republicans wrote in a letter to the Speaker that they should make sure no kids lose their health insurance. But the reality is, independent estimates are that 800,000 kids in this country are going to lose their health care. I think we can all agree that any child born in America should have health care. So if the Republicans agree that kids shouldn't lose health care, why not just have a simple amendment in this bill saying we guarantee that no kid is going to lose health care? Now you ask, why is it that kids are going to lose health care? Why the estimates of 800,000? The reality is that the work requirements were tried in Arkansas. And what they saw is when parents were kicked off health care because of bureaucratic reasons, the kids lost the health care too. It's not theoretical. Thousands of kids in Arkansas lost their health care. And this to me seems like the easiest way that we can answer this question. Just guarantee to the American public that not a single American kid is going to lose health care with this bill. And that would answer the question. It would make good on all of the promises. It would make good on the promise that Trump is saying it's only waste, fraud, and abuse. He certainly doesn't want to deprive American kids born here of health care. Let me end with this point. I was in Allentown. There was a 6th grader. She stood up and she said her name was Sophia. I won't say her last name, but her name was Sophia. And she said, I'm scared. I'm scared. Can you assure me that I won't be afraid? And she said she's afraid because her grandmother is on Medicare. And she said she's afraid because she's a single mother is raising her. And she was concerned about her own health care. I want this amendment to pass so I can tell Sophia she doesn't have to be afraid about losing her own health care. And kids like Sophia should not be afraid of losing their health care across this country.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. And now recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member McGovern for allowing further amendments to this bill. I think so. Okay. My amendment would ensure that the proceeds of any spectrum licensing, allocation, or auction won't line the pockets of the president, a special government official, any other government official, or their families. It would also ensure that the FCC does not collude with the president or any other government official or their family to influence the outcomes of their personal legal battles. But spoiler alert, this amendment's probably not going to pass. So I want to take the rest of my time to talk about this big bad billionaire bonus that benefits the wealthiest 10% of Americans at the expense of the poorest 10%. It shifts costs to states that are already struggling to fill massive holes that they are seeing from the Trump administration's funding freezes. They are trying to take on the burden of more responsibility shifted to them, whether from the Department of Education or these new work requirements, or now to pay for nutrition benefits for the first time ever. States are going to be left in the untenable position of having to raise their own taxes or gutting even more services as a result. This bill does nothing to address the underlying costs of health care, child care, groceries, energy bills, or anything else. And why are we rushing through this bill to the point where the bulk of it is being discussed in the middle of the night while everybody else is sleeping? What is the rush? Are the wealthiest few in that big of a hurry to get richer? Is there a flash sale on yachts that I don't know about? We've had these markups in the middle of the night that include provisions that Republicans didn't even know about. Like the Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee who were caught off guard by the Medicaid provisions imposing copays of up to $35 on an individual who earns up to $300 a week. They didn't know that if somebody was kicked off of Medicaid because they couldn't meet burdensome work paper requirements to prove that they're working, like the 18,000 Arkansas individuals who were kicked off when they couldn't meet work requirements even though they were working, these folks that get kicked off wouldn't be eligible for subsidies to purchase marketplace plans that they otherwise couldn't afford. And that came as a surprise to my colleagues in the E&C committee in the middle of the night. And somewhere between the E&C marathon markup and here, a provision was added that would cut the federal match for Medicaid in states that dare to provide health care to lawfully present immigrants. That means that Virginia, that covers lawfully present pregnant women and children, could face a cut in the federal match that would trigger an unwinding of Medicaid expansion that would cost hundreds of thousands of Virginians their health insurance, put our providers, especially our rural hospitals, at risk of closing their doors. Now I heard there'll be at least one manager's amendment that might fix that. But who knows? Who knows what will happen once the Freedom Caucus, I think they've already returned from the White House, but who knows what they've demanded and what they've gotten. And they want to kick even more people off of their health insurance. But what else is buried in this bill? What's going to be buried in the manager's amendment? What's going to be buried in the bill that we see for the first time on the floor that we won't have time to take back to stakeholders or the American people? And will this be another one of those moments where we rush through a big, massive bill and then hope that the Senate saves the House from its worst impulse? Plain and simple, I ask again, what's the rush? What is the rush of a bill that will harm children? That will say to a family, now you, even though you legally cannot leave your